give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. too. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're spreading the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Deadlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse Our readers are Indy, opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are Indy, opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are Indy, opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. It's free information, here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance or we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you. Funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance or we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Deadlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur.
Turn off.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Valley Indy 2026 Great Give Marathon live stream. Just had some dinner. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm sorry I think that was John who said it was too loud, that music there. But that is Ken Dixon and the Bad Slugs. That's a bunch of reporters who formed a band, and that's their signature song. That's their Freebird, sir. If you were at a Leonard Skinner concert, you would not ask Leonard Skinner to turn down Freebird, John, with all due respect, because you're never too old to rock. But yeah, that's the Bad Slugs. Check them out on Facebook. Ken Dixon, many years ago, let us use that as sort of the theme of our navel gazing podcast. Award-winning navel. We just won an award from the SBJ, so we're very proud of that.
I just learned today that that song has multiple verses. I only knew the version from our intro.
It's well written. It's well written.
It's good.
It tells a good story. I really like that song, and I like it so much. I mean, technically, it's talking about Prince, and we're online, but still, this stuff still applies. It's good stuff. So, where'd you get dinner?
I just had a turkey sandwich from home.
Nice. That's the way to do it.
Yeah. What did you do?
I went to the Chinese restaurant there in the AutoZone Plaza.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where I had lunch.
But I mean, the one thing I didn't have time to eat, I had an egg roll. Just wasn't enough time. I guess you have to like an hour and doing the. And then I got a message. We forgot to switch out the embeds on valleyindy.org. So this is part 4 of this? This is
I think part 3. Part 1 was the morning. Part 2 was the afternoon. I think this is part 3 now, and part 4 is tomorrow morning.
Well, that makes it a little difficult because I have it down as part 4. All right, so Vamp, kill some time. Let me see if I can change these.
I mean, we could always just say 3 is an unlucky number and we're skipping it. Like, I think in some places they skip the number 4 for a bunch of things. Maybe 3 is our unlucky number. Maybe we skip that. But yes, in any case, this is the third live stream that we have set up today.
How we doing?
We are doing, I believe we got a few donations over the last hour. Let's see. Let me just pull this up real quick. We'll do a quick check-in while we were out for dinner. Share screen. Let's check out donate.valleyindy.org. We're standing at a solid 51%. We're halfway there right now. $5,089 raised from 56 donors. Oh, my apologies. And
gross.
Yeah, I know, disgusting, right? See, you have the luxury of the Roadcaster. You can turn down your coughs. I just have to. Mine are all on the air, but.
Oh yeah, that's
true.
Okay. I didn't think of that.
We had a few recent donations come in while we were out for dinner. We have Miss Paula Chapla with $100, Karen also with $100, and Mr. Aaron Good with $25. Thank you all so much. We had earlier Rosalie and Richard Averill with $25, Mr. Al Misowitz with $200, Don Smith with $250, and Patricia Bruder with $200. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated so far.
Yeah.
Donate.valleyindy.org to help us get to our goal of $10,000 by the end of the Great Give tomorrow at 8 p.m.
So it's 6:54 in the p.m., right? It's still Wednesday, May 6th, day 1 of the Great Give. So we are live again. It now says part 3 on YouTube and Facebook. I don't know about Twitter. Should I check? I guess I'll check Twitter just to be, because that's all the places we are live. And just for the record, like if you're watching this, if you go to facebook.com/Valley Independent Sentinel, the streams are arranged in chronological order. So if you're on our page right now, you're seeing this stream, part 3, at the top of the page. Part 2 is below. Part 1 is below that. If you go to our youtube.com/Valley Indy, click on our live tab, you will see part 3, part 2, part 1. So that's how it's also right now on valleyindy.org if you're watching there. The only caveat I have is once you leave any of those pages, how you run into our streams is up to the social media gods. We can't predict
if you're going to see this now on your feed or if you'll see it 2 days from now, because I got someone texted and said like they're seeing part 2, but that's your algorithm. Unfortunately, I can't really control that. But anyway, so hey, what's our percentage?
We are at 51%. We just we made it over the halfway point while we were out for dinner.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. So we're halfway to $10,000. That's good news.
Yes.
So it looks like we're cooking with gas right now. It's 6:56. We won't. So we're gonna try to do trivia, right? I don't know if this is gonna work. We haven't really attempted something like we did it last year, and it sort of worked. But we're gonna try to do it as a call-in, right? So I'm gonna read a question. I have 6 of them, and then we're gonna open the phone line, which is my cell phone. And if people call in and give us the correct answer, you have to give us your name, and we'll write it down. And then you need to message us your mailing address privately, either through Facebook or our email, valleyindependentsentinel@gmail.com, so we can get it out to you, right? So I think what we'll do is we'll ask a question, and then we'll wait 3 minutes, which will feel like an eternity. And then the first caller, right? Or do we even have to wait 3 minutes? Or well, I guess 3 minutes, if nobody calls after 3 minutes, we'll move on to the next one. What do you think,
Yeah.
Jasmine?
I think that sounds good. I think 3 minutes is probably plenty of time. And the prizes, if you get one correct, if you call in, we have these Valley Indy coffee mugs. As said earlier before we left, these are, in a way, collector's items because we don't have a whole ton of them.
I'm running out. They were with
yeah.
first they were in our office in Ansonia, and then they were with me in my home in Derby, and then some of them made it here to the Valley Indy office. We moved to the Seymour office at 115 Main Street. We moved here at the very start of the pandemic. It was so early in the pandemic. It's when the mask stuff started being, I can't remember if it was mandated. I don't really remember, but I remember it was so early in the pandemic that I showed up. We had to have Comcast come here, and I took like one of those, a ski mask type thing, and put a coffee filter in it so I could go to, all right, I'm dealing with Comcast. So, but then we didn't use this office at all, but it did store our coffee cups for a while. And we only really we went several years not really using this office because I was just working alone from home until we hired Jasmine. And when do we hire you again?
January 2024. I did a little bit of freelance work.
Seymour Post Office doesn't think we exist.
That's true. We are ghosts to them.
Which is, I mean, we're not really getting a lot of snail mail anyway, but we have tried. We got to work that out somehow. I did put in some type of thing, and you went in there, but we don't get our mail delivered. So if you're trying to send us anthrax, sorry,
we just won't get it.
And the questions we have, I hope the problem last year was that I guess the questions were too hard because nobody got them, so we've tried to make them, I hope, a little bit easier this year. It's 6:59, so we'll still and I think we might have our next guest, scheduled guest, according to my list here, is Rick Dunn of the Naugatuck Valley Council of Governments, a longtime supporter of the Valley Independent Sentinel, involved in a lot in the city of Derby, where he was born and raised and lives. And so he might even come earlier. I mean, I might get a text. I guess I should. I think my phone is connected to my Roadcaster. Hey, Jasmine, can you do me a favor and just call my phone?
Yeah.
Because that would, I can hear it clicking. So I think it's definitely connected. But I might do a thing, Jasmine, where I say, hey. So say something.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
All right.
I hear myself.
That works. That's okay. So the phone lines are working for Valley Indy Trivia, second annual Valley Indy Trivia Contest, where, look, it's the great give, right? All these nonprofits, including 65 in the lower Naugatuck Valley, are trying to get donations over the next, it started as a 36-hour event, and we're giving coffee mugs away, right? All you got to do is try to answer a question correctly, and we will send you a Valley Indy coffee mug, right? If you're so inclined, it's donate.valleyindy.org. 51% of the way towards $10,000. There is a happy, it just ended. The happy hour double draw, that has ended. Black Futures Fund happy hour, that one just ended. There's a new one started. It's Vote with Your Gift. The org that gets the most donations between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. could get an extra $1,000. So again, a lot of times people want to know when we want people to donate at a specific time, and this is one of them. You know,
I think I slightly miswrote that. It's not could get. The one that gets the most donations between 7 and 8 p.m. does get that $1,000. Vote with Your Gift, the one with the most donations in that hour time period, gets an extra $1,000.
Really, you're correcting the word could.
I'm correcting my own usage of the word could.
Okay, so yeah, so the point is donate.valleyindy.org between now and 8 p.m. if you are so inclined. I did say if Rick Dunn wants to sit in on trivia, he is welcome to. I'm not seeing anything. A 42% charge. Slow charger. Why you got to insult my charger? It's Jasmine. My iPhone doesn't like the charger I stole from you, Jasmine.
Oh yeah, no, because that's a garbage charger.
Okay.
There's a reason why I always left that one in the office.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, that is the reject
For the
charger.
day when I need a phone to do live call-in trivia, you're like, it doesn't work.
Do you want a faster charger?
So-
I have one in my bag.
Nah, it's okay. We'll see what happens. We're gonna roll the dice right now. 6-7.
6-7. 6-7. There's a prize called that tomorrow from 6 to 7 a.m.
All right. I took the liberty of sharing. I spammed Facebook with this particular live stream. Like, we don't really, we put our stuff on the Valley Indy Facebook page. I'm always sensitive. I don't want to, pollute the community pages with too much of our stuff. I think I did that in the past. I probably posted to those pages a little too much. People are welcome to share this stream wherever you're seeing it right now. But I did share it to like Ansonia, CT, News and Info, which is ours, and then the community page. I don't know the formal names. The one with the zip code in it, 06401. In the know, Ansonia in the know.
Yep.
I didn't share it to the Seymour page because I think they're probably busy because there is a meeting happening right now at City Hall or Town Hall around the corner about what to do with the Seymour budget, which has been rejected twice. So I know Jean Fablo is paying attention to that. I don't think she's attending. I think she's going to follow up. But we'll have a story on that eventually. It won't happen tonight or tomorrow because we can't edit on deadline because we're here with you. But we'll see if we get some people calling in. It could be a thing where we sit there and no one calls in, right? Which would be embarrassing, and we won't have any coffee cups to give away. But I'm afraid to start. Should we give it a try, Jasmine? Should we see?
I think we do. I think that's half the fun of the Great Give is just experimenting with what works and doesn't on the live stream.
So it's 7:04 p.m. Monday. What am I saying? Wednesday, May 6th, 2026. And the Valley Indy Great Give Marathon live stream trivia contest is now officially underway. Wish we had theme music to go with this, but I didn't think of it. So, all right, our first question. And again, I'm going to read the question, and Jasmine's going to start a timer after I read the question. Do you have a question?
Nope. I was just going to say, as soon as you finish reading the question, I'll start the timer right then.
Yeah. And then what I probably should do is put the phone number people can call.
Oh, yeah. It's a banner at the bottom.
That's probably useful information. But there it is right there. And maybe I'll just have it instead of ticking. Let me see if I can just get it to stick. Scroll ticker. No. Save. So there it is. I'm going to ask a question. If you know the answer or you just want to guess at the answer, feel free to call 203-314-1378. So I hope everyone is clear on these pretty simple rules and that we can give away some Valley Indy coffee mugs that have been sitting on the floor next to me, wrapped in a cardboard box with packing tape on it for 1 year since the last Great Give. Question number 1. I wish we had timpani or something like that. but I don't really have anything. Hold on, is there anything I can throw in here? Some of these, I haven't really looked at the soundboard in a long time. So the trombone is the wrong answer thing. All right, question number 1. Which former member of the Seymour Board of Select Persons was a libertarian before being elected to the board? Again, which former member of the Seymour Board of Select Persons was a libertarian before being elected to the board? So if you want to guess, you can call 203-314-1378, and our call screener will patch you through. Jasmine, we have 3 minutes. The timer has started, I assume?
Yes, it has. We're currently at about 2.5 minutes left.
Which former member of the Seymour Board of Select Persons was a libertarian before being elected to the board? That is the question. I'm making sure my phone is in fact connected.
Derby, Connecticut.
I don't want to do that because we'll get a copyright violation.
Oh, see, yeah, this would have been a great moment to import some music, have it playing in the.
Right, I have our theme, which I play for just
Also,
an hour.
my
I don't.
headphones are really quiet. Is my monitor up?
Oh boy, I don't. I don't remember which one you were. Does this do anything?
That does. Yep.
Okay, I don't know how that happened. Is it okay now, or is it too much, or you're all right?
I think it's good. Can you do a soundboard effect?
Those are always going to be a little weird, but okay.
Perfect.
Right, but that's a super loud one. Again, which former member of the Seymour Board of Select Persons was a libertarian before being elected to the board? That's the question. If someone calls in, you can win a Valley Indy coffee mug. Or if nobody's watching and nobody calls in, this will be a very short trivia contest, ladies and gentlemen.
There are 1 minute and 12 seconds left to dial in.
You got 1 minute. Which former member of the Seymour Board of Select Persons was a libertarian before being elected to the board?
Are there any hints we can give?
No, it's
Okay.
a coffee. No, it's so easy. Everybody in the town of Seymour should know this. But I didn't share it to the Seymour community page because, I didn't want to bother them. They got a budget. Been rejected twice. They're doing real work over there, which we would normally be covering. But we're here trying to raise money for us and raise awareness about the Great Give and all that good stuff.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Which former member of the Seymour Board of Selectmen was a libertarian before being elected to the board? Guess I should have done these as Canva, and we should be doing these as images, but we just ran out of time. One of the million things.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding.
Why is there an alarm going off? Hold on a sec. What the heck was that?
Because I set an alarm for 3 minutes.
Oh, that was your phone? I thought it was
that-
mine. I'm like,
No,
I
that
use
was
that.
That was the sound of you're out of time.
That's 1:45 to pick up my kid.
Let me
all right.
try out a different one.
So we do have a guest here right now to elongate our pain. Do you want to go out and let Rick Dunn in, and I will get the third camera ready? And I guess I'll tell people the answer. Or we'll let Rick guess at the answer because he'll know it. Hold on. Sorry, I got to figure something out here. Extra camera. Got to turn that one up. So there's our paper towels. Get to see our garbage in there. So I'm going to share that. And I'm going to add that to the stage. And that'll be Ricky Dunn in a minute. I think people call him Ricky, right? No, I think I've heard that. I mean, I've never done it, but does he know? Did you tell him, hey, Rick, you're on the stream? Did you tell him? Did you warn him?
No, I'll have to turn off my.
Oh,
You got to tell. You got to
yeah.
tell. Now we're gonna have the FCC after us.
Brendan Cars. He knows our name.
You got to tell him. It gets a little hot in here, so that door's open. So, ladies and gentlemen, You can see he just walked in to the Valley Indy Studios at 115 Main Street in the heart of downtown Seymour. It is Rick Dunn. Rick, welcome to the broadcast. That's your microphone right in front of you.
Good evening.
Don't worry about the headphones. They don't work.
Okay, so I won't hear anything.
No, well, you hear us.
Should we turn the light on? I see a shadow in the place of Rick Dunn right
That's
now.
okay. I am the shadow.
I thought that was the way he wanted it. I mean, Rick, the light is, what is it, behind the door? I don't even know where the light is. It'll be bright, but that's the only thing we got. I can't see. I got a light right in front of me, Jazza. So you're gonna have to explain because I can't even see the wall.
No. Don't worry about it.
All right, Rick's done.
No one's watching us anyway.
We got the thing going. Well, people should be watching it. What are they doing? What are they watching? Porn? Put your porn down for a second and watch the Valley Indy. Okay, donate.valleyindy.org. All right, TikTok can wait. Get off Roblox. All right, Rick. I'll ask you.
How do I look now? Now I look like the shadow.
I see a face. That's great.
See your face? I don't see anything.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It's fine.
So let me ask you, Rick, because
Yes.
no one's. We're doing a trivia contest right now. We're not getting any play on this.
Sure.
So, but I'll ask you the first question. Nobody could get this. Which former member of the Seymour Board of Select Persons was a libertarian before being elected to the board?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
I have no idea.
Christopher Bowen, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that makes sense.
He was like the first person we connected
That
to
definitely tracks.
on a.
I'm a former libertarian.
I'm not surprised.
I was.
I'm a former vegan.
How'd that work out for you?
Beautiful. You might want to get that microphone a little closer when you're. Yeah. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, there.
I could do all that.
All right. So that was question one. Nobody got it. Not even Rick Dunn. Question number two. We only have 6 of these. Question number 2. Now, Rick, hold on. People got to call in, so don't blurt out the answer. We'll go to you.
I'm busy.
It doesn't look like anyone's calling in. What was the name? Hold on, I got to take a drink. It's a Coke.
Out of the red Solo cup.
Smooth. What was the name of the person who walked out of a Derby tax board meeting saying, quote, "I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help," unquote? Again, the timer started, Jasmine?
Just started it.
So if you want to take a guess, call 203-314-1378, the number you see in front of you. I want to make sure I'm not missing calls. I'll repeat it. What was the name of the person who walked out of a Derby tax board meeting saying, quote, "I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help"? The countdown is on. If someone wants to call in and take a guess, feel free. If you want to call in and call me fat, take a guess. If you want to just donate.valleyindy.org, just give us $5,000 and we'll end the stream. You can do that as well, and we'll hit our goal. Still have all day tomorrow to go.
Let's see. This is a bit of a Gen Z meme, but the "Buy My Silence" for $5,000. We will stop.
Somebody says, Eugene, you're not fat, body positivity. Hey, if it means we'll get $2 more a donation, let's go. Valley Indy, donate.valleyindy.org. I'll repeat the question one more time. Jasmine, how much time is left? I'm getting like dust for my...
1 minute and 50 seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Jasmine, you want to vamp for a second?
Maybe. I don't know. Hey, Rick, how are you?
I'm just fabulous. How are you?
Wonderful. I'm great.
We've got a lot to talk about.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure, whatever you need.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm talking to the commenter. What was the name of the person? It was a man who walked out of a Derby tax board meeting. The meeting was in the basement of City Hall, their media center, saying to the Valley Indy, "Me, I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help." He got up, he walked out of a Derby tax board meeting and said, "I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help." 203-314-1378.
1 minute left.
We got 1 minute. We got 60 seconds left. My phone is on. The phone lines are open.
The singular phone line is open.
The call screeners are armed and dangerous. So we are ready to rock. That was about 10 seconds of complete dead air, ladies and gentlemen. What was the name of the person who walked out of a Derby tax board meeting saying, I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help.
27 seconds left.
It's almost like sort of sad. Well, it wasn't sad. It was more like he was resigned to be like, I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help. As if he was McNulty in The Wire. He said it with like that.
I do.
What are you going to do?
Oh, wait. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's high tech.
All right, Rick Dunn. Do you know who we're talking about? He was at a Derby Tax Board meeting. All right, so I'll expand a little bit. So this was under Mayor Stafari's administration, where the finance director resigned and then said, no, I was actually fired, and that kicked off a lawsuit. So in the middle of budget season, the city brought in a former city official to come in, and then it was either the tax board, I think, voted not to pay him, and so he got up, walked out, and said, I have no skin in this game. I was just here to help. He was...
So Walter Mayhew?
No. You're going to kick yourself because you're going to know it once I say
well,
it.
I'm sure I'm going to know it.
All right, here we go.
John D. Barberi.
Alan Schlesinger,
It was
ladies and
Alan.
gentlemen.
You know what? That was my first guess. I said, oh, that's too crazy. It couldn't have been Alan.
He made that brief reappearance into
Really?
the Derby political scene because I had never dealt with them prior or since. But anyway, nobody's getting that. We didn't get a single call.
Would
We're
you
going
have
to be.
accepted Alan Gold?
What was that? A suit? Some kind of.
You don't
Oh,
know.
wait,
You don't
was
know
that-
any of this.
Does it involve a casino?
Yes.
Okay, I am aware of that. Well, let's not try to libel anybody. Rick, come on.
Hey,
You think we have lawyers here?
It's not my show.
All right. So that was that. So the public is 0 for 2. Rick Dunn is 0 for 2. Jasmine, you didn't know that. Jasmine was way before your time.
I don't know anything. And plus, I feel like sometimes asking about the history of finance people can be like asking about the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers in Harry Potter, because for a while there was just a different one every year.
All right.
It was a long sequence.
That's a good analogy.
I'm going to take your word for it. All right. Question number 3. We might as well just blow through these.
Sure.
Because we're not giving away.
How about something that people know?
I mean, people that know Christopher Bowen, he's famous on our Facebook
Where
page.
is Bowen? He should be on now.
He moved out of state.
I know, but he still should.
I might call him later. I think I still have. We did one surprise call to Jim Gilday, and he started answering. He was like he was reading an Oscar speech. He had 3 Valley nonprofits picked out that he recommended people should support. It was great. You would have thought we planned it. We didn't. All right, question number 3. I mean, come on. You can almost guess this. What was the first and last name of the now retired Ansonia police officer nicknamed Action? There's an Ansonia cop. His nickname was Action.
And you need first and last name.
And we need his. Well, at this point, if somebody calls in and gives me the first name, I'll give you a coffee cup. It's 203-314-1378. What'll happen is, in the world of Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, 6 hours from now, people will assume this is live.
And you're going to get calls.
However it goes into their algorithm, wherever it ends up, I will get a ton of calls.
That was the problem I was having all day, trying to find your current feed.
Yeah,
That's great news.
I said, I mean, if you're on our Facebook page, they're chronological. If you're on our YouTube page, they're chronological. If you're on our Twitter page, they're chronological. We did forget all day on valleyindy.org. We had part 1, but I switched it out. But that's, nobody's really. I mean, the bulk of the people will be on the Facebook. So again, this is so easy. Did you start the timer?
Yep, we're running up on about 2 minutes.
What was the name of the person? No, sorry. What was the first and last name of the now retired Ansonia police officer nicknamed Action? Action. His name was Action.
You may have to accept the last name only.
I mean, there's a hint that would just give it away, but you could almost figure it out. Action, right? His name was Action. It wasn't like Action Falbo Sosnovich, right? Obviously, the last name wasn't Falbo Sosnovich, right? Because that would make sense, just because usually a nickname will rhyme in some way, or sort of fit the name.
I will just say the correct answer is not Action.
Right. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's a trick question. His name was actually A Action Action. Little known fact.
See, about a minute left, little over.
First and last name, now retired Ansonia police officer, nicknamed Action. We see him in our comment section once in a while after he retired, but haven't seen him in a while. Hopefully everything's okay with him. He was on the department for a long time. First and last name, the now retired Ansonia police officer, had the nickname Action. Involved in some, I remember he had a guy did like a vehicle stop on the Maple Street Bridge in Ansonia at some point, and the car ran at him and he fired some shots. And I believe he was cleared of that shooting, if I remember. It's crazy. My mind is bad, but how much time?
You did wear shoes. 14,
Seconds?
11,
Okay.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. We are stuck with these damn coffee cups.
We've tried everything to get rid
Officer
of them.
Joe Jackson. Action Jackson. Man.
Not to
You
be
didn't ask me
confused.
if I knew. I knew.
Oh, sorry. I forgot. All right. Dunn's claiming he knew. Sorry about that. I was just so angry that no one called in to guess that. All right. We're going on to question 4. And
Got
we're bringing
the timer
in,
at the ready.
we're bringing in, those fancy pants from the city of New Haven. It does involve something New Haven-y. Which former New Haven mayor asked the Valley Indy whether the Naugatuck Valley had indoor plumbing? I'll repeat. Which former, and I don't know if you could actually Google this on I don't know if this would appear anywhere. I probably mentioned this or wrote about this at some point. But which former New Haven mayor asked the Valley Indy whether the Naugatuck Valley had indoor plumbing? We punched him in the nose, and we said, "Have you met Alan Schlesinger?" He has no skin in this game. He was here
Only here trying to help.
to help. So which former New Haven mayor asked the Valley Indy whether the Naugatuck Valley had indoor plumbing? I will say it was a joke. It was received as a joke. It was funny, although it took me and Ethan by surprise because we were like, "Hey, wait, what?" We didn't realize we would have to go into New Haven and defend ourselves against, Yaley fancy pants. Former New Haven
He's
mayor.
not a Yaley.
I assume everybody in New Haven is a Yaley. I just mean that as a general derogative term.
I hate Yellies.
Don't go there.
Which former New Haven mayor asked the Valley Indy whether the Naugatuck Valley had indoor plumbing? I got to remember to let Rick guess. If you know the answer, you could win a Valley Indy coffee cup. All you have to do is call the number on your screen, give us your name, make your guess. Hell, at this point, I'll just give a coffee cup to anybody that calls in. Give me, one person. Next person to call in. I don't care if you know the answer or not. I just want to get rid of these damn coffee cups.
I mean, it's basically a multiple choice question because there aren't that many New Haven mayors
Right.
that coexist with the Valley Indy.
I think I can name 2 New Haven mayors, not counting the current guy. I don't know who the current guy is. What's his name?
Elliker.
Justin Elliker.
Elixir. Not Elixir?
Elliker.
Oh, sorry. No offense. It's no Mayor DiMartino.
You don't cover New Haven, right?
No.
And I'm sure Paul's not listening.
No. No, Paul doesn't even. Paul lost my number. Former New Haven mayor got us with a roast joke. It's at the New Haven Independent's 5th birthday or 10th birthday. I don't really remember. We walk in there and it's packed. Imagine 200 people in a room this size, and we're shoulder to shoulder with this famous New Havener, and he hits us Don Rickles style.
30 seconds left.
Former New Haven mayor, 203-314-1378. My personal cell. You call that. It'll ring. You can win a Nobody wants coffee mugs.
You only have 3 people watching.
What happened to the Valley Indy? Well, we have 23 according to this.
On what?
On our inside StreamYard, if you look at what Jasmine has, the thing, because we're in multiple places.
Yeah. I mean, I see 3 on YouTube and 3 on Facebook.
You know what I bet it is? I bet
you know
it's
who's watching, Rick?
Oh, time's up.
Joe.
I'm sorry. I forgot to count
I'm trying to
down
find
from
the
10.
names. I
Joe
can't find the
Mama.
names. Oh, 4 people are on Facebook now.
Well, I bet we have 20 bot accounts watching on X, formerly known as Twitter. I bet that's what it is.
All
Right.
right.
There's a lot of, the porn bots on YouTube are checking us out and they love us. Okay. So it was, do you want to guess?
It's John DeStefano.
It is John DeStefano, ladies and gentlemen. Hates the Valley.
He does
Thinks
John
we
DeStefano-
poop in the woods.
John does not hate the Valley. John
No.
loves the Valley.
No, I actually very much appreciated it. I was like, oh, this guy's great. The fact that I was like, hey, this is Ethan. I'm Eugene. We cover the Valley. The Valley. Did they get indoor plumbing yet? I don't have the drum thing. All right, so that's that. Moving on. Number 5, second to last question. In 2015, the Valley Indy hosted a morning radio show every Monday on WNHH Radio in New Haven. Who was our first guest?
And I had a guess for this and it was wrong.
So who was the first guest on our New Haven radio show back in 2015? We would go in for a morning radio show. We'd have to be there 9 a.m. on Monday. And did that for as long as we could. We kidnapped former Mayor Cassetti at one point. We made John Marini and Sheila O'Malley very nervous because they wanted to tag along. But we had them in the back. We were ready to go. We just floored it on the Pulaski Highway. And we had the mayor on alone. So I think we might have to try that with the new guy. Get him on the stream. Go to City Hall and just kidnap him. So we hosted a radio show on FM radio in the city of New Haven for a short time, and then we just started doing it here. It's navel gazing. Who was our first guest? How much time?
2 minutes, 2 seconds.
So if anybody has a guess, I mean, maybe we've been banned. Maybe we've been shadow banned. Rick, did you say something?
Said nothing.
Did you say nobody mentioned anything political, right?
No, maybe it was the
Federal stuff.
kidnapping talk. Maybe that just a moment ago shadow banned us.
If I can't say anything political, I mean, why am I here?
I don't know what you got going on. Some kind of socialist? Was it some kind? I think there's like a socialist alarm that could go off. You get identified, and they won't show our stream to people. But come on, who was our first guest? I'll give you a hint. He used to be on the Valley Indy pages a lot, talking about stuff. Definitely a Derby expert, a Derby sports expert. Good guy. Still hosts a show on Comcast cable once a week, Channel 10. You can find their schedule.
That still exists?
You can find their schedule on valleyindy.org roughly every Saturday or Monday. How much time?
56 seconds.
Man. I don't know what's going on. Donate.valleyindy.org. Let me see if anybody new donated.
Maybe no one's drinking coffee anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what that's
The
about.
coffee mugs are out.
Had I don't know how to say this last name. John Crisulo? Criscuollo?
Thank you.
Crisulo?
Criscolo.
Criscuolo. Thank you very much
Yeah, I'll do all the Italian interpretations for you.
Oh, thank you so much. That's like a sorely. That's a gap in our coverage. We're both bad at it.
Yeah.
20 seconds left.
20. This is the longest 56 seconds of my life. So yeah, we hosted a radio show. Who was the first guy? Who was the first voice you heard? He's still very active. He's something of a Valley sports historian, specifically Derby.
3, 2, 1. We had a comment.
Oh, hey, that's a good guess. That's a good guess, but it is not David Leonard. And if anybody sees David Leonard, I've been trying to get in touch with him to bring him on this broadcast, but apparently he's gotten too big for us. No, the answer is Mike Kenichi, the Nietzsche. Oh, I didn't let you guess again.
It's okay.
Did you know it?
Keep going. Yeah, of course I did.
Right? I mean, I pretty much gave everything away. Valley
Yeah.
Sports Rewind, Hometown Heroes.
I didn't think he was a Derby guy, though. That was the one thing that threw me off.
That's hey, we are Derby centric, so much so that in 2015 we would go to a radio station that could not be heard in Derby, and we'd have a Derby guy on. All right, final question. I'm
But
sorry.
did you cover the governor in Derby on Friday?
what governor? Oh, about the train stuff they announced 5 years ago and then just trotted out the stuff because it's an election year. No, we didn't cover that.
Was huge.
I had.
It was huge.
They did the same thing 5 years ago. The same press conference.
No, they did not.
And then they don't bother to explain what's new here.
You say that all the time. All the time. I think if they schedule something before noon, you just say, "Oh, they did that already."
I mean, I pulled it up and put it on Twitter the minute they announced, and
it was a huge conference. I was surprised when I got there.
It's an election year.
Yeah,
We got the heads up the
Right.
afternoon
It's
before
always
we were
an
doing
election.
gift planning.
it's always an election year if you haven't noticed.
Well, when they specifically trot out something at the Derby train station, then you can definitely
No,
that's
it's
the
a
official
huge
start.
project. It's a huge project. It's a big deal.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, they made the announcement. I interviewed you about it. I went back and I looked. We have an entire 2-hour navel gazing. I got Mayor Loretti. We had Mayor Loretti comment on it.
Do I have to
I
yell
took the
this
time to
loud?
get Mark the Shark to comment on it.
But you didn't.
And I'm like, that's it. We're not doing this again.
you didn't see us driving our spikes into the rail.
Peace in this household. Peace in this
The
household.
golden shovel. All right, here's
No,
our
golden
last
spike.
question.
No. What's new about it? What's new?
Hold on, let's get through the trivia stuff, and then we'll get
Okay.
into all
Go
that.
ahead.
Also, Gino DiGiovanni says, when's the punch list for the Route 34 project getting done? There's a punch list that's driving Gino crazy.
That's okay. I'm still getting blamed for downtown Derby not being developed because of Route 34. So
But when's it going to be expanded? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
so all right, here's our last question, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to Leonat Lapochin, who guessed David Leonard, but it wasn't him. That was a good guess, though. All right, final question, damn it. Which stand-up comic did the Valley Indy interview in 2017 before he disappeared from public view for 5 years? Did an interview with us, famous guy, disappeared for the next 5 years. What was that comic's name? Performed here in Seymour. Performed at the Strand Theater, right down the road.
peak of his career.
He did, yeah. Things were, man. You're supposed to be a Valley booster here, yeah. All right, all right. So he went from, well, I don't know if he ever did like Madison Square Garden, but he was definitely doing like the Comedy Cellar.
Mm-hmm.
He was definitely a known comic. I would say pretty famous, at least among some, and then did an interview with us and disappeared for the next 5 years. Which stand-up comic did the Valley Indy interview in 2017 before he disappeared from public view for 5 years?
Give some clues. Come on.
I mean,
Did he used to appear regularly on a morning radio show?
no comment. That's too much. That gives it away,
That
right?
does not give it away. That gives it
No.
away to you.
What can I say? What's a hint?
Well, I have a hint. I hadn't heard of him because I'm not from New York State.
Yeah,
and I'm
but-
Gen Z.
But you
No,
didn't have a
no.
TV until you were 22, so that's or radio, right?
I've never had a radio.
You were
in my
raised in a
life.
bomb
I was
shelter in
raised-
Oklahoma.
I was raised with TVs. We had a TV.
but
in
you
my
never
house.
plugged them in. It was just a blank.
In the world of comedians, he was well known.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So, like, I don't know what else to say about him. He went on to.
More well known for almost killing
I
himself.
mean, he
than-
was. Yeah, he's kind of infamous. Might have had a substance abuse problem,
might have,
allegedly.
allegedly.
After he kind of. Before he disappeared, he co-hosted a radio show with Anthony Cumia from the old Opie and Anthony show.
A minute left.
We have a minute left. I don't know what else to say about him without giving away. I mean, name a movie. Isn't that just totally giving it away? If I name the movie, he was in Beer League. He interviewed him. 2017. I got the interview. I landed it by trolling him on Twitter in a sock account. I made fun of him in one sock account. He got mad. And then in the Valley Indy one, I asked him for an interview. And he said, yeah, it's got to be now. I teared up worrying about him during the interview. I got a little teary-eyed. As you could tell in his voice, he wasn't in the best of mental or spiritual shape. And then he disappeared the next 5 years.
But he is back.
Working. He was
6,
spotted at Christmas.
5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, there.
You got to call in. If anybody knows the answer, 203-314-1378.
There was a Facebook comment.
That's why I said you got to call in. But that's our last question. And this guy got it right. Luke? Artie Lang. That is correct. God bless you. We're going to break the rules. Al, I would love to send you a Valley Indy coffee mug. You're watching this on Facebook, according to where you just commented. If you message us through Facebook, give us your mailing address, and by the weekend, we will mail you out a Valley Indy coffee mug. It is Artie Lang. Thank you so much. Somebody answered. We got one.
Woo!
Now we're able to give away 1
coffee cups. Yes.
Yeah, well, actually, we're down to 6. There was an extra one because I was like, well, maybe there'll be a tie. Like, that's what I was thinking. I was like, well, I have so many phone calls. Well, I'll mess something up and I'll have to give somebody 2 coffee cups. But anyway, Al is right. It was Artie Lang. Yeah. Sounded pretty bad. And he did perform here in Seymour. And he was pretty funny, but he was definitely, of course, his addiction to heroin has been well documented, and he did self-harm in a terrible way, but he was spotted. Yeah. Apparently, like the rumor is that he went and moved in with his mother specifically, and that she's been taking care of him for years. He sold his house on the Jersey Shore and all that good stuff. He hasn't been on a stage in a long time, but he was spotted at somebody's birthday party. Maybe it was Dave Attell's birthday party, and there were some pictures of Artie Lang. The previous public appearance before that was like an internet troll went to the gas station where he got in legal trouble and he had to do community service, and so Artie was pumping gas. There's a sort of infamous video of a guy being like, "Hey, Artie, what's going on?"
How is pumping gas community service?
I know it's Jersey.
Oh, it's Jersey. That's right. It's mandatory.
Yeah.
You can't pump your own gas.
Although I think they just changed
Don't
that.
you have to pay people to pump gas?
Oh, really? So it was something that was in the works. They were talking about.
They refuse to let go of it. I have a friend from New Jersey, and they're stubborn about it.
It's a great tradition.
They changed the law once and changed it back like within a day, or the governor.
Yeah, because I think it was Oregon that got rid of it, because Oregon used to have it, and I think they might have switched it out. But
my wife felt like she was going to get arrested one day. She got out of the car and started to pump the gas. The guy came screaming at her. He's like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "What?"
It's a capital crime in New Jersey.
That's right.
Jersey don't mess around. All right, so that was the second annual Valley Indy 2026 Great Give Trivia Contest. It went smoother than last year, but we had only 1 participant. But Al, you're a hero, Al. So please message us. And actually, if you're still out there, Al, there is the Gmail right there. I made it scrolling to be that much more annoying. If you want to write down our Gmail, quick, let's wait. It'll go by another 20 times, and you can get our 30-character Gmail in no time. Not frustrating at all. But it's the name of the publication, which is behind me, Valley Independent Sentinel @Gmail, or just hit us up if you're watching on Facebook. You can message us. Or if you go to valleyindy.org, click on any story. There's a contact us, I think, somewhere in there. You can email us that way, because I need to give you this coffee cup for guessing Artie Lang correctly. He was super nice when I talked to him, so I will say that.
He had forgotten that you had trolled him.
Well, I never told him. He thought, I of course never said anything, but it was 2 different accounts. Yeah, and he had something. I don't actually remember the details. It's in we did a podcast. And how's this for insulting, Rick? You'll like this. So I published the podcast, and it was me and Ethan, and I was talking about, I did this on Twitter, and this happened, and I was sitting there in my underwear, and I had to run to work to get something to record the conversation, and this, that, and the other thing. And then I put it on YouTube where like no one listens. And then I get a notification, somebody stole it, put it on their page. They cut out the entire intro. So it was just Artie Lang, and I was like, that's actually pretty good, So it was smart. It was a good editing decision by whoever that was that stole our content. I tried to file a copyright claim against you, but I was unable to do so. And then I realized, why would I do that? Why would I file it? Whatever. It's out there in the wild, and it exists. So God bless you, Artie Lang. Hope things are well. Donate.valleyindy.org if you can. We're looking to raise $10,000 by tomorrow, 8 p.m. If I go back and check, we are 51% of the way there. We have raised $5,114. We've had 57 donors, and our goal is $10,000. And then if we check in with the Great Give overall, I was just on leaderboards and I just clicked away. It doesn't give the total as to how much has been raised. I guess that comes later. I'm on the leaderboard.
It's if you go to the homepage, it'll say it.
Homepage, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. $2 million raised, $2.1 million. 519 organizations have benefited from the public's generosity. 7,821 people have donated. And go to The Great Give to verify that information, or to use their search function to donate to the nonprofit of your choice. 65 Naugatuck Valley nonprofits participating, and another at least 200 in the whole region. So, and this is it's a very important day for a lot of nonprofits, and we're happy to be a part of it. So it's now 7:41 in the PM. Maybe tomorrow what we'll do is just trivia all day trivia. I'll just ask. I'll just read the first sentence of tomorrow's whatever news we get on the site and just say, hey, what story is that from? We'll make it real easy. What's my name? Call 203-3, you can read it. What's my first name?
Well, how about trivia about actual news?
Like, what do you mean?
What is that? Like something that was in a story that you wrote.
We wrote about what Action Jackson was in a story. The quote from Alan Schlesinger is directly from a story.
Oh, God.
Artie Lang was in a story. We wrote about that. Because I changed that.
How about something since COVID?
I don't know.
I'm just making suggestions here.
I think the last time we did, it was all post-COVID. And, why COVID?
It was still too hard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We have a dumb readership. I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's not.
There we go.
I'm just kidding.
That's it.
What do you mean?
Now you're lashing out.
I'm frustrated. Wait, we got comments.
That's my job here is to make him lash out.
Oh, actually, this is okay.
You really have a gift for it.
I do.
I think we need to hire Al. He said we need more sports questions. Yeah. Here's the thing, Al. I'm just a boring news guy, but that is a great. We'll have to write that down for next year. What we'll do is we'll hit up Kenichi for some sports related questions.
Get a guest feature in here.
It's Lucarelli. It's Al Lucarelli. How are you? Do you know Al Lucarelli? Rick Dunn?
Alcio Lucarelli?
I don't know. It just says he's got it down.
Probably not.
He said, it's Al Lucarelli. Hey, how are you?
I had a teacher whose name was Alcio Lucarelli from the Lucarellis from Francis Street.
Somebody's saying hit up Rich Marazzi. Oh yeah, Rich is the baseball guy that does the questions or the group at Silver Sluggers. I'm trying to say Derby Public Library, right, Al? Yeah, and Derby Public Library is one of the 65 nonprofit groups, or I guess it's Friends of the Derby Public Library to be specific, that you can donate to during today's Great Give, which goes through the night and then ends tomorrow at 8 p.m. So
I actually see things.
He said, no, that's my uncle.
That's his uncle.
Wait, Rich Marazzi's your uncle?
No,
There's a lot. Wait.
We used to call him Archie. He used to go by Archie. Alcio was his name. Lucarelli.
I'm getting all confused here. Wait,
Rick Dunn's teacher.
That's right.
Was this Al Lucarelli's?
Keep up
uncle?
here. Come on, Eugene. Keep up.
No, we have an Al Luck, which could also be a Lucarelli, and then we have
that appears to be an Al Lucarelli.
Right.
And then his uncle, the uncle of the guy in our comments section,
who's
was the teacher of Rick Dunn.
That's right.
Wait, who's Leonat?
That's Leonat.
Leonat said, it's Al Lucarelli. I thought Leonat was saying, I'm Al Lucarelli.
No, he was
saying,
guessing who Al Luke was. Oh my God.
So Leonat was
Alcio is his uncle. Al's uncle is Alcio.
And Leonat was just surprised
Archie
to
is
see
my
Al
uncle.
Lucarelli in the chat. So he said, it's Al Lucarelli.
And is this the Lucarelli? Don't the Lucarellis own Roseland?
So I think they might. I don't know if they're cousins. I think they are.
With that name, right? I'm not imagining that, right?
Yeah,
I took. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get an answer
gotcha.
in a moment, hopefully.
But I mean, the Lucarellis run Roseland, but it was Mr. Scatolini who started it. Lena Lucarelli's father is the one who started it, and then her husband Bocce Lucarelli took over, and now the grandkids run it.
Okay. So that's a well-known Derby name specifically, right?
Sure.
Lucarelli.
Sure.
Okay,
Oh
gotcha.
no, the Lucarellis have been in Derby for a long time. Well known.
Okay, because I see that all over
Absolutely.
Facebook. Anyway, hey, welcome, Al. Thanks for the suggestions, and thanks again for guessing Artie Lang correctly. So, all right, so now we're transitioning, and we got the great Rick Dunn here, right?
I'm not on until 8 o'clock.
Long-term supporter of what am I going to talk about for the next? I'll get in trouble.
I want you.
He's not visible on stream. He's a ghost until 8 p.m.
That's right. Why don't you tell us your? Tell everyone your Donald Trump interview story.
Jasmine, can you move the? We're doing an advertisement for paper towels
Bounty.
right there. It's really
Paper towels.
Yeah, I see.
driving me nuts. Come
Oh,
on,
it is in the screen.
It's
in
Rick
the
Dunn.
shot.
He's from the Naugatuck Valley Council of Governments, and we
Sure.
got garbage and rubbish in front.
That's okay. You know, I thought this would be better coming here to do it. It used to be fun when we did it in the Ansonia office, and then I've been online and I felt disconnected. So I wanted to come in this year. So I'm glad you made a home for me here. Didn't even give me a light. At least there's a microphone.
I mean, you could turn on the light.
Oh, wait. This works better. Can you see? Is
Well,
that
now
shining directly
it looks
into your
like a
eyes?
hostage video. It absolutely looks like we've taken
does.
the
It
executive
does.
director of
The
NVCOG.
Valley Indy cartel.
Yeah, it's like tell us everything about Waterbury.
About
Do any of them really have degrees in Waterbury? How deep does the scandal go?
Now it's halfway in between us, so we're both hostages in Eugene's office.
That's right.
I think that's a happy compromise.
We probably really should think about turning on the light now because this is looking a little crazy.
That's what I suggested.
I look good.
We'll try it.
Yeah, there you go. You saw it?
That's got to be bad.
Ooh, just well,
God.
That's got to be bad.
now. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. Now it's just very bright.
Oh my god.
So that's that.
Turn off my light, which is definitely way too much.
So now you can see Rick Dunn. I think that's called proof of life. So let's talk about the Derby. I mean, the Waterbury WPCA. Let's go. I'm just kidding.
The Waterbury WPCA? That's what I'm here to talk about? You got to be kidding me.
Didn't they have something going on?
You barely covered Derby. Come on.
Barely. Who else covered? Look, 60% average property assessment increase. Where do you find that information?
That's true.
According to
That's true.
ChatGPT, the Valley Indy.
What was your assessment increase, Eugene?
127%.
Yeah, mine was over 100% as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you appeal it?
I did.
Me too.
I had to. It was wrong.
Have you found out how you fared or anything?
No, I have not.
See what happens.
What?
But
It's not going to be a compromise as far as I'm concerned. It's just wrong. They have the square footage of my house wrong. Let's not get into that here. Thank you.
I
very
hear
much.
you. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
You're baiting me into talking to you.
No,
like-
that was Jasmine.
like
I don't want to
like
talk
we're on the street.
I was just pointing out because you said we barely cover Derby, and I think
It was a joke.
we are covered.
It was sarcasm.
We cover we're having Mayor DiMartino and Brian Hall on tomorrow.
For the next hour, my job is to sit in this corner and get both of you in as much trouble as possible with as few words as possible.
We're going to talk tomorrow. We had Gino on. We talked all about the Sterling Opera House, right? The renovation project.
Gino DiGiovanni?
Yeah, Gino DiGiovanni Jr. He was on. We have a comment from Jeff Devine. Thank you so much for the comment there. He said, we just donated $50 and covered the extra card processing fee. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Martha and Jeff Divine. Sorry. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Jeff. We very much appreciate that on the road to $10,000. But where were we? What, all right. So no, not the Waterbury WPCA. Although the guy, they got him on, lying on his resume?
you mean the water department?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was the same.
Yeah, no, I don't
Who
know.
did that guy make angry? Because of all the things to get
I
somebody
don't
on,
know.
it's like,
I don't know what the reason for his dismissal or resignation, whatever it was. I don't know the reason for it, but it stemmed from the investigation that took place when there was a fire, and the fire department showed up, and the fire hydrants didn't have any water pressure. So the police department, the chief, conducted an investigation to determine what occurred, and then somewhere during the course of that investigation, the head of the water department resigned, I believe.
I mean, wow, that investigation could go anywhere.
Yeah. But
Turns
the
out
city runs their own water system, so it's a department in Waterbury. It's not a separate authority. It's an
gotcha.
office of the city.
Okay, yeah, I only bring that up because I just thought that was an interesting thing that came across in the headlines lately. But I mean, when we first contacted you, we were thinking about asking you about Kinney. I mean, Jasmine's the Kinneytown Dam expert. I know we've been talking about it for a lot of years now. What's the latest? Are you guys just going to leave it alone and call it a day?
No, the latest is bad news. No, we're not leaving it alone. It's coming down. There's no doubt.
Where is the Kinneytown Dam? And just to orient
it's in Seymour, between Seymour and Ansonia, on the Naugatuck River. Most people miss it. They don't see it as they drive by it every day on Route 8. But
because it's an earthen dam.
No,
which are sneaky dams.
No,
it's right next to that one Route 8 exit.
It's literally on the entrance ramp.
Exactly.
I'm getting the pond. What's the pond you've written about? I guess
Cole Pond.
That's Cole Pond.
So I'm getting those confused. Okay, sorry.
It's a little confusing. And if you go to nvcogct.gov and go to our website and look at Kinneytown, you'll see all the aerial photos. You can get all the reference to reference points of what we're talking about, what we're looking at. But the dam itself, the Kinneytown Dam, the main dam, is across the river. It's about 28 feet high, and it's as wide as the river is there. I don't know, a couple hundred feet. There was an earthen section of it there originally that blew out in the flood of 55. It was replaced with a concrete dam. So it's a concrete span across the river. But what that dam does is it diverts water down a canal into a body of water known as Cole Pond, which is primarily in Ansonia. And the water was originally built by the Phelps Dodge Corporation in 1842, we think.
Like Dodge Neons, like car company?
No, Phelps Dodge was a big mining company. Still exists today. They own the Anaconda mine.
Oh, in Montana?
Yeah.
It
used to be Anaconda American Brass before it was.
Oh, that's the same company.
Yeah,
okay.
And so the rolling mills were here, but the power for it came from Cole Pond.
And it'd be under environmental planning projects. I'm trying to find it on the website.
Oh, you should just find Kinneytown Dam like right on the front page.
Transportation.
Oh, come on. I have the easiest website.
Oh, wait. I think I just had it up. I see the fish ladder in Seymour.
Yeah, the fish ladder is on the dam.
All right, continue.
Thank you. So, so anyway, what you were talking about when you were talking about the long earthen dam, Cole Pond is actually contained. It's above the river, and it's above the railroad track, and it's contained by an earthen berm that is about a mile long, and it runs down to the power plant in Ansonia, and that's what holds about 40 acres of water, about 800 acre feet of water in Cole Pond. Unfortunately, it was, as I said, created in 1842. It was the supply that used to supply the canals that ran through downtown Ansonia. What is that? East Main Street by the firehouse. That was a canal.
Oh, no kidding. The road?
All those parking lots and the road, that was all canal back there. And then it eventually made its way back out to the Naugatuck River. And then at Pershing Drive was a canal that ran into the factories down on Main Street in Derby, and then run under Route 34, which caused a few problems. You'll remember the collapse after they started building. The bridge collapsed underneath Route 34. That was from the old canals.
Oh, no kidding. Okay.
Yeah.
That had to be before me. I don't remember that.
No, that was last year while we were rebuilding Route 34.
Oh, that was the delay
yeah.
What, did you guys keep it secret? I don't remember that.
We did.
I think we reported on it.
You reported on it. Yes.
Oh, okay.
You did. You covered it. So anyway, but the biggest problem is that the Atlantic fishery is damaged by the presence of this dam, and it has been since 1842.
Because they can't get around it.
They can't get up. They can't get above the dam to spawn. And fish come from, believe it or not, the Sargasso Sea off of the coast of Africa, across the
Belmar,
the
Jersey. Is that right near?
No, it's off the coast of Africa.
Oh! I thought you were kidding.
And fish migrate and have continued to migrate since they put the dam up in 1842 to die on the face of that dam every year. But once the herring are able to run again, the bass will run up the river. The stocked salmon, not the natural salmon, but the stocked salmon will return to the river. And the dam is preventing that fish passage. But what's almost worse is the Cole Pond berm, the earthen berm. It's built out of slag and sand and all kinds of
like my kitchen
industrial waste from the 19th century.
Gotcha. The good stuff.
And if it lets go, it's going to be in Shelton before anyone knows that that dam has burst. And 800 acre feet of water is a lot of water. It's also the most contaminated part of it, unfortunately. That canal has diverted all the industrial waste that's come down the Naugatuck River from Naugatuck, from Waterbury, and actually from Thomaston, Torrington, all the way down. And most of the worst part of the environmental damage is in the bottom of Coe Pond, is in that area. So, part of the project will be to reclaim that. Water won't flow into it from the river. It won't be diverted from the river any longer once the dams are down. It'll be restored as riparian area, waterfront area. Yet to be determined. There'll be a few charrettes that are going to be coming up over the next 2 years about how to redesign that area.
I like a charrette.
Like a good charrette, yeah. We've had pretty good relationships with the neighbors. I mean, there were people who were upset. Still some people who were not thrilled, but I think for the most part, the community understands that this is needed.
You've had extensive outreach, I know, to try to explain what's happening.
Alternating in Seymour and Ansonia about every 2 months. We've actually delayed some and pushed back the charrette schedule because we don't have new information for the community.
You started to say there was some bad news.
There is bad news. About 2 weeks ago, I received word from the Commerce Department, from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that the the Secretary's office, or the political office in the Commerce Department, has decided to no longer release the funds under our contract for our $15 million grant from NOAA. So they owe us about $10.7 million that we're not getting. So bad news, but not a shock, given that they haven't released any money for the last year. So this is
the project is on hold indefinitely.
No, the project is not on hold. Project's still going. We have money to operate it. We have another $25 million from the state. We had raised about $53 million for the project.
When you say raised, those are grants from the government and stuff like that.
Government grants for the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Grants, federal, state. But the first phase, the first thing that has to happen for this project to happen before anything else can happen, is that we have to replace the sanitary sewer siphons that connect the Seymour system across the river. They're above the dam and below the dam. There are 3 of them. We're going to consolidate them into one and build a crossing. We have the funding to do that. So we're going forward with that project. I expect it to go under construction late 27.
So not getting the money.
I won't say that. Late 26. It should go out to bid.
It's not a project killer, but how do you make up?
No, it was always going to be an expensive and difficult project. Dealing with the contaminated sediments in the river bottoms is a big ticket item. So we think it's probably a $70 or $80 million project all in. It depends on how much of that sediment we need to handle, meaning clean it up. We don't have to remove a whole heck of a lot where it has to be taken out and disposed of elsewhere, but we do have to treat it carefully. We can't allow what's called turbidity, cloudiness of the water, to travel downstream and kill other aquaculture life. But the fact of the matter is, the downstream reaches of the Naugatuck and literally all the Housatonic below Ansonia and below Derby Dam is starved of sediment, because neither of them have been getting this natural sediment that would come down the rivers since the mid to late 19th century, when both those rivers were dammed. So that whole area needs sediment. So as long as it's clean, as long as we...
Not the radioactive kind.
Well, as long as it's clean. I mean, interestingly, the biggest problem we've encountered, chromium, copper, the metals have been the problem. But we haven't, PCBs are not a huge problem in this project. Mercury, really not a problem. We do... I told you earlier that like half the dam blew out in... the flood of 55. We expect that a lot of the sediments that were contaminated, a lot of those contaminants that were at their peak between the 40s and the 70s. That's when the worst of the worst went down that river. In 55, we think most of it flushed out because we're not finding it in
That's
the deep
interesting.
sediments.
Huh.
So
Little bit of a forensic detail in there. Now, Jasmine, you have been the Kinneytown Dam reporter, right? So if you have any follow-up questions to Rick about the Kinneytown Dam project,
Well, I
feel free to fire away, or I could open the phone lines again and ask the public, do you have any questions for Rick?
right. I mean, the only thing I would throw on there really is I'm the Kinneytown Dam reporter. It's been probably a year or two since I've written anything, but we kind of asked about, the Copon Dam. This was not a dam that was really known to the public or to you, as far as I'm aware, until quite recently, within the last few years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we had asked about the Copon Dam after the floods in 2024, where it seemed like it mostly held up. And I was just wondering, you were talking about how the flood of 55 flushed a bunch of sediment out of the river. Did the floods of 2024, did they have any observable impact on, I don't know if that's something you would have even been able to measure?
So we had a major washout of part of the Copon Dam. Luckily, it did not release any water from Copon.
Mhm.
But it was close. Is
this where there were those rail washouts?
Right, where
Okay.
the rail line washout.
And that shut down that rail line for like months
Right,
afterward.
yeah, I
that's
forgot about
about 3 months. That's just the berm. That's the dam that is the berm between the river and the canal, and the train runs on top of that berm.
Mhm.
So the water that came down the Naugatuck River washed it out. But the concerns about Copon itself are that the structure can't support the water that was in there. We actually went in and we notched out the spillway in Ansonia down behind North 4th Street. And we lowered the level of Copon by about 3 feet, which we believe makes it much safer in its current condition. It won't hold more water than that. And the level is lower today, but it's safer. If you look at it, like if you're looking from Raps Paradise, or what's it called now, that catering hall, right there.
Somebody
It's a
help me out.
paradise of some sort, right? Or
Paradise, I believe it's called the Paradise.
Paradise Restaurant.
But if
I
you
think
look,
it's-
if you look
Paradise Inn.
down from there, you can see like sandbars now are exposed in there, and that's because we lowered the level.
I remember reporting when that lowering was first starting. So that all went according to plan. The water levels
Yep.
were okay.
Yep. And no, everything, knock wood, has been really consistent on this project, as expected. Great relationship with Deep on this. Great relationship with Fish and Wildlife and Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. They're our regulator, the FERC. So we don't have we have a very good relationship with them, but they have to pass judgment on what we do. So it's not friendly,
Oh, gotcha.
It's regulator and regulated.
We do have a question from
Sure.
the public. I'm going to play a sound bite that Rick will not be able to hear, but it's very dramatic. Thomas Harbison asks, what is the history or origin of the word, he calls it Kitty Town.
Yeah,
Oh, I wish it was called Kinneytown
It's
Dam.
not Kitty Town. Yes,
It's
I see-
Kinney.
I'm looking
Sorry.
at it. I see it. I actually
I'm
do
missing
not-
teeth, Tom, down here, so I'm getting sloppy, but
It-
it's Kinney, like the
it-
word
it-
Kinney, like Kenny from South Park, who died in each episode, put an I on it.
And another E in there too. You have to
A couple of E's
Yeah.
and a parka.
I knew Harbinson would be on here tonight.
Harbison is our hero.
I knew.
And Tom, where were you at 7:00? We were dying here with trivia. We were dying, Tom.
You could have had so many coffee mugs.
Right, Tom? I'll tell you, we'll just mail them all to Tom. But what is the? I don't know what. I mean, was it named after Mark Kinney of
I
the
actually
band
don't know.
Sugar Ray?
No,
I don't know.
I actually don't know the origin of it. It's something I have wondered about myself, but I don't know.
Let's see. I'm going to make a phone call. Jasmine, can you vamp for a couple of minutes? Because I think I can get somebody on the line who might know the origin.
I wish all I would say is I would have called it the Kinneytown Dam. I like that name so much more. That's fun. Although it would have made tearing it down probably feel a lot worse.
The kitty habitat dam. Oh wait, that's going out over the air. So let's see if we can get a local expert. Let's see let's see where we stand with this person if they even take our call. I don't know. We haven't talked to this person in a while.
Can I hear anything through?
No, I mean, if I grabbed you another set of headphones, but I don't think those headphones you'll just have to translate.
Telephone number 2.
I don't want to dox the person. All right, we're getting the hi hat.
Number is not available.
Yeah, so we can't get our expert on there. So we don't know Thomas Harbison. I'm sorry about that, but
I promise to get back to you with it, Tom. But we'll find someone.
Yeah, Rick will apply for a $10,000 grant to research the answer, and you'll get it about 2029.
Your tax dollars at work. That's
right. Thomas Harbison has another question.
That's a question.
It is all right. It's an observation. Sorry. It is 1 a.m. where I am located. Sorry for the delay. Couldn't miss my annual Rick challenge.
Yes. Well,
Tom Harbison laying down the law.
Well, actually, I was coming here armed with a special Harbison rule tonight.
The Harbison rule.
Yeah, as you know, people know, I
do you need to make a motion?
I match the donations in the hour, in the time that I'm on. So I'm on at 8:00, and there were $5,214 raised for Valley Independent Sentinel before I came on. So I'll match the donations that come on during this time. However, in the case of Tom Harbison, he will have to double his donation from last year to get me to make the same match as I made.
Wow, this sounds vaguely illegal, ladies and gentlemen. Is this what they talk about when they talk about those prediction markets, or is this crypto? I always get those two confused. But yeah, whatever Rick just said, it's on Harbison.
I got lost in that rule somewhere. As long as it makes sense to you and it makes sense to him.
I haven't felt that.
He knows what I'm talking about.
All right. So
Tom comes on to try and get deep in my pocket every year.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, I mean, we appreciate the support that Commander Dunn and Captain Harbison have provided for the Valley Indy over the years. It is the Great Give, right? It started 8 a.m. this morning. We've been live. This is our third stream because Facebook doesn't let you stream continuously. You can only do 8 hours. So this is our third chunk. We went live at 8 a.m. this morning, I think. So, all right. So that's Kinneytown Dam. You've blackmailed Harbison into trying to give us money, which we appreciate. That's always cool. Harbison, what was my donation last year? It was $500.
That's right. It was $500.
But who's keeping track?
I am.
I am. So it is a Valley Indy, donate.valleyindy.org, donate.valleyindy.org. I'll check that. We did have a couple just since Rick got here. We had the nice gentleman from the comment section came in, and he was telling the truth. Martha and Jeff Devine donated $50. Thank you so much. Bill and Karen donated $50. And Ron Sill, Derby native. Ron Sill is the coolest man in Derby. Am I right?
I like Ronnie.
The guy's just,
Ronnie
he's got
forever.
like this Burt Reynolds vibe.
I just like his wife. I like his wife better than I like Ron. So
darn.
Joyce is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Well, that's good to know. But like, he's always going to Cape Cod. He'll join like an alderman meeting. He's always like somewhere like with a harpoon going fishing.
Well, lucky
or something.
him, he's retired.
I know. Yeah, he is like he's living a good life, and I like it.
Good for him.
I'll run into him at United Liquor where I get the papers every morning. And
you get the papers.
Playing lotto, something like that. It is fun. I do go to United Liquor every single morning now. It's my morning routine. And I
would not tell people that.
Well, it is great. No, I stand outside. I do stretches. I'm like, that's right. I'm going to a liquor store at 8:30. You got a problem? I'm harassing people on the street. But I just get, because you can get the Daily News and get the New York Post. They sell the New York papers there. It's the one closest to my home. So that's that. But thanks for your support to everybody, including Ron Sill. And Ron, if you got any questions, we're having the mayor on tomorrow, I think at 1:00, the mayor of Derby, and Brian Hall talk about Derby finances, talk about the S&P Global Ratings report that just came out. Derby, I didn't read it yet. I should read it by tomorrow. But Derby's, their ratings not going up, but the like the future look, the outlook.
Yeah.
You know, it went from like, wow, you guys stink to like, hey, you're not so stinky.
Oh,
so keep doing what you're doing. That's a good thing. That's a layman's explanation of it. It's not, I'm not quoting the document. But so what else did you have anything particular?
No,
that you wanted
but you know, we're here today. It was a coincidence of scheduling, I guess, but today's the last day of the legislative session. Big news for Ansonia this afternoon. I don't know if you guys saw this about the fuel cell. Mayor Tishka put together a heck of a deal. And I know that the two legislators, Senator Cabrera and Representative Rochelle, really worked hard to get it through. But it is a plan where Ansonia will probably get 2 fuel cells on the brass site. And the state is backing up the second one and is going to guarantee the purchase of the power. They got a reduction in the transit cost for the transmission cost for the natural gas that supplies it. And it gives them the opportunity to get out from under the debt that was issued previously. So it's a good deal. It's big news. Should be in probably tomorrow's analysis of things that occurred today. But the debate was going on this afternoon about 2:00, and then I heard it passed. So
I was tagged on Twitter, and I'm sharing the image right now. Hopefully, DFA New Haven, which is, if this is the guy to follow. I love, this is the best Twitter account around DFA New Haven. But he tagged me, and he's got an image of State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, who's the House Chair, Energy and Technology Committee. And the tweet reads, Rep. Steinberg discussing the need for a fuel cell bailout for Ansonia as part of SB 477, blasts, quote, blatant ineptitude, unquote, of the Cassetti administration for, quote, running the town into the ground, unquote. Those are the words of a Democratic member of the state legislature, not the Valley Indy. Just want to throw that out there. And then it says CC Valley Indy. We got tagged in it. So, and then I replied to that because this was in the middle of the Great Give. But I shared Jasmine's story, which was truly went into investigative mode. And the title, the article is titled "Ansonia Paying for Non-Existent Fuel Cells." So, Jasmine, I know do you have any comments or a quick explainer or anything to say to this news we've just learned from Rick Dunn? Ansonia's getting $100 billion to take care of their fuel cells.
Well, that's huge news if true. We have been live streaming for 12 hours.
True.
Well,
I agree.
Thank you so much for that confidence.
If your mother says she loves you, check your sources, right?
I've been live streaming for 12 hours. I don't trust anything anymore.
Me neither.
But yeah, I mean, I'll be looking into it as soon as we're out of Great Give mode. And I guess it's something to ask Kara Rochelle about tomorrow too, because
she's coming on. Let me hold on. Kara Rochelle, State Rep Kara Rochelle, is going to be on at some point.
But yeah, that's
Let me go to the sheets are out of order. I got so thrown off by the trivia contest.
If you ask me early enough in the day, I kind of understand the outline of how this whole thing works. It's
5
too late in
p.m.
the day. We've been live streaming for too long. But it's
Well,
mean,
you
the city of
mentioned here,
Ansonia was paying for fuel cells that don't exist as of now. So if there's a way to get them built, if they're going to get built, then that is potentially a bunch of new revenue for the city. And it it's I don't think any city really wants to be paying 63.6, if I'm remembering the number correctly. I might be off. I don't think a city wants to be paying $63 million in principal and interest payments for something that doesn't exist. So if they're able to get something that does exist, then that's big news.
No, I know Mayor Tishka had been working on putting a deal together that would begin to solve the problem that they have with the fuel cell issue. But, not to be missed in this is it's going to be a substantial development on the brass site as well, which is another challenge for the city. I mean, that's a big piece of real estate that has significant environmental problems, but could be a fabulous extension of the downtown. So hopefully this project positions them to get out from under the debt and to actually make a buck as they turn around that area.
And we'll continue our efforts. It would be great to have Mayor Tishka come on to the podcast one of these days and to talk to us directly and take questions from chatters and Jasmine and I about what's going on in Ansonia, not just in terms of the fuel cell and the budget which is, I guess, going to be, I mean, they got more state aid coming that's supposed to go to the school district, allegedly. So standing invitation, open door policy to come in, grab a mic, and talk to the people. So that would be fun and interesting. And Tom Harbison throwing in an insult at Tom Harbison says, fuel cell idiocy in Ansonia, truly tragic.
Is this the man who leases his property for a fuel cell in Derby?
Well, yeah, I think he said, yeah, I think he probably got that one's working. I can tell you that. It's amazing. You drive by, you don't even know it's there. It's just this huge thing. And the one on Coon Hollow Road too. We're actually going to open up a fuel cell. I don't know. I forgot to, I've purchased the hole in the ground a couple of doors down.
Oh, that one?
And the Valley, it's going to be the Valley Indy fuel cell. And it's going to just supply our office and the Strand Theater. So
And we're going to make $10 million a year from it.
We're going to make
Good.
Yes.
Good.
$10 million.
This country needs electricity.
Yeah. That's what I hear. Oh, so that's exciting news going on at the state. Nice and easy, not complicated, very easy to understand and digest. And we'll have Kara Rochelle on tomorrow to talk about that a little more, along with whatever. They're making more improvements to the Waterbury line. Oh, the real story out of that was they're shutting down the train service for 10 months.
So yeah, train service is getting shut down for reasons unrelated to the Waterbury line. But yes, that's true.
Oh, I thought it was because they're doing all these super duper improvements.
It's the bridge replacements on the main line.
Are they shutting down the main line?
No. But there are elements. The system all works as a whole. Okay. And they can't run trains off of the branch line onto the main line and still maintain enough capacity and service to run through. So that it's going to be 10 months of bus service to Bridgeport.
And so
these are just two separate things happening at the same time.
Yes, two separate things.
In terms of that press conference I had last Friday, did they give a start date as to when they'll start making improvements? Because we previously reported on the Ansonia platform improvements, the basically nuts. Is that even a term?
There are
the
three
complete
projects.
Redevelopment of the Derby station.
But there are three.
And then you
projects.
can go across the street here and you can see where Metro North mark the trees they're going to cut down.
Right. There are three projects.
And stole our parking spaces.
There are three projects up and down the Waterbury branch line, replacing all of the stations and modernizing them for full ADA accessibility. Ansonia, Seymour, Beacon Falls stations were replaced under that program. And I take it back. There are four projects. Naugatuck is already broken ground. They're constructing a brand new station in Naugatuck completely from top to bottom. The Waterbury station is undergoing expansion and renovation into the old historic station. And then the Derby Shelton station is the fourth project and will be the last one in the line. So I think all of the other projects will be done by 27 and the Derby Shelton station will be completed in 28. But that station area it's not just the station. It's not just renovating the building. It's installing new covered, heated waiting areas on the train platform and electric charging bays for the bus service for the Connecticut Transit buses. So they'll come in, they'll charge in the bus bays where you load there. So it's a big project. It's really exciting. But the real news of that press conference was about the development up and down the Naugatuck Valley. The rail improvements are something that's supporting housing development up and down the valley, which is something that's critically needed. If we're going to make Connecticut an affordable place to live, we have to have housing that working people can buy or rent. And right now, we just don't have it. We're nowhere near that. I did an analysis of my own employees. These are all people in their 20s and 30s with master's degrees who make enough money to qualify for what's called affordable housing. And then there are people who say, I don't want any affordable housing in my community. Well, it's your family. It's your kids who can't live here, who can't stay here because housing is unaffordable. There's no market basis rationale to build all these units that are needed for people here, because what will happen is it'll just become more and more expensive. But real businesses that employ real people at good wages won't be in Connecticut because you have to pay people too much if they live in an unaffordable community. So there are what we've what's been exciting at the Council of Governments is working with the towns up and down the valley. Shelton jumped ahead. They worked on their brownfields. They worked on their downtown. There were developers who were able to get deals to pencil in the Canal Street neighborhood 10 years ago, 15 years ago, long before anyone else. But now developers are building rapidly in Naugatuck, in Derby, looking at Ansonia and Seymour and Beacon Falls. And Waterbury has huge potential. They've cleared out and cleaned all of that former industrial area along the river. So this is a great place to build housing because the rail line is what makes it go. Developers are building because people can get on the train. I know people my age and older and even a little younger.
Right.
They roll around.
Young guys like me.
I'm not going to take the train.
I'm not getting on the dirty
but
outhouse with wheels.
I have employees who ride the train every day between Shelton and Waterbury. I have one employee who gets on right here in Seymour every morning. And it is incredibly convenient. It could be more convenient. Don't get me wrong.
I was going to ask, are the service times ever going to, the frequency, is that ever going up?
So after the repairs are done on the main system, we have been promised 30-minute service. So 30 minutes in each direction.
That's huge because it's an hour right now, right?
It's an hour. No, well, during morning peak, there are more trains that pass every 30 minutes. We have the bypass sidings. We only have a single track. So, but the state in the study they haven't released, I will tell you that I'm reading Tom Harbison's comment on the fuel cell.
Oh yeah. Oh, so I didn't realize it. Yeah, we'll deal with that when. I just wanted to acknowledge, Tom, that we see it. And
but the service levels have to be increased because we need to get minimum 30-minute headways on that line. In the state's rail study that is about to come out, they look at double tracking this line. They look at electrifying this line. I think those are in the future. I think they're expensive options, but they've already ordered new locomotives and rail cars that will give them the capacity to run more on this line when those improvements are completed on the bridges.
I'll just read Tom's comment out loud, and then I have a follow-up question about housing projects, if you've heard of any developments happening in downtown Derby. So Tom Harbison says, I know my fuel cells is done and was surprised what he said, anomia. I don't think I don't know. Tom likes to call Derby Derbonia, so that might be on purpose. Arranged under prior.
Could be, or it's 1 a.m. where he is.
Under prior mayor, thus my jab. And my donation has been made. Which train station gets the most usage? That would have been the order of refurbishment I would have chosen. Right. When you said Naugatuck, I was like, Naugatuck has a train station?
Mm-hmm. So,
and then we'll go see.
The order of, well,
we have water too.
I'll first apologize.
There's 19.
I'm eating cinnamon candy here.
I forgot that we have.
I'll first apologize to Tom because I thought he was taking a shot at fuel cells generally. I didn't realize he was talking about the Ansonia deal.
Oh yeah. Sorry. He was talking about that specific thing. He wasn't saying fuel cells in general.
Train stations with the most usage are the Derby Shelton station and the Waterbury station right now. Seymour station has a significant amount of ridership, as does the Ansonia station. Naugatuck is strong as well. There are more riders and a bigger percentage of riders who have returned since COVID on the Waterbury line than any other line in the system. So it's doing really well. The state's making investments in it. The order of the station improvements had to do with the programs that are funding it. That's really the Derby Shelton station came as a separate
and
grant.
Because Naugatuck was its own thing, right? That was
Naugatuck is a separate deal that's been Mayor Hess has been negotiating with DOT as part of his development deal. They're building. I mean, if you go up there, they're building about 400 units right now. I think. Don't quote me on how many units, but I think there's 400 under construction. Penrose is building in the downtown area, but they have a lot of other development going on right around that and the brand new station going in.
And as NVCOG switching gears to Derby, the downtown redevelopment zone, where the scrapyard is, has NVCOG, are you involved in any way? Have you heard anything? And we're going to have the mayor on tomorrow. I'll ask him this too about, I know there was years ago now, I think it was 5 years ago, the Derby Planning and Zoning Commission approved several hundred apartments, condos, townhouses, whatever you want to call them, at the Beretta landscaping property, which I think, what was that? Was that
Housatonic Lumber.
Housatonic Lumber. And it was Housatonic Wire here in Seymour that burned down. I always get those two confused. Have you heard anything about like where that project's going? I know the investors were in a lawsuit, but have you heard anything about, is that going to be shovel in the ground?
Yeah, I mean, the partners were suing each other on the deal that was approved by zoning on that site. I hear that they're negotiating. I don't know what's coming of that. Hopefully the city is close to, I'll let the mayor speak tomorrow about the scrapyard. But as a Derby resident, I just hope they get that deal done soon. There is so much potential. It is a prime spot. Everything from the view of it driving up Route 8 to how it exists in the state, its position within the state economy. It's a prime spot that should be full of people who live there, and whether they work there or they commute on the train or take their car, it's a prime area. And it should be so much more productive for the city of Derby.
And then, Rick, if we travel along Route 34, where it becomes Roosevelt Drive, right near North Avenue, on your left-hand side, you've got like the former Derby Cellular. Mm-hmm. I know there's at least one business in there because I did a story a couple of years ago, and actually, a gentleman I'm going to say he appealed his tax assessment, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm just blabbing. Sorry about that. But there's a business in there. I believe they make, this might be a fever dream I had during COVID, but there's a business in there. They make the giant fish tanks that go in like the higher end New York City Asian restaurants, right? That's being done.
I think that was a dream.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that I'm not making that up. But so there's.
I hope it exists. That's awesome. If so,
the Harbinson will know the answer because
that's one of his neighbors.
There are three. There are three properties. I believe there are three distinct properties. One is the what I used to call Van IDA, the old Holdai property, and then the what was Derby Cellular Products, which had nothing to do with cellular phones. It was cellular rubber. It was the BF Goodrich plant number 4, I think. And then what is occupied to the south of that is the old powerhouse, or the original UI powerhouse when it was the Housatonic Gas and Electric, I think it was called then.
But I'm talking about like, if you come out of the where the dewdrop is, you make a left. Is that what you're talking about? There's that old building where
that's the one that's occupied. That's the Zarmak family, the Eveready McCallum. They're descendants of the man who owned the energy company, owned the dam and the canals.
Okay.
And
have you ever heard anything about those being, because they look underdeveloped, I guess I'll say?
I mean, there's an ongoing EPA cleanup, which will take forever. And to this day, I cannot get an answer why UI is not paying for it. Although as ratepayers, we would ultimately end up paying for it.
See, like even the deep state can't survive in Derby. The deep state comes down here to make changes. And then you got like the former Derby Cellular being like, not today.
Is it business as usual when it comes to the EPA cleanup, or is this a new development?
There was actually a scandal associated with this when people went to jail, EPA employees and contractors. But there's a 10,000 gallon Bunker C oil tank, which was supplied the original powerhouse at Housatonic Gas and Electric. And for 100 years, it had been leaking this thick oil down through, and it's on a cliff, and it's all bedrock. And in the seams between this bedrock, all the oil leaked down for 100 years. It then got covered by the river bottom sediments because it's still a tidally influenced area. And all of the oil got trapped under the bottom. So when you go by there, you'll see a boom in the river. Occasionally, you'll see a boom on the other side where they're building new apartments at Shelton. That's
no kidding.
Yeah, that's because they have to wait for this oil to bubble up from the bottom before it'll be completed. So it's technically an active cleanup, but it's been ongoing since 1987, 88. Yeah, something like that.
I don't have a follow-up. I don't know. I'm speechless.
But there was a gentleman who worked for EPA, I believe his name was Ben York, who ended up going to prison for they were stealing money from the project.
What are you going to do? Thomas Harp. I watched Casino. I rewatched Casino the other day, so I'm suddenly pro crime. Thomas Harbison, ammonia. He said it's just fat fingers. Shelton plus Derby equals Sherby. What happened to Derbonia? That's the merger concept I have referenced over the years. Neighbor not currently making fish tanks there. Oh, darn it. But that did, right? I didn't just make that up, right?
I hope you did, because it's really funny if you did.
I mean, Frank Pepe was there. I think he called me. He's, hey, this guy's making fish tanks. I did a whole story on it. I actually never saw a fish tank, so I probably should have. Vetted my sources a little more. But there is activity across from Apollo Pizza. I know Apollo Pizza itself, the gentleman that owned it, he retired. I just learned this the other day. And there's some type there's some type of new eatery of some kind going in there, which is I remembered it, but I don't remember.
But I think to your point,
we got Ollie's.
I think to your point, the BF Goodrich plant,
Insufferable bastards.
If that were redeveloped, that would be a huge improvement. That's what was known as Derby Cellular. There's a tremendous amount of potential in that whole area, but there are environmental issues.
It's tough, like everything.
Significant environmental issues.
Thomas Harbison, Derby side of the dam and powerhouses is a complicated issue. Rick has described it perfectly. All right, thank you, Mr. Harbison.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, all right, fine. Let's go check how we're doing, okay?
I don't have much to match yet. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm gonna be.
Well, I think we kind of glossed over it earlier, so I'll sort of repeat. While Rick Dunn is on, any money that you give to the Valley Indy, he has to match. So that's yeah.
We're doing it.
Take his money.
I see.
We got Richard Donovan. He donated $50.
Richard works for me. We got Mayor DiMartino.
Mayor Joseph DiMartino, $100. Thank you very much. This is my mother-in-law. Huh?
Okay.
Hey, look, you got Tom Harbison complimenting you. I got my mother-in-law donating $20. Thank you, Grandma Jackie. I'll say hi to Jack and Emma. I feel bad. I got family members throwing $20 at me. Then we got the aforementioned Ron Sill, Bill and Karen, Martha and Jeff Devine, John. How do you say that again? Chris Scola, and then Paula Chappa, Karen, Aaron Good. I don't think we've read these earlier. And then Rosalie and Richard Averell, $25. Albert Misowitz, $200 from a while back. And then Don Smith, $250. Patricia Bruder, $200. And then we have Dawn Pastor.
And you know who Patricia Bruder is.
Yes.
Yeah, of course we know who Trish Bruder is.
Yeah, she's I was saying, like, she was very nice to us.
She is my executive assistant.
From day one, she was cool to the Valley Indy.
Yeah, because I know she's retired from Ansonia, from the city side. Is she still working at the COG?
She takes the train from Seymour every day.
Oh, wow.
Except apparently today, she called me to complain because the train came early, apparently.
Oh, well,
so she had to drive.
Oh,
imagine that.
Trish, you could have come across, knocked on our. We're directly across from that walkway.
Since Donovan is apparently paying attention, I was supposed to ask you why that happened and get an answer to Trish. So, Rich, if you'll do that, I appreciate it.
Man, train's got to run on time. And we do have Tom Harbison said he donated, but it's not showing up on our end. Tom Harbison, I'm not trying to leave you out of that tally. But we're not seeing anything.
Well, he's 6 hours ahead, so
so it'll register in 6 hours.
We'll see.
We're waiting for it to clear the international banking system.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So and I should look. So that means in terms of toward goal, we are 54%. We're inching along there. $5,409 of $10,000 goal. I don't know if that was English, whatever I just said, but it is what it is. So if you're just joining us, it is 8:34 p.m. May 6th. This is The Great Give. At 7 p.m., we did an awesome trivia contest. We only had one person get something.
It was great.
Hey, I answered questions. I didn't get a mug.
You what?
I answered questions. I didn't get a mug.
No, we kept forgetting to ask you the questions. We just skipped over you.
No. I don't think that's true.
You were too close. You know, we're having on tomorrow from Seymour at 4 p.m. is Seymour Police Chief John Buccarati, which will be good. I know we had law enforcement on once before. And we're having the VCF come on at 3 p.m. Oh no, I'm going to start coughing. Jasmine, you're going to have to take over for a second.
I've been completely zoned out for probably the last 5 minutes.
Hey, that's great. And what's great about Jasmine, I don't know, what gen are you? What generation are you?
Gen Z.
Gen
I think
Z,
older
like-
side of Gen Z. I don't know when it starts or ends, but
You're zoning out, huh?
yeah.
I gotta get some water.
Yeah. Have you heard of the Gen Z stare? I was
The
asking you
Gen Z
this earlier.
stare. No. You have to understand. I don't do social media at all, so I'm like
Well, I found out about it.
unattached to the world.
It was on Wikipedia. I was on some random Wikipedia deep dive, and I
Yeah.
found out apparently we have this thing called the Gen Z stare, which happens because none of us learned social development because we all just went through COVID at varying times.
Right.
So none of us really know how to do small talk, and so there's
So what's the older end of Gen Z?
older end of Gen Z is like late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay.
But I don't know the exact cutoff point, but it's somewhere in that range.
And what's before Gen Z? I'm supposed to know this. Millennials.
Yeah. But the Gen Z stare apparently is you ask someone in Gen Z a question and they just kind of look at you. And I feel like I do versions of that a lot. It's we create a lot of dead air here. 'Cause
You know
it
who
takes
I
me a
don't
second to
like?
register.
No. Before
Lena Dunham. She's back with a memoir and she's everywhere.
she's definitely a millennial.
She's everywhere.
Enough.
Nobody asked for you to come back, Lena.
She's a millennial.
Take your millions.
Well, so but I do have a question about all these generations. Baby boomers were around for what? 60 years?
Now everyone's a boomer. Like anybody
Right.
over 30 is now called a boomer.
Right. But I mean, it was one generation for like, 3 decades, 4 decades. And now
Oh,
there's a new generation like every 5 years.
yeah, it's those marketing people.
It's crazy.
It's just a marketing.
Well, yeah, but I think
conceit.
even the Census Bureau falls into the trap. Because they have official classifications of when these generations start and end.
And I'm Gen X, but we really only had 3 years. Like, we had Kurt Cobain for 5 minutes and then it was all over.
Well, I thought it was like my understanding of the generations is it's like baby boomers 1945 to like 1964-ish, 1963, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And then you have Gen X after that, and that runs until like
1964 is considered Gen X? Nah.
No.
like
It is. Actually,
That's
technically,
why this is all crazy talk.
no, but Gen X is from then until somewhere around like the late 70s, maybe right on the cusp of 1980, somewhere around there. Then you have millennials from there until late 90s.
Tom Harbison is a proud boomer, 1946 to 1964.
63, I think, technically, but I won't argue the point. Yeah.
Then
I as well am a boomer.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you and Harbison look pretty good. Why do I look worse than you guys? Don't answer that. My God. Donate.valleyindy.org so I can get some treatment.
I am 63, born in 1963.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. God bless. All right, what's next? What other topics are we talking about? We talked a little bit about Derby. We talked about that damn Kinneytown Dam.
What do you care about? Tell me what you care about. We can't talk about Derby tax appeals.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, they got the guy Brian Hall. Like he seems to know what he's doing.
Well,
not that I would. I mean, it's
important to have
there's
strong,
clear answers now. Out
strong
of Derby.
fiscal management is important. I mean, the sad thing about Derby's administrative state is it has so many fewer people running the city than it did when I worked there. I mean, I did a casual count in my head a few months back. I think there are 20 fewer people who are actually running the city, handling the books, the accounting, the record keeping, the planning, the engineering. I mean, there's nobody doing that stuff anymore. When I ran economic development, there were 4 of us in the office, 5 of us in that office, doing code enforcement and doing planning and zoning work. None of those positions exist anymore. There's nobody doing any of that.
I mean, it is true as like when you go into Derby City Hall, not that I went in a couple of times recently, but since COVID, I've just locked myself in my basement. But yeah, you don't get the sense that like it's overflowing with people. And it's been like under Mayor Zekin when they did that first economic recovery. I remember this. It was Andrew Backlick, then the chief of staff for Mayor Zekin, said one of our issues here, one of the things that got us into this problem is that we're understaffed. And it was one of those things, because all governments say that, all local governments, like there's nothing, or it's lean, it's a lean budget, contractual obligations.
Yeah.
But you get the sense in Derby, they're, because I know, like, you try to schedule the building inspector, they're using Shelton. There's
I'm going through that right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Then you got to wait a little bit.
But it's a lack of capacity. What Derby's done, and look, I've been involved in Derby. I've served on the tax board. I've been an alderman for a minute. I was the city treasurer.
Your second ward alderman? Was
second ward alderman.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, not for long, because I was
run off the board.
No, the treasurer passed away, and the board of aldermen appointed me to the unexpired term.
Oh, okay.
And then I was elected treasurer for a few terms. But I know how things function there, and I know how they should function. And what's happened, as a former tax board member, I can tell you, they don't want to raise taxes. Derby's a very expensive city to live in because it is so small and there's so little to tax. So you can't spread that burden very far. I actually wrote an op-ed piece in the early 90s that said, even if Derby was extraordinarily successful with all of its hopes and dreams for economic development, it was still in 50 years going to be the most expensive place to pay taxes because there's just not enough to tax. And I know that sounds like a government bureaucrat complaining about a lack of money, but the truth is there's just not enough there. So what the tax board has done over the years is just eliminate positions, stop funding things, and people go, yeah, stop funding things. We don't need anyone to do that. But then when you show up at City Hall, when you have developers show up who want to negotiate a deal with the city, who do you talk to? There's no one there. The mayor does it. It's his job. But there's no planning that goes on. There's no vision going forward. Now, I'm not speaking as the Council of Governments executive director. I'm speaking as a Derby resident and taxpayer. There's just no room for planning and strategy and thinking forward about.
So you're not saying it's intentional or incompetence. You're saying just the lay of the land.
There's been incompetence in the past. Or criminality in the past, but it's difficult to do without the people. You don't have the people there to run the city the way a city needs to be run. I get in trouble for saying this, but it's why I think Derby should be abolished, basically.
Oh, geez.
Now you're agreeing with Tom Harbinson.
Yeah,
this is an argument in favor of Sherby.
Tom and I agree on some of this. I think as a going corporation, as a municipal corporation, Derby's doesn't have a viable future, even if it meets all of its hopes and dreams. There's no way under the
you couldn't have told me this before I bought my house.
Well, look. If they dissolve Derby, it'll be taken up. It'll be annexed by other cities who will take bits and pieces of it.
Dragonis isn't going to take us in Seymour.
I bet she would take the whole Upper West Side of Derby. Why not? Osborndale State Park.
Oh, that's true.
We'll
call her.
That's like thinking a little too far ahead. But the point is still the same. It's not a sustainable economic entity unless we're willing to pay significantly more to live there. We already pay significantly more to live there. We all know that. I choose to. I was born in Derby. I was raised in Derby. I moved back. I bought a house. I love Derby, but
hey, we do have that free. I go to the dump now every Saturday. That's I get up Saturday morning and I throw something out.
You see my wife. My wife goes to the dump literally every day.
It is great
every day.
I could see why
transfer station.
Yeah, the transfer station. Right. Yeah, it's not a dump. But yeah, and it's great. And they don't really care where you throw the stuff. It's labeled, but whatever. I brought a body there last week. I'll be honest with you. I had a broken fan, my daughter's vanity that she broke, and I just had to get rid of a dead body, and I just put it right in the recyclables. No problem.
Which bin did you put it in though?
It was recycled. It was for cardboard.
Oh,
but you bring microwaves there.
Yes.
It's really great.
White goods.
But we will be I'll get the transcript for this part of the conversation and we'll read it tomorrow to Mayor DiMartino and we'll see how badly he curses out Rick Dunn.
So, well, I'm afraid I'm not raising much money for you.
Well,
Tom wants to merge with Shelton and do staffing with even less, plus the mill rate will go down. Well, the mill rate in Derby would go down no matter who it merged with, even Ansonia.
It did kind of amaze me moving to Connecticut from Oklahoma, just seeing like the New England town system.
Oh.
It's like it's just such a different way of doing government, and it has its benefits and its drawbacks. But like towns.
Listen.
It's a
Two
go ahead.
words.
Yes.
One word. Cameras. We got the red light camera coming in Derby. We got the speed camera coming. We got the school and Derby for the drivers on Route whatever that is, Derby Avenue, like to pass school buses while they're stopped for whatever reason. It's like a sport. We're gonna put cameras on the buses. Buku bucks.
Well, actually, they passed a law today. They're going to lose their license if they pass a school bus. Just automatic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You hear that? People on Route 115.
What's that one stretch of the interstate in Middletown where they have a speeding camera that just catches every single person on the planet?
Yep.
Because no one goes the speed limit there.
No one goes the speed limit anywhere in Connecticut.
Well, that's true, but especially there, I've driven. It's impossible to drive the speed limit on that road.
I do. I go the speed limit, and then I get people. I put it on our Facebook page because it makes me so angry. I drop off my kid at Derby High School, and invariably I leave the high school. I make a left out of the high school. I'm right across from Roseland, where there's that kind of weird a grass thing on the hill. You make a left, right near Derby Neck Library. And I can't tell you how often I go to the stop sign. I go to make a left directly across from Roseland to continue heading towards downtown Derby. And somebody just passes me on that hill. They just run the stop sign and go right around me. It drives me nuts.
They're not turning left though.
They're turning left, but they're not stopping at the stop sign. Like I'm stopping and they're just
how the hell did they get around?
Coming down. They just make the left. Because there's a lot of room because I don't know.
Is that like a reporter thing going the speed limit?
Maybe.
I mean, I've been trapped behind Ken Dixon before.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
I mean, Dixon goes about 5 miles an hour over the Derby.
I've always liked him.
I love Ken.
He was the guy. Like he was the first time I ever went to the state capitol. I didn't have the press pass.
He sings your theme song on here.
Yes.
Yes.
He was like very intimidating. He's a big dude, and he's kind of like I had heard, he's got a little bit of a temper, and he doesn't suffer fools lightly.
He does not suffer fools, but he has mellows.
And I saw him. He was like the first time I ever saw the guy. He was like he was like nose to nose, although he was significantly taller, with that Bridgeport guy, the politician who ended up going to jail, and then he came back. No, I can't remember the other one. Close. I can't remember his name. But Ken Dixon, I was like, I don't know. I thought they were going to throw me out, and because actually you have to have the stupid lanyard, and he helped me out. He built me like a lanyard, and I was like, Ken Dixon's a nice guy.
Wait a minute, Ernie Newton?
Yes.
Oh,
it was Ernie Newton.
Ernie's a good guy.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Roseland Pizza stop sign, make it a rotary. They work well here. We got enough rotaries on Hawthorne Avenue.
Not rotaries. Not roundabouts.
Roundabouts. I thought it was the same thing.
Rotary and a roundabout are two different things.
But I love, what is it? Going towards your house, there's
I hope Rich Donovan's listening because he would be very proud of me knowing that.
He did donate.
He did. Yes.
We have that weird
no, we have a telephone pole in the middle of the road.
Roundabout. Yeah,
it's
right
not,
there.
It's not any of those things. It's a telephone pole in the middle of the freaking road.
Oh, really? So that's not like by design?
No.
Someone's like, what is this? No one knows where to stop.
No.
I mean, this is real inside.
There used to be no traffic control at all. It was just go.
Yeah.
And then they made us stop coming from my end.
Yes,
toward you,
but it's confusing. Like or when you're coming up, but
if you come up Cedric Avenue, you have the right of way.
Yeah. But I'm always like, I'm daring people. It's like, I'm going because it's like the other people don't feel like they have to stop. It's very bizarre. Are there any plans to celebrate the 250th? Well, we're going to have the Valley Community Foundation on tomorrow, and then Nicole. I'm going to butcher her last name, and I apologize, but it sounds to me like it should be pronounced Mikola Heriot, Mikula-Heroit.
Good.
So she's going to be on, and we're going to be talking about exactly this, the planning that's coming up in the Valley.
I'm waiting to celebrate until the first Tuesday in November.
Oh, why?
Anyway,
moving on.
That's what I'm going to celebrate.
Hey, this is not. We don't talk politics or religion or the Route 34 expansion here.
I can't talk about anything here.
For Odin, I don't pay attention anymore. I don't pay attention to national politics. I just cry in a corner and I watch YouTube. That's it. It's still 1998 where I am.
It's I read a little bit of the national news every day because I like to feel bad.
I follow national news every day. It's the first thing I do. I watch Morning Joe every day. You gotta
Hey.
watch Morning Joe.
Oh, I can't stand them.
I love Joe Scarborough.
I don't like those all the person because they kind of like they
What?
killed it. They killed the media. They just
Who?
cable news is the worst thing ever. Though rest in peace, Ted Turner. Sorry to hear that.
No, I'll tell you what. I mean, like Scarborough, I agree with him on almost nothing. You know, we're political opposites, but he's a great host who has good people on and good information. It's not, you know, it's not BS. People come on there and tell the truth one way or the other, and he lets them. That's why I enjoy that show. I think it's the most popular morning political show there is.
Right, but then like compare, what does that mean now? Like compared to like a rerun of Howard Stern on YouTube, which
Yeah,
gets, like, it's
no,
weird.
no,
we're doomed. All right, I know democracy's over.
I just read the Associated Press because I like to keep it as boring as possible.
Not anymore. They laid them all off.
Yeah.
The Associated Press just had layoffs.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
I
they
missed
did.
this.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. In fact, the Suhaig, I think her name is, longtime Connecticut Associated Press reporter, took the buyout. I like coming up as she was, probably, one of the most respected journalists in Connecticut. And hey, shout out to Dave Altamari.
Yeah.
And
Jenny Monk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jenny Monk they won a Pulitzer, whatever that's called.
Pulitzer.
We got third place.
Not for the Pulitzer. We got to put a division.
We got third place Connecticut SBJ podcast.
Which was that? It was that Jenny Monk's piece on housing.
Towing.
Oh yeah,
towing
they did.
companies.
They did the thing about how
Utility companies.
No, the towing companies.
actually
There
towing
was
companies.
Oh,
They've teamed up with ProPublica. And
sometimes I don't understand what you're saying.
they
Oh.
did a whole expose. Basically, you'd get your car towed.
Yeah, I guess I
and
missed
They
that
were
one.
taking advantage of low income people and basically like.
Altamari used to cover the Valley, right?
I don't know. I know he's before my time. The only guy I knew.
Everyone's before your time.
Right.
You got here
Right.
late. You're a
He's
late
old.
comer.
Altamari's like 90, but there is.
No, he's not.
I'm just
He's
kidding.
younger than me.
His wife used to work at the News Times at Danbury, but that was before I was there.
No,
The
I think he worked at the old Dud Thomas Connecticut Post.
Maybe.
Basically, but what they reported on was, I think a lot of states have provisions where if a towing company keeps your car for a certain amount of time and you haven't paid it off, the towing company can turn around and sell it.
auction your car.
But Connecticut had like one of the shortest windows in the entire country and also didn't really enforce any of its safeguards for a long time. And so that's what that reporting was.
I
sort
do
of
remember that story.
Yeah.
I remember that story. I like Jenny. I think she's a really good journalist.
Wait, I have my one. Okay, so there was an editor. So Dave Altamari's editor at the Hartford Courant. Name escapes me. I can picture him.
Putterman.
No, that's the publisher of the. He was the Valley. He was the New Haven Register Valley editor for a time.
The Haven Register Valley. Yeah.
John, I can't remember his name. It's gonna kill me. But he told me the story. Like, oh, you cover the Valley. I'm like, yeah, we're on Main Street, Ansonia. He's like, oh, we used to, the Register had an office on Main Street, Ansonia, and he told the story about how he wrote something about. I think it was Fitzgerald's car dealership or somehow. Right, that's it. Fitzpatrick. Sorry, and.
Selling vehicles to the town.
I don't know what happened. All I know is that he said like somebody came in, grabbed him, threw him on a desk, and then the other reporters were like, "Welcome to the Valley." So I was like, we haven't had that. We haven't been physically attacked. Although, I mean, one time at a Board of Ed meeting, I had my camera on somebody, and the guy was like, "Ah!"
So
Frankenstein's monster.
not to get too deep into journalistic politics, but was I the only person like really surprised that Phil Bump is now like the Connecticut? Philip Bump from the Washington Post is now the Connecticut.
Oh, they brought him in.
First guy.
I mean,
I thought that was odd.
One thing that's going on, you're getting, I guess the latest trend is you're getting the, reporters from the large national publications who are leaving to go. Like there's one that's making the rounds on journalism Twitter. There is a job opening at the Martha Vineyard Gazette, whatever it is, and housing's included. Oh. So, and these journalists are now starting up this stuff because
I take that job.
They're getting out of the
housing on Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, but then you got to report on Martha's Vineyard. That's not, no Route 34 expansion there, right? Alan Schlesinger isn't walking out of any Martha's Vineyard.
The Cape Cod Transit District has there's some good stuff going on there.
Well, Cape Cod Times was part of when I was at the News Times of Danbury. We were owned by the Ottaway Company, which is eventually owned by Dow Jones, and they were actually a great company to work for. And they owned the Cape Cod Times, and it was one of the most respected. Middletown Herald Record was their like top paper, and then Cape Cod was like number 2. And now it's owned by.
Is anybody watching us?
I mean, we got
Allegedly,
Christine
29
Curtis
people.
donated $35. Thank you very much for that. I don't know if
no one's
anybody's
interested in what we're talking about.
watching us. We got Tom Harbison says it must be a stop sign with the white border that makes them optional. Oh, Tom's laying down. I didn't realize that. So if the stop sign has a white border around it, you're allowed to run it.
I don't think that is that true.
That is not true.
I didn't think so.
All right, we got to wrap this up. Actually, I have to throw you out.
Stop signs have a
Unless-
white border.
Unless you want to hang out, we have at 9:00. David Salinas from he owns High People in Derby.
Cool.
We're going to talk about, I guess, cannabis.
Is he coming in or he's online?
He's going to be online, I think. Hopefully, I should check, but that's coming up. Let me just make sure I don't have any mixed.
I'm still glad I came in there.
Yeah, us too.
Sure.
But
Glad you
no,
said
we
that.
are. We are.
Prompted him into that.
We're always happy to have Rick done. And it's just about 8:56. I'm looking at what any kind of great give thingamajigs that are going on right now, but there's one just about to end in a couple of minutes. It was the Bank of America Power Hour.
Oh, I meant to read that out.
Bank of America was providing a $5,000 matching pool for donations to small performing arts orgs between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. So Center Stage, you have 4 minutes to donate to Center Stage. I'm sure they knew about it, and I've organized gifting around it, but that expires in 4 minutes.
So I just realized I forgot to pitch for Derby Neck. Oh, did you pitch Derby Neck Library?
We've just mentioned it.
Okay.
I wouldn't say we.
I mean, they've raised a few dollars. It's a great library. They're not supported by the government. So if anyone who wants to donate, that I am on the board of directors there. I didn't see the recreation camp on this year. I'm the vice president there. I should know if they're on. But all good organizations that I'd love to see people donate to. I will, since we got so few donations during my hour, I'm probably going to not be invited back next year. But I'll at least match my contribution from last year for you.
I know, and I tried to get Kurt Miller to call in, and it didn't work. I wanted to have the Miller versus
Tried to
like
bait
King
him
Kong
into it.
versus
That's
Godzilla.
how this started. Miller and I used to come on together.
Right. Those are the good old days.
I'm sad it was
Yeah.
before my time. I would have loved to watch that.
Right. Well, once we hired you, we lost Miller. It was like somebody started asking Miller questions legitimately, and he never showed up again. That was it. He was done. He took his fund balance and left. Just kidding. I think he's probably at it. There's a finance board meeting going on. It started at 7:00. Maybe it's over, but in Seymour Town Hall, because they're trying to figure out their budget. That's a tough spot.
And I think right around the time I was hired, maybe a little before, I might be mixing up my timelines, but I do think that's when his contract in Ansonia got renegotiated, and then Seymour, he moved to full time there. Like, I think his job switched up around the same time I was hired.
He's also the Grand Poobah of Derby. A lot of people don't know that, but we'll talk about it tomorrow with Mayor, I almost said DeVito, DiMartino.
Who's the Grand Poobah of Derby?
Kurt Miller. Yeah, it's an honorary title, I heard.
What?
Oh, we got it.
I
Patricia
don't
Bruder says
think so.
says we're frozen. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's not great.
That's not good at all.
No, that's one of the worst things that can happen.
Let me check.
What are you frozen on?
Patricia just says we're frozen in general.
I don't know. I'm getting a feed.
Yeah, Patricia, that might be your connection. If you go to donate.valleyindy.org right now and donate $100, I think it'll be fixed. That's a total grift. I'm kidding, but now we're checking. Oh, we are blah blah blah. It looks okay on this end, Patricia. Maybe there was just a temporary thing, but she's saying video is frozen. Video. Wouldn't it be funny if Patricia's just trolling us? Like, that's the thing you do. You say, you're muted. And then the host starts screaming and doing this, that, and the other thing. So on my Facebook here in the office, on my other machine, it says we are still live.
And on my phone, I see you pulling up.
I've got a live feed.
All right. So there, look at that. We confirmed in 3 places that Patricia Bruder's Wi-Fi is messed up. So, and Tom, just to put a cap on this, Tom Harbison said stop sign border was a joke that I fell for once. Ouch.
He almost twice.
The only reason I know that one is because you remember that game I was talking about, GeoGuessr?
Mm-hmm.
I saw a white line around a stop sign, and I was wondering, oh, I wonder if that's specific to any country, if I can use that to sort of figure out where I am in this game. And it turns out, no, stop signs just have white borders everywhere.
No, Tom was saying that he fell for it once, not you.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant to say. That's how
Right, I saved you from it.
I can't predict what's going to come out of my mouth, but I understand what people are saying. I just don't repeat it back. Well, Trish Bruder says, tell Rick Dunn to match my donation.
I will.
Harbison says, okay, we are also fine feed from Ireland, not frozen. Thank you for that. I'm just checking our email to see if we have
the international feed is good. All right.
Yes, yeah, right. That's right. This broadcast is international.
Our Ireland data center is running smooth.
Right. We have, it might be 3 viewers, but one of them's not in America. So take that.
Is the guy from High People waiting?
I'm not seeing him in our, that's what I'm looking to see if we have any messages. I don't have anything from him.
Is he outside the building?
No, it's good. This is online. I just want to make sure I know I sent him I sent it to his email and then I confirmed.
Oh, you sent him that Steam thing?
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Yeah, we just used this one link for everybody.
Yeah.
So I don't know if not the end of the world. If we miss them, we can still sit here and talk about.
Maybe he got preoccupied down at High People.
I mean, the Canada. I mean, that's right. That's the other thing that's going to save Derby, right? You got all the webcams coming, all the ticket, all the people, speed cams, webcams. You know what I mean? Same thing.
It'll save Derby. It'll save Seymour.
And then the cannabis industry, right?
Well, the taxes go to the town. They make deliveries. Not that I know firsthand, but they make deliveries, and wherever the delivery originates, that town gets the tax share.
Okay.
So if High People is delivering to Shelton, Derby gets the tax revenue.
Nice. So yeah, I just thought it would be interesting to have him on because they've also opened up, the restaurant Italian Pavilion is open again. At least the name is open. So that's going on. And then the cannabis stuff was sort of a thing at the state, right? Because basically I wanted to ask David, you hear that one of the problems of being in that industry in Connecticut is that people will still go to Massachusetts and New York because it's cheaper and higher potency, where they feel like they're getting ripped off a little in Connecticut. And you see it every time on our Facebook page.
Yeah. Or allegedly the vape shops.
Oh yeah, that's a whole other thing. Yeah,
right.
You can go to the vape shops, I guess. But I don't know. I just thought it was something different to have.
It would have been an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I mean, those are my 2 questions. That's all I have. I don't know anything else about the industry. But he's an interesting guy because he's an entrepreneur and he's in a lot of different things.
I remember when we did the cannabis bill, it was modeled heavily on the New Jersey model. Okay. Connecticut is highly regulated. You can only sell in the state what you grow in the state. So it's kind of like the liquor system here. Liquor stores can only buy from distributors in Connecticut and only resell from.
I never knew that.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I used to own a liquor store. So
you did?
Yep.
Where?
In Derby.
Where was it in Derby?
Behind the courthouse.
Oh, no kidding.
Block up from the post office.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
I never knew that.
Yep.
And we have the aforementioned David Salinas is now backstage. So, Rick, you're welcome to stick around. All right, let me kill your camera.
I'm good.
Give you some privacy as you make your escape. Yeah, Rick, thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for your support, not only morally but spiritually and emotionally as well. I can't wait until we cuddle hug in a couple of hours.
Yeah, sure.
So thank you so much for your time.
You be there, and I'll meet you there.
So the next guest, I was just talking about him. It's something new. We're going to have an impromptu conversation about the state of the cannabis industry, an industry that I'm completely ignorant of. But this guest knows a thing about it. Take care, Rick. It is David Salinas, ladies and gentlemen. As our lights go dark, Rick just killed the lights. Hey, David, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Eugene, how are you?
I'm real good. We can hear you loud and clear, which is good.
Sorry, I'm a little late. I was trying to connect my my microphone through my earpods, but I could not get it done. So we're going We're going naked here.
You sound good. You sound
right,
really
good.
clear. You
Perfect.
sound clearer than our last guest, and he was in the room. You know, Rick Dunn. Are you familiar with the Naugatuck Valley Council of Governments?
I am not.
And they're in everything. They're running the valley.
Okay. Okay. Probably
And he
should
just
know them
turned
then.
out the lights. All right. Take care. Bye, Rick. Oh, he's gonna sue us now. He's tripping over stuff. But thank you so much, David, for taking a couple of minutes. I just thought it would be interesting, to have you on and to talk about any challenges of the cannabis industry. I mean, it was in the news a lot last week, and I just sort of, I don't know, I read the headlines, but I'm a total ignoramus. But first of all, you own High People. So tell us a little bit about yourself. And I'm sorry, this is like our 13th hour streaming. But tell us a little bit about High People, when it opened, and how you doing here in Derby.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, and very impressive that you're 13 hours straight streaming. I can't even make it like an hour on these video calls, but I'll do my best today. High People. I've been in the cannabis business now. I've been at it for a little over 3 years. We opened up High People about in January of 2025 in Derby, which was our first retail store. And then we opened up a second store in November in Hartford, and we're opening up 2 more stores. We also do in the Valley. We have our drink production, where we make our drinks. We make drinks for a bunch of people in the industry that do hemp-derived THC drinks. But we have 2 lines that we're doing. One is the High People line, and the second is a drink that's going to be coming out probably in about 30 days called Lifted, which is our second brand. And we do that in Oxford at our brewery, which a lot of people don't know that we're involved with. But
I had no idea. This is all news to me. It's fascinating.
Yeah, so we're part owners of Black Hog.
No
In
kidding.
Oxford.
Okay.
So so we make drinks there. So we have the manufacturing license to make drinks with THC in them. And then what else do we do? We have a food and beverage facility where we can make edibles, which we haven't made anything yet, but we're getting ready to do something. We'll probably be out in like the third quarter with some chocolate and some gummies. We got a couple delivery licenses to do home delivery, and we're trying to make it in what is a extremely challenging industry, especially in Connecticut.
Well, and that's what we hear. Like I said, I read the headlines, but from what I've heard, the challenge of this industry, and it was sort of, it took a long, well, it didn't really take a long time, but there was a lot of hope, that the cannabis industry would be pouring like millions of dollars into these communities, and our mill rates would go down. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but then in actuality, you hear, and we see it on our Facebook page, where people maybe will post something about somewhat cannabis related, and people, well, I'll go into New York because it's cheaper. There's less taxes. Yeah. I'll go to Massachusetts, and you kind of see people talking about it, and it's eye opening. So is that correct? Is it just that like the potency is more in the surrounding states, and it's
there's a bunch of reasons why Connecticut sucks at cannabis. The potency, the product selection, the way in which the market was structured and set up by legislators and then ultimately by regulators has just been a bit of a shit show, which is really unfortunate, because you would think that because we waited so long to legalize it, we were the 24th state in the union to go live. You would think that they would have learned from all the history, but instead they kind of hodgepodged it and acted really foolishly, and they put out a really bad product and a bad industry, and it's costing people millions. And I mean, people have lost in Connecticut already $100 million at least, and the state has lost close to $100 million by not getting it right and not reaping the rewards of the taxes, of the jobs, of the income tax that would have come off a healthy, strong industry. And it's been quite an uphill challenge.
So now we have dispensaries in the communities we cover. There's one here in Seymour, and then there's yours in Derby.
Yeah.
Are we going to see? Are they going to be around in a year? based on what you just said? Is it that bad?
So two of them have two of the 72 that have gone live. I believe 2 have failed already. And then there's probably been about 5 or 6 that have changed hands, or are changing hands, where people are bailing them out and taking over. I think in the back half of 2026 and 2027, you will see a couple more closures, a couple more openings, and then probably a couple of bailouts. Maybe a handful of bailouts. So say I'd say a half a dozen to a dozen is my prediction that will have some shakeup.
And then in terms of High People in Derby, are you hitting the profits that you wanted to hit? Are you doing less than expected, or is it just because you're at a disadvantage because of the way the law, I guess, is structured?
So I would say no. Derby is a strong store, and the Valley has been very great to us. You know, we have a lot of customers from Ansonia and from Derby and Stratford and Milford and Shelton, and we get. It's funny that you say Seymour. We get a lot of customers from Seymour that really like our location, our store. Our people talk a lot about the people that we have there.
We should say, for anybody not familiar, he's on Pershing Drive at the end of Red Raider Plaza, which is, it's Route 8 and Pershing Drive. So it's a really visible location.
And we also sell pizza in the back.
There you go. Yeah, right. And it's the Italian Pavilion, right? You kept that name, or right? Yeah. You can get pizza there. What else do you want?
Yeah, and good and great. I don't know if you've been there yet, but I
haven't been there yet, but I've seen good stuff online.
So people are actually starting to talk, and there's a lot of whispers about who's the best in the Valley now, because we brought some good pizza into town. By the way, I went to Roseland for the very first time, and I got to say that it's outstanding. But
be careful, David.
Italian Pavilion is a whole new world again. I'm telling you, people are like, wow, it's good. It's really good.
I'll say I have seen good stuff on our Facebook page. Like, we wrote a story, and I think that was the story with Valley Viral. I think I even texted you because I was like, wow, people. I mean, the Valley loves their pizza. Absolutely. Like, we should probably scrap government coverage and just write about pizza all day. And then we wouldn't have to be here asking people to donate.
The Connecticut pizza movement is huge. But, the interesting thing about the new pavilion is that it's the guy from Papa's, and Papa's got an over an 8 score from Portnoy. Okay. Roseland got a huge score. So, having a couple 8s in the Valley is not a bad situation, especially when you can't get into Roseland.
Right. I live right near Roseland. Yeah. I'll say, like, my preferred pizza is Roma up on Wakely Avenue in Ansonia.
I'll have to check it out. I have not been.
It's good. It's not far from there.
I haven't explored a lot of the Valley pizza world yet. I did get to Roseland about a month and a half ago, and I was extremely impressed. Personally, I'm a New Haven guy, so I love Modern. Modern's my guy, and I think they got the best pizza in Connecticut. But again, I spent a lot of time in New Haven.
I'm from New York originally, not New York City, right? It's Westchester County.
Okay.
But it was funny to come over here, and it's like everybody in Connecticut bragging about their pizza. I'm like, what? It's Connecticut. You're also not part of New England. Stop saying, when it snows, this is life in New England. You're New York adjacent. Get out of here. At least this part of the world.
A funny thing is not only am I from New York City.
Oh, okay.
I worked my first job when I was 12 years old, was a busboy at a pizzeria in Queens. And so I've been around great pizza my whole life. And when I came to Connecticut, everybody's like, oh, Pepe, Sally's, Modern. And I said, get out of here. You don't know what you're talking about. It's Connecticut.
Right.
And then I took the guy was a chef. I took him to one of my favorite pizza places in New York. And he was like, this is outstanding. He was shocked. And then I went to Pepe's, and I was like, eh. And then I went to Modern, and I was like, wow. I was like, this is a really, really good pizza. I thought Pepe's was good too, and I thought Sally's personally, I think Sally's is overrated. My buddy will get mad at me because he's an investor in the company now, but I really, really, really agree now, and think that Connecticut, New Haven, West Haven with Zupardi's, Roseland, I mean, they're real deal pizzas in this state.
You ever had Sinelli's in New Haven, Worcester Square?
I have.
I think that's up there for me.
Yeah, it is a solid pie. I mean, listen, Bar's got a solid pie. You know, there's definitely some players out there. Nolo for opening up in New Haven. Nolo makes really good pies.
And how about just switching gears back to?
Also, I'll be right back. I have to run to the restroom.
Okay, talking about cannabis again. You mentioned that. So yeah, these seltzers are popping up. Is that where the industry's going right now? Is that the next thing?
I think that it's a modality that people are familiar with, right? So it's like to drink is to be very social. People drink socially. You know, smoking, obviously, they're passing the joint and or smoking a blunt or passing a bong to different people is somewhat ritualistic, but it is on the decline because if you think about smoking in general, the country has put a tremendous amount of effort and money behind smoking cessation, right? Smoking is bad. I think the whole impact on your lungs and your respiratory system. So I think that has gone away, which leaves you with vaping, which I think some people like, some people don't. I think that edibles was next, right? But like eating a gummy is not social, right? It's just like a thing that you can do and you can't do a lot of it. You just take one if you're, it's not like you're going to toast with a gummy. But then when you enter in the drinks, it becomes very familiar. It's the glass of wine when you get home from work and you want to unwind from a day of work, or when the kids go to bed. It's a cocktail out with friends. It's something in your hand at the beach or at the pool. It's very familiar modality, and I think that has really taken the world by storm, especially as people are getting more and more health conscious and really focused on the fact that alcohol, at the end of the day, my alcohol friends will get mad at me, but you see people with liver issues.
It's a killer. I mean, it's a killer. There's no way around it.
In a lot of ways, families that have alcoholics in their family, they tend to have, lots of issues. You've got DUIs and car crashes like crazy. You've got liver issues and cirrhosis. You're poisoning your body. For me, I get hangovers like crazy. Like I can't even move the next day if I have a couple drinks. So a lot of people are switching because they like the way it makes them feel, and there's no hangover.
And then going back to what you kind of led with, I know that, the state just passed the budget. I think tomorrow is the last day of the legislative session. And they did make some tweaks to again, I just read the headlines. I've been busy preparing for this. And we don't follow state news in general. We follow the local stuff that's happening in Derby, Seymour, and Ansonia. But what are some of can you describe the changes that they just initiated? And will that help the industry at all? And then if not, is there a lobbying group? Have you talked to state lawmakers to try to straighten out whatever these complicated issues are with the industry? I'm okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me unpack that in different pieces. So the cannabis industry in Connecticut has a cannabis chamber of commerce, as well as a lot of the companies have their own lobbyists. One of my partners, actually a lobbyist, Janice. So, that's how we typically we talk to the legislators. It's a difficult situation. There was 3 bills that came out. There was a tax bill, which was to fix the tax issue. So a lot of the states have tried this sort of potency tax, where the higher the potency, the higher the tax. And it fluctuated. And then, like most states, New York, Massachusetts, as soon as they opened up, they realized that it was a terrible move, and they moved away from it. I think New York had it for like under a month or 2.
Why was it terrible?
Yeah, Connecticut kept it for 3.5 years.
But let me just interrupt. But why is that a bad thing? Why taxing based on potency? Why is that bad?
Well, because for starters, potency is not the thing. They view potency. So, for example, 25 milligrams of THC in a drink, right, or 5 milligrams of THC in a drink is an infinitesimal amount of actual THC. A flower that is 18% THC that has awesome terpene profiles could have a profound impact on your body, on your system, versus a 30% THC. So it's not actually based off of science, and gotcha. B, the computer systems and the customers, when they walk up to the counter and they're just saying, hey, what's going to help me with sleep? And they don't realize that the THC is 29% or something along those lines. And then they get banged over the head for the taxes. And it's not straightforward the way that everything else in the country is confusing. And that we've had people literally say, oh, the taxes are really high here. And they've literally walked out of the store.
Mm-hmm.
So going to a flat excise tax is what everybody did. It's also confusing for the system, the technologies. We've had to like actually work with the POS companies, because there's only a few POS companies that work with cannabis companies that are specialized in that. We've had to work with them because they have to tweak the systems, the technologies based off of the changes that one state makes versus another, right? Versus just saying taxes 6%, 10%, 11%, 11.67%. So now they went to a flat excise tax. So that was a big one for us.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. So, and also, like I said, like you are, like if you got a vape cart that has this much oil in it, when you get a drink, it has like a tiny, 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 tiny drop in it. It's that different. And meanwhile, they're taxing the drink $1. Like here's a fun stat. We make about drink makers typically make anywhere from like $5 to $15 per 24 pack that they sell, right? It's very hard to get rich off of drinks. It's a game of pennies. Okay. The distributor might make like a 35% markup, and then they give that to the liquor stores that are now able to sell it, or the dispensaries, and then they'll mark it up. By the time you get all the way through the chain, let's say it's $4 a can. The state makes $1 per can. So they're making $24 a case, where the manufacturer that produces the jobs, I'm making $10 or less. And in many cases less, because I'm creating specials and trying to get traction on the drink and therefore more jobs for the state. They came in and said they needed $1 per can. And they said that they needed $1 per can so that they could create the government jobs to watch over the industry.
Okay.
Right? Like it's so hard to just like, oh my God, I got to look at a can and is the sticker 1 inch by 1 inch? It's going to take me a really long time to police that situation. It's ridiculous. The taxes are egregious, and unfortunately, customers will blame it on us. If you look at some of our reviews, they'll talk about price in our Google review, not realizing that it's actually the government's problem.
So what do you get out of this then? Because it sounds like this is an impossible industry.
Honestly, I tell people all the time, it's like that I feel very foolish for going into the business.
I did not think the interview was going to go this way.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's 50% brain damage and 50% fun and exciting. I think the fun and exciting part is the people that like people tell me all the time how much they love our drinks, how much they love the staff. Figuring out how to maneuver around the government to get to success is problem solving, which is mentally stimulating. But then this legislative session, I'm talking about like this morning, the whole industry is talking about suing, class action lawsuits, and a bunch of stuff because of the stupidity that continues to happen at the legislative proceedings and the sessions and all of this stuff, and the consumers and the lack of information. And I've got Republicans that tell me that they eat edibles that'll vote against something because they vote with caucus.
And there was I heard some criticism from, I think it was local Republican lawmakers, and by heard, I mean, I think I came across it on Facebook and again read the headline, but there still is a view among some politicians that, we're promoting something like this. Kids are going to start using it. It's a gateway. How do you respond to things like that?
The science says completely different at this point. They're not educated at all. Most of them are morons, to be perfectly frank.
That was succinct. What about, David, when you first got approvals from the city of Derby to open up I said here, but that's because where I live, you had talked about, I mean, it was, when it began, it was supposed to be providing, these were job generators. They were supposed to be good paying jobs. And then you were talking about getting involved in the community. So what does the average worker at a cannabis facility make? and what efforts have you undertook to get involved in the community?
Okay, great question. So it depends where you sit in the business. But I'd say like the retail workers are making like $18 an hour plus tip. And then they pool the tips. So everybody that's purchasing is giving them tips. So that probably ends in the 20, low 20 range. And depending on the number of hours, obviously, and also like if you're really good and how many hours you get, more senior hosts, we tend to pay people a little bit more than that. Then your assistant managers and managers are going to go, up into, a higher salary, a higher base salary, and then have performance bonuses based off of the success of the store. Once you get into like cultivation, master cultivation, the engineers that are working the machines, like our chocolate machine is $250,000, right? Like you can't pay people $18 an hour to run those machines. Like you have to have, much more sophisticated minds that are understanding computers, dosing and all of that kind of stuff. So I'd say, once you get into like more sophisticated job roles, you start to get into, like anywhere from the upper band of like the 70, 80, 90,000 to say the lower bands in the 100,000 range.
Gotcha. And then in terms of, I know you had like a community event going on just last month. What are some things? And have you been accepted into the community?
I drove past it. It looked like it was popping off when I drove past.
Thank you. It definitely was popping off. We've been told we have the best events in the cannabis industry. So the community has been great. So you asked me about like community and what we get involved with on like the nonprofit side. So we just sponsored BH Care's gala, which is their all women's gala event in Brantford. I do a lot with Team. Donate money for their cook-off. We were trying to get a chef to get down there. Unfortunately, none of our chefs were available. We do a really cool thing called the Eighth Table, which is like a very high-end gourmet dinner, multi-course dinner that's infused. And we typically find and we bring in celebrity chefs to do it. So typically chefs that have been on TV, on Bobby Flay or Chopped or one of the cool shows that people know, and they're the chef for the day. And then we have a master chef, Chef Carlos Perez, up in Litchfield, who watches over them to make sure that the dosing is correct and everybody has a good time. And it's a private event. We were trying to get the chefs for the cook-off. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do it this year. But we do work with Team. We've donated time to help at when they do all the unloading at the food pantry, and they need extra hands. Donations to the food, everything from like the donations around Christmas time for folks for like Toys for Tots. We donate some dollars to put people through the rec center. So we sponsor a few handfuls of kids to get them through the rec center. And then the St. Paul's food pantry. Gotcha. And then pretty much anybody. I mean, if anybody reaches out to me, I typically help people. And I spread out I spread it out too. Like in New Haven, I just helped City Seed today. I love City Seed in New Haven, and I'll look out for those folks. We're typically very generous.
Gotcha. All right, David, those are all my questions. This was really a learning experience. You know what I mean? I was completely ignorant. Like I've read the headlines, like I said, like cannabis, the industry, but you just sort of laid it out on there. And you're the first person to curse on the Great Give stream. So I had to get my
sorry. That's the Queens in me.
Right. Yeah. Are you a Mets fan?
I am.
Right. You have to be from Queens, right? I mean, there's not too many Yankees.
No, I mean, there's a lot of Yankee fans. My grandmother lived in Flushing, so we were real close to Shea. So I grew up going to Shea. My uncle was a Jets Mets fan. I was a Giants Mets fan. Knicks, Rangers. But I don't really get to watch a lot of sports these days. I pay attention to my kids. I got 4 kids. I go to their, my daughter plays tennis.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And my son plays soccer. So I go to their games a lot, and I spend most of my time either working or with them.
Awesome. Well, all right. Hey, thanks for coming on, David.
Yeah.
I very much appreciate it. High People is on Pershing Drive down in Derby. And thanks a lot for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for having me on, Eugene. And good luck. How long are you doing this for?
Well, we're going to be live today for probably another 2 hours or so, and then we'll go from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. tomorrow. And we're trying to, we've brought on other nonprofits through the whole thing today, and we're trying to raise 10 grand ourselves, and I think we're halfway there.
Okay.
It's donate.valleyindy.org. Oh, and we just got a $1,000 donation from Rick Dunn. Thank you, Mr. Rick Dunn. So we're 54% of the way there. We're ham and egging it.
And you're raising money for all the nonprofits that you are.
We're raising money for the $10,000 we're trying to raise for ourselves as a nonprofit.
And we're interviewing the leaders from other nonprofits and directing people to their donation pages. If they want
so there's 65 nonprofits from the Valley you can help today, right? So if you go to thegreatgive.org, and we've had about 23 of them on.
QR code?
That'll take you to us.
All right, let me see.
If it works.
Let's see. It better work.
It's donate.valleyindy.org. It should work.
We've tested it internally with our own phones, but I don't think we've had anyone test it from outside yet.
All right, here we go.
I just assume people don't point to their cameras at the screen, but we just saw it happen. I've been proven wrong.
Proof of concept.
And I think you're actually the last guest tonight, right, Jasmine? I could check our schedule.
Yeah, I think we have a video to play at 10 p.m.
At 10 p.m., we're going to do the pre-taped interview I did with Maria Blackwell of the Derby Elks. Coolest building in Derby. It's on Elizabeth Street. It's 100 years old. Inside, it's all original, but it's totally well maintained. And it's like stepping into a time machine, which she gives us a video tour of that, which was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
So we got that going for us. But, you don't have to sit here. I feel you don't have to. David, I'm going to kick you out. I want to thank you so much for your time. Did it work? Just let me know if it worked.
Let's see. You tell me.
Hold on. Well, there's a delay. I'll go to donate.valleyindy.org. I will hit refresh. And then I got to scroll down. It'll show up. There might be like a 10-minute delay.
Yeah, it's anticlimactic because it takes a second to hit their system. But once it shows up, we'll thank profusely.
According to
me, event, thank you.
My Chase account said it did. So
there you go. All right.
Hey, listen, I just wanted to tell you something. We are working on a new brand. This is the brand. Check it out, and you guys can help me decide. You got a minute?
Yeah.
All right. So this is my new brand. I'm really excited about. It's called Lifted.
Lifted. Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out which shade of orange do we like better?
Well,
the darker shade or the lighter shade?
Okay, I was gonna say I'd go for the one on your right.
I think so too.
Which I think is the lighter one.
The lighter one.
Yeah.
Lighter
okay.
one.
It was easy to read.
So that's the orange. Now, this is our punch.
See, for that one, I like the one on the left, the darker pink.
Okay.
Lighter orange, darker pink. Jasmine, I don't mean to.
No, I agree. Okay. We're 2 for 2 agreeing.
Now
so
we're
far.
writers, David. We're like the worst people you can ask about. I mean, look at us. Look at this. Definitely the one on the right, the bluer one.
This is the first time I've disagreed. But can I make an argument for each of them? I like the one on your left because it gives me that sort of what am I thinking of?
Do we need a license to do this? We're not going to get in trouble, right? Okay, good.
The one on your left, I like that one. That would be my pick. It gives me that lo-fi beats to study to, that sort of anime desktop wallpaper background.
Oh, yeah. Did I get it right?
That.
Yeah, that's what I like too. Yeah, the one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That one.
The argument for the other one, because I like both, is the other one has that sort of pastel vibe to it.
David, you're not even going to remember this. Well, you're going so fast. It's not like
no,
you're
I got it.
Down.
Trust me. I remember everything. All right, ready? Okay. Last one. This is nobody has seen this yet. This is literally just delivered to me today, and I'm making decisions. Okay, this brand is going to be made in the Valley. It's a soda, orange, blue raz, punch, and grape.
All right, wait, hold on. I'm gonna make Dave. Oh wait, I just took him off the screen. Hold on.
Put him back.
It didn't work. I can't make him. All right, so let's look at that.
One on the left for me.
I would say, yeah. The one on your, what is that? This one.
The darker purple. I
Yes,
like the darker
yeah,
purple.
that one, that one, that one, that one. I don't know my left from my right. It's late.
All right, so we like this one, and the lighter orange.
Yeah, and I think we went 4 for 4 on agreeing, I think.
That's right. Yeah, and we have very different tastes, but we agreed on that. Yeah. So.
Very exciting. Thank you for participating in my survey. I'm really excited about this one. I've been working on this one for 18 months. And I launched the High People one first. And High People's got a new flavor too. We got a dragon fruit lime coming out, and that literally mixes on Friday. So we should be out in about 2 weeks.
In Oxford, you're mixing these, right? Is that what you said? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we use
you're not manufacturing in the Derby facility, right? Like
no, we manufacture in Oxford.
In Oxford, okay.
Yeah, so we do everything there. I mean, we do some cool stuff. I mean, do you remember the Apple one we did?
I don't remember the Apple one.
You didn't write about that one?
No, we ran a press release on I think it was the Bud Bar.
Yeah,
but
so the Apple, we got apples, Honeycrisp apples, in my opinion, and you can argue, but I won't listen. Are the best apples in the world, and we wound up.
I look like a guy who eats apples. I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
They're great. You'd love them. And so we got Honeycrisp apples from Beardsley in Shelton from the Beardsley orchard.
Oh, nice.
And we juiced them over there. He brought over 250 gallons of apple juice, and we made a Connecticut honey. We called it Connecticut Honeycrisp with a twist, and it was a THC fruit forward seltzer, 20% fruit juice from Connecticut with a little bit of ginger. Sold out. We killed it. It was an awesome season for us. That was our first what we call our seasonals, and now we have a summer one coming out. So that's the fun stuff.
And the fact that you're naming all this Valley stuff is great, because I don't think the average person, I mean, I didn't know that there's so much involved and that you're bringing in other Valley businesses and things like that. So that's really cool to hear. Will there be a day, do you think, where you'll go into, a traditional package store or a liquor store and you'll be able to buy, will there be a combination at some point of cannabis dispensaries, liquor stores?
So there could be, but the problem is there's a representative, like, for example, I'll tell you, do you have a minute? We could talk. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have. We're 10 p.m. We our next guest, but it's a pre-tape. So I feel like I'm taking up too much of your time though, because it's 9:37 at night. But okay. So
all the restaurants want to sell drinks, and there's a Republican representative named Ritigliano out of Trumbull, who is in the restaurant business and in the beer business, which is a conflict of interest. And he thinks that it is a mistake to put that into restaurants, despite the fact that more people would probably go to restaurants if they could get something other than alcohol. So I think other states are doing it. Like in Chicago, you can go watch the Chicago Bulls and get THC drinks in the arena, right? So it's happening in other places. The drinks are obviously our drinks are sold in liquor stores today in Connecticut. So we're in 120 stores right now with the first brand, with High People, and we're distributed by Breskin Barton, which is one of the bigger liquor distributors in the state. I think if they could have their druthers, I think that they would sell edibles too, and they would try to get the edibles into the liquor stores. In Florida, the Total Wine sells the ice cream with THC right there at the counter. And it's funny because Florida is a much more conservative Republican state. Connecticut is just unfortunately not doing it for whatever reason. It just gets we run into a lot of issues, and like I said, it's a lot of stupidity because you would double your sales, you would double your tax, you would double the dollars, and the drink market is growing like 55-65% per year right now, which is unheard of, versus the rest of the cannabis market's like a 12-14% growth rate. So I think so. I think drinks will be probably the second or third biggest category in the next 5 to 10 years. Over, like right now, flower is going down, pre-rolls are going up, vapes are going up. So I think there's going to be some big changes in there. The question is, is Connecticut going to be the last one to move per usual?
And what about, we write a decent amount about the illegal vape shops and things like that.
Yeah.
Do they I mean, one thing that seemed to have happened from my layman observation is that they made marijuana legal, and suddenly 100,000 vape shops and smoke shops popped up. And on one hand, you can be like, okay, well, they're selling the apparatus you need to consume the product. But then it seems like, well, what they're actually doing is selling their own unlicensed, therefore illegal product.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that might actually predate the legalization of weed. I think that might have been a problem in vape shops even before. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
smoke shops
I'm talking
historically
about
have
like
been-
in Derby, like
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
so-
about locally. We've had a proliferation of vape shops that have popped up since
So the
we've been
reason-
covering the city.
So the reason why that happened is because they got soft on the prosecution of the stores, right? The laws got soft, so you weren't serving jail time if you got caught with 10 pounds of weed the way that you used to be, right? They got softer on it, but head shops have historically, if you ask the guy, he always had it in the back, right? Because they were always like stoners and that kind of thing. But now the smoke shops are not owned by stoners. The smoke shops are typically owned by, a lot of them are owned by factions out of like Northern Africa. They have a lot of illegal immigrants working in them. The one in Derby, they found beds in the back.
I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
know
yeah.
that.
They've called ICE on a bunch of them. They had to bring in immigration on a bunch of them. And the crazy thing is that when you hear, like, if you go back just like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the Republicans, get up there on their pulpit and they start talking about psychosis from cannabis and needing hospital beds and mostly stuff that's full is complete nonsense. See that? I caught myself from cursing.
I know. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. My mother passed away, but I always used to say, my mother watches this. No, I would try to keep Facebook in line, but
So they talk about that, and what they're talking about is like, so this drink right here, right, is going to be 3 milligrams, right? That's the max amount allowed in a drink up until yesterday. Yesterday, they signed into law to go up to 5 in liquor stores and 10 in dispensaries. The drinks or the gummies that are sold in the smoke shops are 100, 200, 500 milligrams per piece.
Oh,
okay. So when you talk about psychosis, like if I had 25 milligrams, I'm having a bad night, right? Because I don't have a high tolerance. It's no different than if I have 5 shots of tequila. I'm not having a good night, or maybe I might have a good time for about half an hour, and then it's going to go bad, and the next day I'm going to feel terrible. These shops are the shops that are selling to minors, right? They don't care who you are. They don't care they don't care about you. They're strictly about profits. They're not licensed. They're not selling regulated. You don't know if the product's been tested. You don't know where it's been made. It typically has, branding from California, Colorado, and those companies are saying that they didn't make it. We don't know if it fell out the back door, right? They're avoiding the cost associated that we have to have, which is, in order for me to put this drink in, just today, the brewer in Oxford said, hey, we just passed our test. We do a full test on mycotoxins, metals, molds, all of the thing, and the THC percentage to make sure that we got it right in the can. And we have to take that, put it on the can, and then put it online. These companies do nothing, right? That test costs anywhere from $400 to $1,000. So now you have to spread that out in your cost. Versus these guys, they're just packaging it. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. Who gives a shit? If it's 400 milligrams versus 500 milligrams, you're probably not
doesn't matter. And are they businesses or is it organized crime? I mean, because
it's a great question. So someone recently, a lawyer in Hartford, because they busted 3 shops in Derby. We have 2 of them. We have one in our parking lot, one across the street, and they busted both of them.
what do you mean you have one in your parking lot?
Smokers Land. Right there, like right
Oh,
by
another one.
next
Okay,
to
gotcha,
Aldi's.
gotcha.
Next to Aldi's. So we have one there, and he's aggressive. He's actually like in the parking lot trying to push it. And then you got the guy across the street who got busted like 3 times. That's Zaza. So these guys, they get busted and they get busted and they get busted. They're open the next day, literally the next day. So in Hartford, I was talking to the head of economic development. They had 28 stores busted, but they only busted them once. Versus Derby has repeatedly hit Zaza. I think they hit Zaza 3 times in a year.
Twice in a day. They did have a thing where they raided them in the morning and then came back. The store had opened and there was more allegedly illegal product.
Yeah, it's crazy, and which is wild. And by the way, like the land now, because of CUTPA, the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act, technically the cities can sue the landlords of the buildings for aiding and abetting, right? Because they are knowingly allowing people to do this, typically because they're getting a higher rent. If you're getting $15 a square foot, and these guys want to pay you 35 or 40, no lease, no liability, the landlord's like, who cares, right? Who else am I going to give it to? Another Dollar Tree, that kind of thing, or Christmas tree shop. Not Christmas tree shop. What's the one that?
Say rest in peace, Christmas tree shop. I think they all went out unbelievably. But
who's the one that opened? Oh, Spirit Halloween.
Oh, all right, yeah.
So they can do those things, but the towns typically don't. They don't know. A lot of them don't even know they can bust them. They don't know how to do it, right? But it's a coordinated effort. DHS, DRS, the revenue service,
and Derby's doing it. Derby's doing it to Zaza.
Derby's on top of it. Because I pay a lot of money in taxes. They should be happy. We pay. My tax checks to Derby are probably 10 times higher than the property my taxes on the cannabis for Derby are probably 12 times higher than the property taxes on the Italian Pavilion.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's by design. That's to entice the towns to allow this to go in.
It's significant, right? And versus the people that are selling it out the back door or doing it illegally or giving it to kids or doing the things that they're not supposed to be doing, it's the opposite of what they want to do. They're taking away from the jobs. It's that's why they call it the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act. So they popped up everywhere. They're in Milford. Milford has 13, right? My town, Milford, has a ban, right? So Milford had 2 medicals. They didn't allow them to flip to hybrid, which means that they can sell medical and they can sell adult use or recreational. And then Milford, and then those 2 left. One went to like Vernon, Connecticut, or Manchester, and the other one went to Orange, Connecticut. Orange got the tax revenue because Milford people were just going to Orange. So now Orange is getting, $300,000 a year in tax revenue off of the store. And as a result, 13 smoke shops popped open. They just busted one the other day that had like 50 pounds of kratom and 38 pounds of weed. With they had a package of gummies with 20 pieces in it with 10,000 milligrams.
I don't mean to laugh, but that's insanity. So that
but also it's insanity that at the time that mayor and the alders didn't do the research. I actually asked them for the research. This was a few years back. This was under I think 3 or 4 mayors ago in Milford. I actually said, did you do a commission? Did you do a research to decide whether or not it made sense? And he said yes. And I asked him for the research. Research was bullshit. It was a witch hunt to figure out what towns in Jersey and Massachusetts were successfully able to get a ban. What they didn't do was they didn't check the safety, right? Like if you provide a regulated product, you're likely to undermine the unregulated market, right? So there's a safety thing there. They didn't check. They didn't know what the revenue would be. I think at one point, one of the leaders in the city said to me, if all the cannabis got sold in Milford and we got all the tax money, we wouldn't be able to pay for the paper clips in this town. And I said, just so you know, that would be about $20 million in tax revenue if it's a $700 million market. I said, so how many paper clips are you using? And it's unfortunate that they didn't do that. And as a result, you wind up with 13 stores selling illegal product. You got kids that are taking, huge amounts of THC, which are going to mess with their bodies in all different kinds of ways. And it was a disservice. And because Milford had 2 medicals, if they had flipped those 2 to hybrid first, they probably would have picked up the bulk of the revenue for the first 2 years and made about $2 million in tax dollars. And
When are
instead,
you
they're
writing
raising.
a book? This sounds like a book. You've got enough experience now. When are you penning
Listen,
your book?
I could go on. Forget about it. If I told you about the corruption that happened yesterday in the state, you want to go into that?
All right, hold on. We don't want to. We don't want to get sued. I'm going to let you go. I want to thank you again for letting us pick the new products. I don't know what we just did.
You color picking. Perfect.
Right. So we're pretty good at that. Yeah, as you can see.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Fashion-minded.
Good luck.
Yeah, and it was nice to meet you online. And thank you so much for your time, David.
Thank you so much. And also the donation hit a little while ago, and I just wanted to say double thank you for that. You absolutely did not have to do that, but thank you so much. Very much appreciated.
Thank you guys for what you do for the community. It's important to have independent local people putting out content and letting people know what's going on. Without it, I think the world would not be better. So I'm happy to support you guys, and thank you so much for having me on.
All right, have a great night. Thank you, sir. That was David Salinas. He owns High People on Pershing Drive in Derby. That was a total lesson for me. That was very interesting stuff. David Salinas, so check him out. So what are we on? It's almost 9:50. So coming up at 10 o'clock, we are going to do a pre-tape. I'm going to show a pre-tape interview I did with Maria Blackwell of the Derby Elks. That was very fascinating. And I think the Derby Elks, as I said earlier, it is the coolest building in the city of Derby. It really is like stepping into a time machine. I am starting to feel it. I'm kind of like, I don't mean like the cannabis stuff, but I'm tired. You know what I mean? I don't know how you're doing.
Yeah, I'm hitting a delirium again.
Yeah, I'm starting to do that. But I'm telling you, no, it did, like, you know, there, and I, you know, we're just doing a podcast right here. Obviously, this is a live podcast. Well, we don't have the you know, there's no way we can fact check certain things in real time as it's being said. Just a disclaimer out there. But there was definitely once, like, the cannabis law was in effect, you know, there was a lot of we have had a proliferation of vape shops in the valley, and some, like, you know, I'm trying to. I don't want to paint every vape shop with the picture that they're selling illegal product, but it is like kind of, I mean, to the point where Derby was kind of like they've actually put a moratorium because so many were popping up.
And Sonia also placed a moratorium.
And some taking over, like you'd have a business that had been around for generations, a beloved family business, building gets sold, and suddenly a vape shop opens up, which is kind of like, you know, is that the best use for that property? How did that happen? Is that for the greater good? So, so that's that. There was a lot there. That was very interesting to me. I hope people enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'll read the book when it comes out.
Yeah, that was good stuff. So in terms of like, we don't know, who knows, are we on track to what we did last year? I don't know. It always, I mean, we're inching towards that goal, and I'll just publicly, as Jasmine just did, High People donated $500. Thank you. Rick Dunn donated $1,000. That is, you know, the largest donation we have received thus far. And then earlier, Christine Curtis, Richard Donovan, Joseph DiMartino, Jacqueline Cockerham, thank you so much. Ron Sill, Bill and Karen, Martha and Jeff Devine, and John Crisculo. I'm such an idiot. You remember how to say Crisculo?
Criscolo.
Criscolo. I don't know why I keep mispronouncing that, but thank you to everyone who's donated thus far today. You know, yeah, I don't know. It's coming up on 10 o'clock at night. I mean, that trivia thing was crazy. I thought we didn't get a single call in. You know, and again, I guess I feel like we experienced this last year where we're like, okay, so maybe Facebook isn't showing this stream to a lot of people. You know, it's just hard to tell. I know Facebook doesn't like the fact you're not using their in-house software to stream. I do think when you use StreamYard and then put that to Facebook, it's kind of like X nowadays, where you can't put a hyperlink on X and expect to get traffic on that individual post. X clearly likes it, and this was borne out in a study just like last month. they want you to stay on X. So you see this whole thing that's happening with media outlets. They're no longer posting like a link to get you off X. They're now just explaining their news in the post and doing something like we've done. Go to Valley Indy DOT.org. Because we are in the age of the social media overlords control every aspect of our life, including like how we try to raise money each year.
The way the social media platforms are set up, it's very difficult to direct people to go anywhere else. The platforms place you further down in their algorithms if you do that. And I mean, it's X, formerly known as Twitter, has done that with the hyperlinks, as you said. Also, like, Instagram has kind of always been impossible to lead people away from, and people have come up with all sorts of workarounds for it. But it's a
challenge, and I'll tell you, in the last 17 years, it is not what it used to be. Quite easy. It probably led us to rely too much on something like Facebook. But that was the thing, and we would do a live stream, and it would easily get 1,000 views. And I'm talking like sometimes the numbers are like they say whatever. But this would be, the chat would be going. It was very fast. We wouldn't be able to keep up with the people commenting. It was a whole different thing. So it has gotten harder and harder to get the word out and to do something like this, where we're trying to promote other nonprofits and we're trying to promote the concept of giving during the Great Give. It's an online fundraiser. So, but I feel like we've had this conversation like at 10 o'clock during every Great Give on day one, because we're kind of like, we're getting a little depressed by the end of it. You know what I mean? Is anybody watching this?
We've been, if you're watching, say hi. We've been experimenting with, different ways to get people to come to the site, and more importantly, just to get stuff to you so that you're able to read it in the first place. We have a newsletter we set up a little over a year ago. That's still going. We send it out about once a week, every Friday, more or less. We sent out a special one this week for just letting people know that the Great Give was happening.
That's happening, yeah.
Yeah. It's very rare that we send anything outside of Fridays. So I think we've done it maybe a handful of times. Normally it's just once a week. Here's what's been happening in the Valley. Quick little roundup with, we'll put a little list of events happening over the weekend. We'll put that right up top.
And I think like since we hired you, we have tried to do, since you were brought on, like we started This Week in History, I think, around that same time. And that's primarily...
really? I didn't realize that.
We weren't doing it. Like when we first launched, we were doing a history column. The Derby Historical Society, Randy Novak, he had compiled all these blurbs from the old Evening Sentinel. They're still up there if you search. And so we would take those and kind of copy and paste and then credit the Derby Historical Society. So we weren't doing our own, but we now Jean goes... once or twice a month to one of the libraries if she has the time. It's a little labor intensive. That's one thing. Even like This Week in History, that's a lot of hours of work to do. There's now an online archive of Evening Sentinel articles. But I think just in terms of the traffic, people really like kind of the 70s and 80s This Week in History, because it's the recent history. And so you'll have relatives, hey, that was my uncle or something like that. So those do real well, but it requires, Jean is going to a library. She's working their microfilm. I think she takes pictures of the stuff, and then she's going back and translating it. So it's a decent amount of work. And then she's handing it in and we're editing it. And that part is much less time consuming, but that's something we tried to, because I was like, okay, we should do a history column of some kind. So there's that. We started police blotters. The only one we haven't gotten on board is the city of Derby, the Derby Police Department. I'm hoping, they have a new CAD system or whatever it is, whatever system the cops use to print out that police blotter stuff. Derby's is very, I guess, difficult to deal with. So what Derby has traditionally done is just when we first launched, you could go into the Derby Police Department from records and just get a list of people arrested. And that's like what when there was a Derby newspaper, and then there was the Valley Gazette, and they would print that. But I was kind of like, well, I was never comfortable just like putting, Joe Smith got arrested for murder. He's due in court next week. And that would be the only information. unless you're going to expand and get a narrative for each one. I didn't really think it was fair to do that. So anyway, but we do the blotter, Ansonia and Seymour police departments are extremely cooperative. In just once a week, we put in an email and they send us that information. It's usually like, I don't know, 30 pages, right around there.
It's the way they present their information differs a lot between Ansonia and Seymour. I think Seymour, their call logs, theirs are a little more detailed. Ansonia's are a little more summary overall, but it's still like they also send a log along with it of
the arrests.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we get those from both towns. Ansonia's usually run like 8-9 pages or so, just because they've condensed the calls are a little more condensed, so they're able to fit more of them on a page. But it's as you said, they've been very cooperative since we started requesting those each week.
They really have. It was it was always kind of hard, because I'm looking back. When I first started, I would go to the Somers, New York, where I'm from originally, the state trooper barracks there, Troop K on Route 100 in Somers. And you would go in, and there would be the dispatcher, Daryl Barris, and he'd have just this huge ledger. And the reporters would walk in, and it was all handwritten. And you'd look through, all right, who got arrested? And then you would ask to see the sergeant, and they'd give you a little more information if he was in the mood, or if he wasn't yelling at somebody or involved in something about each arrest. And the same thing when I worked in Danbury. Danbury had they now have a new police department, but their old police department down sort of on the south end of Main Street. You'd walk in, and there'd be this giant ledger, but that was behind like the bulletproof glass. So the dispatcher, who was a police officer, would just he would just like pick this giant book up and just kind of throw it towards there, and you would be like trying to get, but it was all handwritten. It seems so quaint now. It wasn't like computer printouts, and now we're getting stuff emailed to us. But there was a certain charm in that, because it was sort of, I don't know, it could be fun on a Saturday night if you were working like the late shift at the News Times in Danbury, because like there were less supervisors in the police department. So maybe you get the shift commander, and they would be, hey, well, look at this one. You kind of hang out and get some half decent stories. Because, if you saw charges that piqued your interest, you would ask, and you'd have to get the shift commander, and it was up to him as to, whether he wanted to give you more info. So, but by and large, you'd always get the information. That's the way police blotters have changed in the last 20 years, at least since 1998. I know, we don't do this, but even when I started, every day, you would call the police department and be like, any arrests, anything going on, anything arrest? And once upon a time, whoever answered the phone would give you information. I'd love to know if newspapers still do that, because, dispatcher nowadays, they're not going to say anything. They're going to refer you to the PIO. But once upon a time, that was the way it worked. Back in my day, Jasmine.
Yeah, well, hey, guess what? It's 10 p.m.
Oh, okay. I'll shut up. Yeah. All right. So I'm really excited about this. Maria Blackwell is awesome. The Derby Elks are awesome. If you drive down Elizabeth Street, there's always something going on. And 9 times out of 10 nowadays, it's connected to some type of community event or community service project happening at the Derby Elks Club. So I'm just going to go to our page.
And is this one still unlisted, or did we?
I'm going to go in right now and make it public.
Gotcha. So
we probably don't even have to, but
probably not. But hey, better safe than sorry. And
yeah, we could test it out, but maybe now is not the time. Okay, so it's unlisted and it is now public. I'm going to hit that. Then I'm going to go over. I'm going to click the actual video, and this one's it's 15 minutes, 30 seconds. So it's a little bit longer. And again, we're using this new wireless mic. I probably should have arranged this interview a little bit more. I should have done, but my idea was to have her do voiceover. But anyway, hey, the Derby Elks are great. I should have done a better job editing, I guess I'm trying to say. I'm going to close that. I have a story open. I don't even know why. But here we go, like this. I'm going to share the screen. Sorry, bear with me. I'm also not wearing my glasses and I'm really blind. So there's Maria, and I will make Maria full screen, and we'll see you in 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Valley Indy 2026 Great Give live stream. I'm Eugene Driscoll, hiding behind my cell phone. I'm very excited to welcome back to our Great Give live stream. She did a phoner last year, but now we have her in person, and I'm at the Elks Club on Elizabeth Street in Derby. It's Maria Blackwell. Hello, Maria.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for doing this, Eugene.
Yeah, thank you so much. And one of the reasons I wanted to do this is that, I'm on social media. I'm supposed to be paying attention to Derby, the much as I can. The Elks Club is just always doing something, like just some type of community service. I mean, sometimes now I drive by on Elizabeth Street, and this is a hub of activity. So I guess my first question, what is the Elks Club in Derby in general?
Well, the Elks Club is a fraternal organization. It started in Derby in 1900, so we're 126 years old this year. What we focus on is charity. That's what we're all about. We're about helping the community. It's called the Benevolent Protective Order of Elks, and benevolence is what we do. And that's what we try to do here. Last year, we worked very, very hard on trying to help as many organizations, as many people as we could. We helped over 30 charities last year, and we're very proud of that. And we're striving to help even more this year. And we do a lot of fundraising, which obviously helps towards us being able to give so much to the community, because we are part of the community and we want to be an active part of that community.
And what's your title with the Elks? I forgot to ask.
I'm the exalted ruler.
Gotcha.
I'm the person in charge.
How many years now have you been the exalted ruler?
This is my second year. And I love it.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to ask, is membership going up? Because you seem a lot more active, but maybe that's just what I'm seeing on Facebook. What's membership like now?
Yes, we started last April in 25 with 372 members, and now we are at 406 members, and we have a few more waiting in the wings to get initiated. Membership is doing very well. We're very happy. The more people we can bring in, the more people we can get to help out. So that's it's a beautiful thing. So we're very proud of that.
And I've been here probably, I think, inside the building once before a few years back. And then was I at the time capsule unveiling? I don't remember. I remember we did a story about it, but I might have stolen Jack Walsh's video of it. But so, the building's amazing. You walk back, and we'll go on a tour in a second.
Yes.
But how does one get involved with the Elks? What if I watched this video and I was like, that's something I want to do?
Well, basically what someone could do is they can contact me, or they can come down to the lodge. They can get an application. Usually what happens is a member will sponsor them. If they don't know anybody, they can maybe give me a call, talk to me about it. We can kind of, see who they are and what they're, why they want to join. And what happens is once you fill out an application, you then go through an investigation process, because this is a private organization. And then what happens is our members will vote on whether or not this person should be a member. Once they go through that balloting process, then they are initiated. They go through an initiation process in our lodge room, and they become Elks.
And where am I right now? What are we looking at
Right now, you're in the Antler Lounge, and this is like our dining area where we offer when we do a lot of food activities, and we have some of our like games and stuff. We do this pretty much here. We also rent this portion out to people if they're interested.
Oh, that was my question. Yeah, you could.
Yes,
you could, oh, wow.
Yes, and we have a downstairs that we could rent also.
And this is a big facility. And for anyone watching, that's Elizabeth Street right out there. That's the main entrance through there. And what about if you want to, I know you brought your list of some of the events you did. Yeah. What are some of the community service projects and events that the Derby Elks has sponsored? Because I see you all the time.
Some of the things we've done, we actually just recently last week, We were very fortunate to obtain stuffed animals from the Ansonia Animal Shelter Director, Gene Razalowski. So we were able to donate those to the Children's Toy Closet at Yale Children's Hospital. But we've also helped out with BH Care. We have a giving tree in the wintertime and Christmas time that we have the clients put down their wishes, and we do a giving tree for them. One of our very special projects with veterans that we've done this year is we kind of adopted the PF Medeiros House, which is a home in Bridgeport for homeless women veterans. And what we've done there is we've actually brought them here for dinner. We've done a bingo game with them. We've gone and collected gifts for them for the holidays. We donated a patio set. We gave them almost $2,000 in welcome home kits this year. We also have another grant that we ended up getting this year for them that they're actually trying to remodel the home now. Oh, wow. So we're going to donate a couch and living room furniture to them. We have worked with Little League. We've donated to Little League. We have also done the Penguin Plunge in November. We had 11 of our members go out. We were second in the state lodges to raise the most money for Special Olympics.
Oh, wow.
Yes, we've promote drug awareness. We go around the community. We've been in the Memorial Day Parade. We have our Elroy guy comes out. He's dressed as Elroy the elk, and we try to give out pamphlets. This upcoming for youth, we're actually giving out 3 scholarships to Valley High School students on Monday. We have a fishing rodeo, which is open to all Valley children at Osborndale State Park on May 9th. Anyone can go. You just show up and we'll sponsor that. We stock the pond for them. We've been doing that for years.
Yeah, and that's a big event.
Yeah,
that's a big community event.
On 9/11, we participate in a ceremony for our first responders on the Derby Green, and then we have them all come back here and we do a nice reception for them. I could go on and on.
Yeah,
There's
you have 2 pages of typed up.
Yes, I have a lot. So I mean,
and
we
can always
try
look
to
on Facebook too.
Yes,
the Derby Elks Facebook
yes.
page.
We try to help as many people and as many organizations as we can. That's our goal, is to give back.
And Maria, this is a reporter question, but what do you personally get out of donating and volunteering your time to this organization? It's obviously quite a commitment. Why do it?
Satisfaction. We were all put on this earth to give back. And when you give back to people, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. For me, that personally, and, my family, we try to, always give back. We've been very blessed and lucky in our life. Our members feel the same way when our members are giving back, or they're going to, the Spooner House, and we just did a food drive for them. It's great to see that we can help those out. It's that feeling of it's a good feeling in your heart to know that you've helped somebody else. That's
great. Okay, so if you have a couple more minutes, if we go on a quick tour, you can narrate what we're looking at.
Yes, I can. Hi, this is these are items that were taken out of our time capsule, which was in the cornerstone of our building when it was built. It says 1915 outside. You'll see that. That was opened up in 2015 on the 100th year anniversary. And in here, we actually found original pictures of where the Elks started in Derby, because this wasn't always the building they were in. They were actually on Main Street in Derby, which you'll see the first 2 pictures.
On the left?
Yes,
Okay.
on the left. And then they moved across the street in
That's
the
down
3rd
there.
picture from this building. And the last picture shows the present building on 73 Elizabeth Street being built.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it was pretty.
All perfectly. I mean,
Yes.
we had some time capsules go bad in the valley,
Yes.
but
Now,
everything in there is in perfect condition.
yes, everything's well preserved. The officers at the time put their pictures, that's the 2nd row, in there so we could see who they were. And on the bottom, you'll see state statutes. There's a couple of the Evening Sentinels.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep, from 1915. So it's pretty cool stuff. And everything is very well preserved, and we try to keep it like that.
That's
And
beautiful.
yeah, it's pretty cool. And this is our it's our library, we call it, but this is where our board of directors meets.
Okay.
And
that's Mo.
that's Mo. This is every first Sunday in December, the Elks are required to honor the members and memorialize the ones who died that year.
Oh, wow.
And this particular one is the first one. And if you look, this was done at the Sterling Opera House because we didn't have a building.
Oh, wow.
And the first member that we had that died was Dr. Louis Labonte. And he was one of the founders of these Elks. And what happened was he only lived a year. He was the doctor in the valley and passed away at a very young age. I believe he was 33. This here was presented in 1917 by the Ansonia Elks Lodge to dedicate this building, because there was a lodge in Ansonia after our lodge had started. So this was a gift. A lot of gifts were given, and they used to give a lot of clocks. Clocks were big. All this here are sets of books that were actually donated at the time when this building was built as a gift. And these books here were actually given to us from, from the Waterbury Lodge.
Okay.
So these are Kipling, and there's a bunch of different.
Oh, wow.
And they're in great shape. But what's really cool, I get excited about this. These are the original jewels that the officers wore in 1900. So last year, during our 125th anniversary, when I was installed as the exalted ruler, I wore that one. Wow. So I was very proud to do that. And James Smith was the first exalted ruler in Derby. In here, and this is where we hold our meetings.
This is an impressive room.
And yes, and everything in here is the original furniture, original rug, original everything that when they built the building in 1915. In 1917 was when they opened it. It took them 2 years to build it.
What type of feeling, what type of emotion do you get when you're in this room? Is it just routine at this point, or does it hold?
No, it's still wow.
Yeah.
It's like a museum. I mean, we have a bunch of stuff, something that you might find very interesting. With the Elks, there are officers, obviously, that are elected, and the exalted ruler sits there, and our leading knight, who is second in command, sits there, and our loyal knight sits here, and they're third, and our lecturing knight, who's fourth in command, sits over on that side.
Okay.
Those are the 4 chairs. This elk was a gift from the New Haven Lodge in 1900. So a lot of, we have a lot of, I could go through here for hours with you, and I won't, but we have a lot of history in here.
Above the elk, that's a clock?
Yes, and
Okay.
that
It's interesting.
was donated by the Emblem Club, because women were not allowed in the Elks. So they had the Emblem Club. And in 1961, they donated that clock. And we use that clock for the 11 o'clock toast. And the toast is part of our rituals to recognize our absent members. It started back when the first Elks in New York started, and they used to recognize, they were actors, actually, the Jolly Corks, they were called. And they started the original Elks. They came in and they would recognize their friends who didn't come to meetings, because sometimes it was late and they were still acting. And then eventually, when they started to pass away, they had the 11 o'clock toast, which we now do at either a memorial service. We do it at 11 o'clock. If we're here, we stop everything, and the exalted ruler does the 11 o'clock toast.
How do you keep up with the maintenance of the building?
It's difficult at times.
It looks
but
great. I mean,
we do. We have some great volunteers
Okay.
that work very, very hard. If something they try, and then if that, we have to call people in to come in and do it. But we've been very blessed
Okay.
with that. I mean, we have some great guys that come in and, you know, they'll help with their members, and it's everyone's lodge. So we're all vested in this.
Gotcha.
Because they have an organist in when they do meetings. We don't have one presently, but there was an organist, and they bought an organ to go with this building. They didn't scrimp when they did the building. They did not scrimp. Here's our original 1900 clock.
There it is.
And yeah, and it chimes. I'll do it once, so it won't. And that's what they used. And that traveled from Main Street to Elizabeth Street and everywhere.
Everyone could hear it.
Yes.
All right, Maria. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
For cluing me in
Thank
on
you.
what happens at the Elks Club. I very much
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, and we welcome anyone who's interested to come down and or contact me, and I can give you my contact information and be happy to talk to them.
Hey, everybody. It's Eugene Driscoll. That was
Hey, Eugene.
Maria.
I think you've got Max Velocity's weather coverage playing in the background.
Well, only you and I can hear that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sharing that screen, so it's okay. But I took you off screen because I didn't know if you were ready to go back on. But yeah, the Great Give continues. Very exciting. I hope people enjoyed the Maria Blackwell video. One positive thing about these pre-taped interviews that we did is that we can share them independently of this stream, and they'll live on forever in YouTube. Unless somebody, I mean, that's, you know, I told like the Derby High School kids, or I might have told their guidance counselor, I'm like, look, if, you know, a week from now, they're like, I really don't want that online, we will take this stuff off. Like, that's one thing where this doesn't have to live on for forever. You know what I mean? Same thing for anybody who participated. And I mean, in fact, Facebook will auto delete the stream within 30 days. That's the new Facebook policy. So, you know, it is what it is, which is kind of, it's kind of fine with me, you know?
Yeah, same here. It's
I don't know how much value a 6-hour stream has like 2 years from now. Unless we got into a big argument or something like that, unless we started just screaming at each other.
I mean,
That's what people, you know, the negativity and violence, not violence, but verbal violence and conflict, that's what you got to be on the internet, right?
right. And it's nice to have an archive of everything somewhere, but also, you know, most newspaper coverage pre-internet, it didn't really live forever, except in those. I don't even know what I'm saying.
If you clipped it, right, and put it in like a scrapbook or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
It is. I'm turning on the other fan. There's something like, I don't know what it is about this room, but Jasmine, I thought I was crazy all day. But when you walk into, this is a very tiny office, but when you walk into the corner of it, there's like a 20-degree difference. It's like comfortable in the hallway. It's okay where like Rick was sitting.
It's
like
fine where
Jasmine
I am.
sitting.
I've been fine all day, and you've
Yeah.
just been suffering over there in the heat.
But then you go over here and it's like, I don't know. It's like, am I burning? Is it the exhaust? Is the heat on? I don't know.
Yeah, I stepped over to the other side of the room a moment ago to make another mug of coffee, and that I experienced that
I was
difference.
like, what is going on? Yeah. So I don't know. I wonder if your vent's not working, and I wonder if I'm kicking out a little heat because there are 2 vents. It's also unusual. Why are there 2 vents in such a small space? I don't know, but that's what we think about at 10:22 at night during day 1 of the Great Give, May 6th, 2026. I was thinking about when we were in Ansonia, we had this office and we were on the 3rd floor, right? So, you know, if it's 100 degrees in the summertime, it was like 120 inside. And it was this weird thing, like we had this thermostat in the office, but it didn't really seem attached to anything. Like you could flick it and it would like fall off the wall.
Just a nice little prop.
Yeah, it was really well, and it actually turned out to be a prop. Because one day, and I don't know if this is when like Ethan worked or maybe Jody, because it got to the point like we couldn't work in the office. We had to just leave because it would get so sweltering in there. But there was an office next to ours, and it was unlocked one day. There was nothing in there. I went in there, and I adjusted that heat, and it turned out the AC was set up in a way so that unit or whatever, that thermostat controlled that office and our office. So that's how I figured out, oh, okay, we finally have AC. It was sort of a strange, and then it made me wonder, it's like, is this office even legal? Like, what, how can that be? Because it was one of the many adventures of our 11 years on Main Street. And it's overall positive, but we would run into challenges like that.
Yes.
So
That
I
was
mean,
all before my time.
yeah,
We've been in the Seymour office the whole time I've been here.
That's right. And I mean, you've been the primary person. This has essentially been the Jasmine Wright office
Pretty
for
much.
the last couple of years. Because I sort of got into this habit of working from home because I got kids. So like that, those are all our interviews for day one. Right. David Salinas was quite the storyteller there, right?
Mhm.
I might have to not only bleep some out, some of that might have to let's not even go into it. I don't even that was but that was very interesting. Everything he said there. And I mean, I've heard that people in the cannabis industry are frustrated, but man, he
articulated that.
He laid it out there.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, and I don't know. That's he's just a big investment,
Mhm.
So anyway, I thought he was great. That was an interesting interview. So and again, like this is the Great Give the live stream we're doing, right? So but as part of it, we take the opportunity to bring some newsmakers on there, and cannabis is a thing, whether you like it or not. There's a cannabis dispensary in Seymour, and there's one in Derby, and we just talked to the Derby proprietor without judgment. So I don't really have anything planned. I mean, the next prize is sort of, I think this is a popular one. Maybe we're gonna have Jackie from the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven on tomorrow. But I have a feeling a lot of people go for the Midnight Snack Prize. That's coming up.
And that is the organization that gets a donation closest to 12 a.m. It's $500. It's a little complicated because it's judged by the time the donation hits the GiveGab system, and there's a little bit of a delay in that. But
so this is essentially, what is that? It's a predictions market? Where
something like that.
I just like using that phrase. I like how it used to be just called gambling and betting and bookmaking, and now it's called predictions market.
And
like
sports betting.
They've tried to clean it up, right? So I mean, I guess we'll stick around. Are you doing okay? I mean, I could just sit here and babble for the next 90 minutes.
I'm doing fine. It'll probably be a bit of an imbalance where you're doing more of the babbling than I am, but I'm awake.
Yeah. So
I'm awake. My brain has run out of words, but I am conscious.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. I'm sort of winding down, and like 90% of me wants to shut off the stream and go home and get a little rest. But let's see how far we can make it. I just want to see. I would like to get the Midnight Snack Prize. That would be great. Because we've been at it all day, and I'm gonna try. I'm gonna donate to either us or somebody else to try to get either me or live vicariously through another nonprofit that gets that. Yeah, organization gets a donation closest to 12 a.m. gets $500. So I mean, after we wrap this up tonight, I mean, there's the 6-7 prize, which is any organization with at least one donation between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Yeah, so
could get an extra $1,000.
There are two options. If you're an extreme night owl, like I am, you've got the insomnia draw, and any organization receiving at least one donation between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. could get an extra $1,000. That's the option for the night owls. And if you're a real early bird, then you've got the 6-7 prize. That is, as just mentioned, any organization with at least one donation between 6 and 7 a.m. could get an extra $1,000.
We do have a comment from a past guest. He was on at noon today in person. Gino DiGiovanni, one of two people, him and Rick Dunn, both came in person. He says, "Keep going. I just got home from a meeting." Was that a Derby meeting? Anything happen?
Wait. Yeah. What's the meeting?
I think. Yeah. So he just got home from a meeting. Maybe he was at the Seymour Board of Finance. I don't know. Gino, the first thing we asked Rick Dunn when he came in here was I asked about the punch list for the Route 34 widening project. But then we switched gears immediately, and then I forgot to revisit. So I actually didn't get an answer to that question. But we did ask it. I said, hey, Gino Giovanni wants to know about the punch list. But, I think Rick said, give me a call. It was something like that, right?
Something I believe.
Oh, yeah,
so.
the Republican Town Committee. Oh, so the Derby Republican Town Committee met tonight.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm just looking at the.
And Gino told them all, hey, donate to the Valley Indy right now, everybody. All the Republicans. Donate.valleyindy.org. Robert Rules of Order. I second that. Et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, what were we saying, Jasmine? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just pulling up the Ansonia meetings to see what I've missed. The their new charter revision commission, they met last night. Police commission was tonight, and then there's inland wetlands tomorrow. So there's some meetings this week in Ansonia.
Yes, I did. I actually did that. That was
awesome.
That was the whole purpose of the meeting, right? I know I missed. Actually, Gino kind of mentioned it during his appearance. I there was a ZBA meeting in Derby involving. Gino had mentioned Larry's Landing, and that's on Roosevelt Drive across from Calvert Lock. It was a food truck, and I heard there was I don't know if it was contentious, but there was another land use issue involving, I guess, a new business that wanted to come in there. So that was a meeting I missed. That I'm hoping there's a recording of it, and I'll check it out. Gino says, please inform us on what Ricky says about 34. Yeah, see, all right, Ricky Dunn. I thought I've seen that. His nickname is Ricky Dunn. Yeah, he said he didn't answer the question, and I forgot to ask it because he walked in the room and I launched on him with that one, and it's kind of like, what? Huh? Where am I?
I forgot to warn him he would be live as soon as he stepped in, so it was a real ambush on all sides.
Right? Yeah, and he was on camera right away. So and it was completely dark in here because the sun had gone down. It was very confusing.
So he was a shadow for a while.
You could rewind it, but yeah, that was that. But all right, what else we got? I mean, I thought I don't even know if this is worth doing or if we'll just get a copyright strike and it'll kill the stream, which I think isn't a big deal. We would just have to, start over. But if I go to YouTube, I had saved a couple of videos. I don't know if they're worth watching here. I don't even know where I saved them. Looking at our channel. Although, you know what? I'm going to do right now, because it was I really, Gino DiGiovanni, there is a recording and public hearing is still open until the 21st regular meeting. Oh, that's okay. That's the ZBA. Thanks. I appreciate that. I gotta check that out. I mean, hey, one thing to Derby, they do hybrid meetings and it's spoiled. I really look, I like, being able to watch a government meeting in my underwear. Okay. I'm sorry, but it's late at night. And then the ability to share it to Facebook and stuff like that, where they do get watched.
Right.
But I get it though. I should be in person, but
that's sort of the argument that has prevailed in Ansonia, which recently went from all Zoom to all.
Ansonia went they're kind of funny because they would have these. They were still doing Zoom alderman meetings where it was kind of like, hey, why don't you try, putting a little salt on that steak, and you can do both. And then now they're not they're like, forget Zoom. We passed a resolution to bar it and blah, blah, blah. ZBA, right? Okay, ZBA. Yeah. Did I misspeak? Yeah, it's the ZBA. I heard there was some action. There was some an issue.
The ZBAs in all three of our towns are seeing some action these days.
Yeah, and usually you don't see a lot. I check the ZBA agendas there in Derby, and usually it's usually a homeowner trying to build a fence where they have to whatever. So, but usually they're pretty sort of friendly, But I heard that one was might have been a little contentious. I don't know. Yeah, and that one in Seymour tomorrow. Should be an interesting one. Yes. With Red Clover's Farm. That's been all over social media. They got a cease and desist, and the owner has made a 38-minute video that's posted to her Facebook page. We were not inundated, but we had a lot of people commenting on our page to make us aware about it. Chaz and AJ got, once somebody tags Chaz and AJ that's when S gets real. You know what I mean? That's where people are like, you better cover this. So I don't know if Chaz and AJ are going to show up to the meeting tomorrow. Perhaps they will. But we're going to have Jody Gill, woo, who went from the Valley Indy to becoming a journalism professor at Southern Connecticut State University.
She is awesome. So that's excited to see that story. And then Monday coming up, and Sonia's EBA is going to be the Burns construction rock crushing issue is going to be back before him. Yes, and that's been a kind of contentious issue between Burns and a few of the neighbors going back a few years now. And now it's resurfaced. So that'll be an interesting meeting. I believe I will be attending, barring any emergencies.
It's Monday, right?
Monday. Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you mind if we watch this one again? These are the
by all means,
the top two students from Derby High School, the graduating class. Actually, they say that in the video, so I'm just going to play it. But I thought these guys were great. And we'll start with what is your name, grade, and what made you famous?
My name is Sarah Porrick.
Actually, the question is, I'm still all right. So this is all right. So what time is this? 10:35. Who are you and why are you famous? Was a question that stuttering John Melendez from the Howard Stern show would ask celebrities on the red carpet in like the late 80s and early 90s, height of comedy. So he would go up to like Billy Crystal, who was at the height of his fame, and pretend not to know who he was. Who are you? Why are you famous? And it was just always funny. It was never not funny. And the best was when the celebrity would get like all insulted by that and they have to explain who they were. Anyway, so that's that question. Also, the humming you hear, there's like a kind of an HVAC unit in that room. So that's the humming you hear right there. I think it's fine, but just so people know.
I am in 12th grade. I'm a senior at Derby High School. I'm the salutatorian.
Congratulations.
Here. Thank you.
Sir?
My name is Carter Ruggiero. I'm also at Derby High School, and I'm the valedictorian. Definitely my parents. They've always like supported me. Even my mom was a valedictorian, and so was my sister. So my family was generally a good influence for me.
I would have to say the same. I think my mom is definitely my biggest influence. She's been through a lot. She's an immigrant. You know, she's just amazing. I think just working on yourself. You can't be, the best academically if you're not the best like mentally as well. And also, one tip, as I'm saying this as a procrastinator, do all your work early. It's a big help. It'll make you feel not as overwhelmed.
I'm also a victim to being a procrastinator, but
and that made me laugh out loud in the background there because my son's in 10th grade and I'm like constantly ready to strangle him Homer Simpson to Bart style over getting his homework done and getting projects done because he's such a procrastinator. Yeah. I mean, he gets, he makes the high honor roll. He does what he's doing much better grade wise than I ever did. And I'm not even close. You know what I mean? But Jasmine, I know you. I mean, I assume you must have done very well in high school, like these two students here.
I went to a pretty small public school in Oklahoma, but I was valedictorian there. But I was a procrastinator too.
Hey, Jasmine Wright was a valedictorian, and that's what I'm wondering. Like, smart people have a thing with procrastination.
It's, I mean, it's something that like it's something we all have to unlearn at some point. I think, but it's you know, if you're generally studious, if you're kind of aligned to what's going on in school, you don't have to learn it as early. I was able to get away with procrastinating for a long time. I don't think I really had it beat out of me until I started this job. And it's I think you remember the first few months I worked here, I was a nightmare with deadlines. I just kind
Yeah,
of
you were
handed,
kind of a space cadet. I was like,
yeah,
what
I
is
handed
going
you
on
stories
here?
whenever I wanted. So that was
Yeah. So I'm just kidding. And this is a comment from Gino DiGiovanni. He says, "Come on, set the stage for us." I think I rushed through it at the beginning, but it's it's self-explanatory, right? Yeah, look at that, Jasmine Wright, valedictorian. I like how you diminish your accomplishment by saying it was a small school in Oklahoma. Did you have indoor plumbing? Mayor Stefano wants to know, whatever his name was. Call back to her.
we did have indoor plumbing. It's if I remember correctly, I think it mostly worked.
You know, I just had it. We should do the trivia contest again. Like maybe we'll just ask the same questions and see if we get anybody to call in and answer that. Oh, that reminds me. Did the person who won, did they ever? It was one of the Lucarellis. Did he message us his info?
Al Lucarelli, but I'm not sure if we got a message.
No. So the one person that won a coffee cup is not going to be able to receive it. Man, everything's coming up.
If you're still watching, let us know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll still. I'll keep it here.
Yeah.
Generally, a tip that I have is to just, it's kind of stupid, but to focus in classes, because you only have that class time once per day, but you can go and do, like, socialize with people outside of school whenever. I don't really do that much out of school. I kind of just, I volunteer for stuff if need be. I do student council and stuff like that, so I help set up with events.
My hobbies, I really like jigsaw puzzles, reading, drawing, all that. And then extracurricular, I did some sports. I did soccer, volleyball, and then track and field. My favorite was definitely track and field, though. I have two. Can I say two?
Yes, you can.
I have, okay, my favorite teachers.
This was just fun to ask them. You know what I mean? Who's your favorite teacher? What's your favorite memory? Gino says Jasmine, valedictorian and graduate of Yale.
I'm gonna borrow from Curtis Lewa.
Allegedly.
I'm gonna borrow from Curtis Lewa and say, "Don't be glazing me, Gino."
Curtis Lewa said that?
He said, "Yeah, in the New York City mayoral debate, he there was a clip of him that sort of went around for a while where he looked into the camera and he said, "Don't be glazing me, Zoran."
And this guy, I mean, he was great on the radio. That's a guy who's good in front of a mic. What's crazy about, and again, I don't mean to interrupt and take away from the Derby kids, but we watched this earlier. I just love this interview so much. I'm playing it again. But to see, actually, I'm just going to shut up and play the thing.
Are Mr. Piazza
You got me on a Curtis Lewa tangent.
and Miss Shea. So they were my science teacher and then my history teacher as well.
What was it about them that made them rise to the top?
You could just tell like they have so much passion in their teaching, and you can also be really comfortable with them. You're safe with them. You can talk about whatever. If you're going through a hard time or if you just want to chat, they're just there for you all the time.
I only have one. My favorite teacher is Mr. Belly down at the wood tech industry at that end of the school. And the reason why is because he's just really funny. He's also like someone safe that you could talk to. And he kind of just lets you be you. I made a shelf for my house in his class. So it's pretty fun. And he's a pretty funny guy. From high school, my favorite memory is probably that shelf because every day I would look forward to going to that class and working on like fixing the angles or something it was a hexagon shelf. And it was kind of hard to do because it was like, it came off the wall. So it was a long project to do. So it was fun to do every day.
I think just meeting all these different kinds of people. I mean, all my friends, all these teachers, they're all incredible people. It's definitely a surreal moment, and it's also kind of scary. I would consider myself more as a quiet person, and just thinking about having to do a graduation speech in front of all those people is very scary for me. But I'll try. I'll try to do my best.
Very similar. I'm a pretty quiet person as well, but it's bittersweet because I like school, but I also like it's cool to graduate. I don't know. Obviously, COVID is pretty impactful, but my favorite just memory in general from schools was all the way in kindergarten, where I was the only one in my class that had recess because I was being a good kid. So I just kind of kept true to that. I tried to be a good kid, and yeah, I guess it worked out.
Was that Bradley or Irving?
It was Bradley.
I don't know. This is there's a lot of memories, both good and bad. But I think just that first day of high school, it's a scary moment, but it's also very exciting. Just to get the whole vibe of it. And then now we're going off to college, so I am committed to UConn. I'm going to Storrs campus, and my major is going to be political science. And I am hoping to do something in the public policy area of it. I want to work with different communities and try and change policies for the better, especially for minority groups. But I'm pretty much open to anything. I might change my mind in the future. Who knows?
I've also committed to UConn at Storrs, so that's pretty funny. And my major would be in computer science. I just want to do something with computers.
That's it. Thank you so much. Come on, that was awesome. And again, I love. So that was Carter was the valedictorian, Sarah is the salutatorian, and Carter talking about that hexagon shelf that comes off the wall. I mean, that thing, because that's the kid with the best grades in his graduating class. He's number one in his class, so that shelf was something, right? I mean, that shelf was something. Here's Gino. Let's see what Gino has to say. The smart kids always loved coming down a shop class and learning about the woodworking and building something with their hands. I lived down that end of the building my senior year. Yeah, I thought that was really cool and surprising. And I had said this earlier because this is the second time we've played that video, but yeah, I just thought it was really cool and wholesome that Carter said, it kind of goes against the stereotype, you know what I mean, of the shop teacher was the guy that had the biggest impact on him. And like I had said earlier, like my shop teacher in high school, now I couldn't build anything, but he was our high school newspaper advisor, and the guy was great. I mean, he would let us do our thing to the point, like, we would do things that would cause little mini controversies and get us in trouble. And he was like, you did it, you have to deal with the consequences. So he was a really good guy. So I just thought that was a great answer. Gino says he'll remember that shelf the rest of his life. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's his memory from high school. So, that shelf has to be something.
And any memory of that story. I mean, I just really liked the sort of the progression of it, of just, coming back day after day, making it a little more perfect, a little closer to actually working. There's a lot of value in just sort of and just persisting in something. If it's building something with your hands, if it's, whatever you set your mind to, it's good to struggle towards a goal and then to reach that goal.
Yeah, and I just thought, like, and I said this earlier, but I didn't want to do a back and forth. Like, there were so many, like, I had so many questions about that shelf, because just it had to be something. And then Sarah as well, like she dropped some things about her mom being an immigrant. That's, in a regular interview I would have stopped, but I just wanted to kind of do it quickly like that. But they were both fascinating, and I just think it's so cool that, we're able to showcase these two seniors graduated from Derby High School, both going into UConn, which is really cool. I mean, the fact that Carter Ruggiero, I think he said, what did he say? His sister and his father were also
Sister
the
and mom, I think.
Sister and mom. Like that's what are the chances of that? Gino says, I still got the cranberry scoop that I made in shop. Yeah, I remember my brother Tommy. He made it was like a little table, but it wasn't really a table. It was like my snack tray as a kid, and I hated mashed potatoes. So when my mother, she'd give me mashed potatoes, and I would take the mashed potatoes and wipe them under this table and then tell my mother that I ate them all. Oh, that's just my thing. Awesome into them. Yeah, weren't they awesome? I thought they were just they were just great. Anyway, I got a joy out of playing that video. So
shout out to those kids, and good luck with the start of your college journeys next year.
Yeah, everybody's graduating. That's going to be coming up real soon in Derby. So let's see. I mean, we can tool around. I'm now not in StreamYard, FYI.
Is it a little later this year because of the snow days earlier this year? I can't remember how the
I have two
districts...
kids in the district, and I don't know what they did with the snow. I don't know. I know they had a half day today. That took me by surprise. Like I was like, "Oh, you guys have oh, all right." So they were a little bit, but they did well. I mean, I haven't heard from last I checked on them, my kids were still alive, but yeah, I don't know when, how it shook out. To be honest with you, I don't think it doesn't feel like there's any extra days. I think they all kind of, they kind of were able to observe it. Is that observe? Absorb. Yeah. So let's see. I did make a playlist of just, I don't know what might be interesting videos, but now I'm looking at it. I don't know if this is interesting at all.
I don't think we ever had woodshop in any of the schools I ever went to. The closest thing
in Oklahoma.
Yeah, no. Well, what we had was we had a huge FFA program, the agriculture.
Okay.
So it was that it's probably half the school was involved with it. I wasn't, but it's they did a lot of awesome things. They traveled up to Indiana for conventions and stuff. And from what I've heard, the guy who ran that, he was apparently one of the goats of agriculture programs in Oklahoma. I don't know how to judge that because I wasn't involved in it, but only ever heard good things about him.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the closest thing we ever had to woodshop was there was a technology class I took in 7th grade, and it was right around, I think it was one of the first years where Minecraft was trying to roll everything out to schools. So we played around in Minecraft a little bit, and it wasn't super guided. There was sort of some direction to it. At one point, we built those the cars that you just kind of launch.
The mine carts. You got to electrify the track.
No. I'm talking. We did do something in real life.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about Minecraft.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, most
sorry.
of the class was Minecraft, but we also just had a random. At one point, we did cut a block of wood into a car and just sort of launched those.
Oh, nice. I took a shop class in I think 7th and 8th grade. Mr. Forsberg. I think I made. I was terrible at it though. I got to be honest.
I was real bad.
I made this. I think they were chimes. It was wood blocks, and I just put so much varnish on them. I'm pretty sure. I was just getting high on the fumes. That was really what was going on. But I was terrible at shop class, and also terrible at home economics. I had to take. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. But in 7th grade, we had to cook a cake and stuff like that. And Mrs. Pitkin. I was not good at that either. And I was a jerk, I was just sort of an obnoxious jerk.
Yeah, we didn't have home ec. We had personal financial literacy. That was a graduation requirement, but no home ec.
So I haven't watched this video, but it's the Connecticut Halloween Trail. Get it? It's the Wing Addicts, and they have paid a visit to Connecticut's most haunted chicken wing joints. Twisted Vine in Derby. I tell you, revenue, we got to declare something haunted. Let's take a look at this. I think, how long is this video? Oh, it's short.
Tonight, we're in Derby, Connecticut at one of the most haunted restaurants in all the Naugatuck Valley, Twisted Vine.
On the haunted Connecticut Halloween Trail.
This building went up in 1892 here in Derby, which was previously called Birmingham, and it was called the Birmingham National Bank.
During the 1980s, the building was transformed into a restaurant, the Old Birmingham Restaurant, and then Tartaglia's for a short period before Mike Picone took over in 2005 and reopened.
I think it's awesome. There's some old menus and stuff like that. That old sign, that's pretty cool.
As the
This is a beautiful. I don't know if you've ever been here, Jasmine. I've been there a handful of times. It is really cool. Like you go down there, they have it's the last time I was in there. This is going back before I had kids, but they had like a great happy hour in like the downstairs bar. It kind of felt like you're going into a speakeasy, and I could walk home.
Twisted Vine.
Just love the place. So the building has many of its original features, and like if you look at the bank vault, what's unique about our vault, made by the Vault Company in Ohio. Look at the serial number. Number one came to Derby, Connecticut.
There was a gentleman here by the name of Sam Lassie who worked in the bank as a teller. He accidentally passed a forged check and was so distraught after it was discovered, he had to kill himself here in the bank.
It is said that the ghost of Sam haunts the building to this day, as does former bank designer and president Edward Shelton, whose image has been spotted up in his window overlooking what was once the bank lobby. Mr. Shelton, incidentally, is the namesake of the actual town of Shelton.
I just want to point out that we are currently housed in a former bank that's at least 100 years old.
Right. Yeah. If there are any spirits in here right now, hello, make us some revenue. Come say hi.
Yeah, a ghost right now would really help us out. Hello, dead people.
Right next door.
We think there's many spirits here, and if you overlook that little balcony up there, that's where we're told the president overlooked.
Ghostly activity has been a constant over the years, and paranormal researchers have come from near and far to communicate with the spirits. A half-century later, the Great Flood of 1955 unearthed dozens of coffins from the nearby Union Cemetery, which were then placed in the basement of the building as a makeshift morgue. Most of the unexplained happenings occurred downstairs in what was once the basement that temporarily housed those uprooted souls from Union Cemetery.
My daughter's been here for 8 years, and she's very, skeptical. She doesn't believe in any of the hocus pocus, etc. She heard very loudly and vividly a little girl's voice in the little jail cell over there. And she also felt something.
Wait, why is there a jail cell?
That's it, yeah.
Brushed her back from behind the bar.
We were closed. I was upstairs in the main dining room, and my friend Nick came here to meet me. I punched out. We were just standing there. Lights were off. We were getting ready to leave, and as clear as day, I heard a woman's voice say hello, and it was coming from the kitchen, which is right above us. And I looked at my friend Nick. I said, "Did you hear something?" He's like, "Yeah, someone just said hello." So I thought a lady was in the kitchen. All the doors were locked. Nobody was there. And he got so excited. He was like, and he came out and he started trying to antagonize. He'd say, "Do something, make a noise. I dare you, do something." And literally, it sounded like someone took a bowling ball and slammed it on the ceiling above her. And he took off running out the door so fast.
I had another customer come in. She walked into the beer room and she felt a heaviness, and it was almost like she got pushed back. She tried to go in there again, re-enter a little bit later, and the same thing happened to her. She said there is absolutely something in that room.
They have paranormal tours in here all the time. They have different groups that come in. It's one of the most haunted places in Connecticut. It's not a wing joint by any stretch of the imagination, but they have 3 wings on the menu.
And we got them all. Your traditional buffalo, traditional teriyaki. That's looking pretty sticky. Those look great. And then we got Jack Daniel's barbecue. Wing addicts out there, you know what I'm loving about these wings? Lots of sauce. Cook on that is perfect. I like my wings a little bit more well done.
Chicken Atlanta?
That's how they do them.
I would regret it if I didn't.
And that teriyaki, top notch. We got some traditional buffalo here. Kind of, I'm waiting for this. Classic. Ooh, lots of vinegar. Wow. Real creamy blue cheese. I'm digging it.
So, gang,
I'm digging this transition from the haunted stuff into eating
Twisted
wings.
Vines.
Right, it was
It's
Great. It's well put together. The script is good.
on our list as a wing joint. We thought they only had one wing on the menu. They have 3. But you know what? What an experience. Come to this place. It's great. Downstairs bar it's outstanding. You meet great people. Beautiful dining room, beautiful place altogether. Come to the Twisted Vine. This place is cool. Sam, are you here? Are you a wings guy? Thank God he's a friendly spirit.
You can read about all 10 of Connecticut's most haunted wing joints at wingaddicts.com.
Same video?
Looks like it. I think this is their outro.
Is that an obese ghost?
So I still want to hear more about the jail cell.
Right. Yeah, they glossed over that.
Right. Yeah, I think I'm more just hungry than anything after that. If there are any ghosts in here, feel free to drop off some wings in the Valley Indy office.
I'm not a wings guy.
What'd you say?
I said I'm not a wings guy.
I like wings. I don't really go out of my way for them, but if they're there, they make me happy.
This other video, it's 19 minutes. I don't know if I'll play it. But you know, Derby had its own serial killer back in the day, Lydia Sherman. There was a great book whose name escapes me, but he wrote about the whole history. And basically, she lived in downtown Derby, and her everyone she married had a habit of dying. So it's pretty fascinating. So that's probably one. But I don't know if we should. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for 20 minutes on Lydia the serial killer. So maybe I'll stop sharing that. What if there's anything else I kind of pulled? Wait, I'm back with the wing addicts, but the public can't hear that. How do I get back to our playlist?
Oh, was that not the playlist?
It is on the playlist, but I'm trying to where are the other videos? Oh, I have to go like this.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not sharing it anymore, right? So I have there's a 12-minute video. Maybe we'll watch this real fast. Back in the day, there was a sort of, it seems so ridiculous now, but there was a kid in Shelton who asked out another student to the prom by, putting letters on the side of the high school exterior wall, very large. And then he got in trouble for it, and they weren't going to let him go to the prom. And this became like a little bit of a media sensation. I think he ended up going on Jimmy Kimmel and stuff like that. And so it was all you heard about. It was like it was a media feeding frenzy over this prom proposal.
I mean, it's such a legend that I heard about it pretty quickly after starting this job, and this was way before I worked here, I think.
And it's become so commonplace now.
Right.
Half of TikTok with the youngins, it's all asking people out in creative ways.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, but feel free to hit play, and I'll tune back in as soon as I'm back.
Okay, so there is this big YouTuber. Just bring it up and then pause it. So it's Wavy Web Surf. He looked into it. He sort of retold the tale 5 years ago. This guy has what does he have? He has over 1 million subscribers. So maybe we'll just watch a little bit of it. I don't want to violate the fair use stuff. And but it's local. We're a news organization, so by definition, it should be whatever that fair use is. But here he is. So warning, I don't know if he curses, doesn't curse, language, all that good stuff. Well, I guess these big YouTubers, they know not to use bad language in their videos because this is how they make their living. And they know if they curse, their videos won't be shown to as many people, nor will it run advertising.
Is one that details the plight of a high school student versus his principal. The year is 2011, the location Shelton High School in Shelton, Connecticut. It's nearing the end of the school year, and a general buzz of excitement is palpable amongst the student body as summer break inches.
And I guess I should say there's no effort at fairness. I mean, this is essentially somebody, he's read the news articles and is doing his own opinion piece. And the way these videos, these kind of commentary channels are always set up, there's always, it's very black and white, good guy, bad guy. So expect the administration to be heavy bad guys here.
Closer. Oh, and another catalyst for excitement, it's almost time for senior prom. Students are asking each other out in creative ways, hoping to lock something in for the big day, but one student might have gotten too creative, perhaps taking things a bit too far, at least according to the school's headmaster. See, one morning, school administrators arrived to Sheldon High School.
I swear, in 2011, you couldn't get away from this image in the spring of 2011. This image was everywhere.
With this plastered across the front of the school. Sonali Rodriguez, will you go to prom with me? Hit me up. Tate.
By everywhere, I mean the lower Naugatuck Valley.
Was a student named James Tate, and his bold proposal to Sonali would end up getting him banned from the prom. Now, this ended up kind of being a big deal. The student body was outraged over the ban, the internet was outraged over the ban, and eventually the mainstream news media would become outraged over the ban. So what would be the rest?
Hey, I don't like that phrasing there, Web Wavy Surf, because it was clearly the media that became interested first before the internet or commentary channels. This was a local news story, and then it spread nationally. Darn it. Don't make it seem like the media wasn't the first to report it. Shouldn't have been news, but it was.
Solution here. Well, today I tell you all how James Tate supporters banded together to put the pressure on this school's headmaster and get the prom ban reversed. This is the story of James Tate's prom ban. Today's video is sponsored by Extra Wallets. My link, extra.com/wavywebsurf, gets you up to tweeting. They're impressed with the boldness of the proposal, and this thing kind of just came across as a hilarious prank in the same vein. People respect.
What'd you say? What's funny is I can't hear you in my headphones. I mean, I can hear you, but what did you say? I'm sorry.
Oh, I just said the Valley Indy is not sponsored by the wallet company.
No, yeah, I've sent some proposals to Ridge Wallet, but they haven't gotten back to me. Same thing with Rustic Cuts and the manscaping people.
To James for doing this. James became the man of the hour, and even more impressed was Sonali, who promptly accepted his prom proposal. James got his date locked in. The students loved this thing, but the school's administration and headmaster Beth Smith, they were kind of pissed about it. Shortly after the school day began, James and his two accomplices were called to the office, and after some review of the situation, all three were issued a one-day in-school suspension for trespassing and
Can't believe this is a 12-minute video.
Facing school property.
That's the Del Sal from the Twisted Vine restaurant.
Yeah, they literally housed the student in there for a couple of days. No,
James wasn't worried about some one-day in-school suspension. He was the big man on campus and got his prom date locked in. Who cares about a one-day ISS? That was until the school's headmaster turned the tables and completely shadow realmed James's hopes of going to prom, citing some
shadow realms
arbitrary rule created by.
I'm just confused as to why there's a press conference being shown on stream right now. But I'm assuming the school is probably not handing out disciplinary action via press conference, and this is probably just
no. I don't remember the. I think like the Connecticut Post was probably the first to report on this. I want to say, but it became, like I said, like as soon as they, because the whole concept of a prom proposal was new. And so I think they were getting inundated with requests for interviews and stuff like that, because it was like, a media frenzy.
The concept of a promposal was new. I thought those were, I thought those went back as far as proms went.
No.
Oh,
wow. Not, I mean, at least not that I'm aware of. And this, I think part of the reason, maybe in Connecticut, I don't know, but there was a press conference because it was new. You know what I mean? That type of thing. No, I mean, in high school, if look, where I went to high school, if I had asked out my prom date by doing it publicly on the side of the wall, I would have gotten the crap kicked out of me. I would have been immediately beaten up by the darn bullies. Keep in mind, we had a woman murdered.
The school's
week of school
system, any student suspended after the date of April 1st would automatically be forbidden to attend that year's prom. And since James did his proposal in early May, he was going to be banned.
I have no memory of that.
And he was totally screwed. Whispers of James's prom ban spread around the school, and students who had come to revere him over the course of the day thanks to his proposal
put up these letters on the entrance of his Connecticut high school asking his friend to prom. She said yes, but the school said nope.
And News 8 is, of course, following the latest developments this morning as the public outcry grows for Shelton schools to let James Tate go to the prom. News 8's Kent Pierce is watching this outcry grow. You just have to watch the Facebook page to see that, huh?
Yeah, the Facebook page, they've gotten about 500 more people liking it just in the past hour.
Within 48 hours, James's prom ban became a national headline, and it seemed like everyone was on James's side. Despite the mounting pressure both online and offline to reverse this ban, Headmaster Smith wasn't budging. In fact, she would actually go on a televised press conference and double down on the decision.
Shelton High School is a learning community where students are expected to meet high academic and behavioral expectations. There has been a practice at Shelton High School for many years that students receiving an in-school or out-of-school suspension
Hey, get out of there.
first
You're
for
late.
any reason would not be allowed to attend the prom. This regulation is reinforced over the course of the spring by daily PA.
I just want them to show the crowd because I know we were there. I think I was at this. But they're not going to do that.
On many occasions, he would be invited to speak publicly on the matter in interviews. And you really can't help but feel bad for the guy, as he seems like such a chill dude and really just had his best intentions at heart.
Tate says he had hoped for a compromise, but is not surprised by the decision.
I don't think they would gain anything if they caved at this point. They would gain nothing by caving in. But obviously I was disappointed, but
more support. Popular figureheads and celebrities would come out of the woodwork to support him. He was on Jimmy Kimmel, and there were professional athletes who were once alumni of Shelton High who would speak out in support of James Tate. It seemed like everyone was on Team Tate and nobody was on Team Smith here.
I think it's really important to stand up against this ridiculous administration.
It was a bad experience. I think
Since it broke in early May, and they had many of their constituents.
Wait, why are they showing Jason Perillo? Now I'm lost.
Make this shit up. Connecticut Congressman Jason Perillo and Sean.
Oh, Connecticut Congressman Jason Perillo. Oh, okay. Now I understand.
Williams had been following the James Tate prom ban story since it broke in early May, and they had many of their constituents writing and calling into their offices requesting them to do something to reverse the ban.
I don't know.
So they actually did. On May 13th, these two congressmen announced that they were working on drafting an amendment that specifically would prevent schools in the district from banning students from prom for a suspension occurring in the last month of the school year. Instead, giving
I don't remember
schools
any
the
of that.
option to issue community service instead of a ban. So essentially, this was an entire amendment to a bill that specifically covered this situation that these two congressmen were writing at the time of this going down. And once the news came out, that these
Congressman,
two
state
congressmen
rep,
were
same
on the
thing.
case, Headmaster Smith finally folded. In a televised briefing, she announced that James Tate's ban would be reversed.
I have considered the effect that this incident has had on the individual student, on the entire student body and my staff, and the community. In an effort to maintain a focus on teaching and learning, I have decided to implement alternate consequences on a case-by-case basis, beginning with
He was caned.
James Tate and for other students.
James and Sonali will sit at table 50 and enjoy prime rib. They came out of the limo. They're a sharp-looking couple.
Wow, how insane is this looking back, Jasmine?
Yeah, this is from another era.
This guy just reported on what table they were sitting at.
Right.
But that's all you're going to get. James and Sanaya have decided not to do any more media interviews. They're inside enjoying their prom, having a night to remember, and they certainly will for a long time to come.
That makes sense. They're not doing more media interviews. They're high school students. They've done enough.
Yeah, well, one thing I thought about was trying to, in advance of this, would James Tate reflect upon this? But now I'm like, all right, like, glad I didn't, because I don't know. I hope he's doing well. Like, smart kid. But he doesn't have like a lot of stuff online. He doesn't seem to have a big online presence, probably because he wasn't a big fan of having this stuff follow him around. Anyway, and this guy is he's got manscaping too. This guy's got everything. Whatever, sir. So anyway, gonna stop sharing that. So that was a local story. That was, I mean, the other thing that happened in Shelton, like when we first launched, holy cow! I mean, because there was the guy that they had a terrorist living in Shelton who drove a car bomb down to Times Square, who's now serving, I think, life in prison, in a federal prison. That guy was in Shelton. It was all kind of insane when the Valley Indy first launched.
It seems like there were a lot of insane things happening right when the Valley Indy first launched.
There was a lot going on. Yeah, there was a decent amount of there were like homicides happening. It was a little something. But so then I guess like I don't even video. So the Valley Indy podcast launched. I was listening to Mark Maron at this time a lot at the time, the WTF podcast. And the style of that podcast was like sort of self-help mixed with comedy. You know what I mean? So we kind of ripped that off and we tried our own podcast. And I think this is the first one we ever did in 14 years ago. And it's audio only, I think. And we just used the microphone. It was three of us just gathered around a laptop, and we just used the onboard mic. Built-in default mic for whatever MacBook we were using at the time. So this is probably real cringy. Give it a second. I don't remember adding photos. I don't even know how I did that. What?
Technological genius Eugene Driscoll.
What? And that was the music was just whatever came with the iPad or the laptop.
You're not sharing your screen. I don't know if you're.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I definitely meant to share my. All right. Well, I'm not going to play the music.
With the Valley Independent Sentinel, and I'm here with Tony Spinelli and Jody Mosier, and
Our former reporters.
We're here to talk about today's coverage of Team Tate in a podcast form, and the reason.
That's Patty Villers right there. Everybody knows her in the Naugatuck Valley. She wrote for the New Haven Register for many years, and before that, I believe the Evening Sentinel as well. Oh, and that's right here. That is Ann Amato. She was the bureau chief for the Connecticut Post back when the Connecticut Post maintained an office on Elizabeth Street in Derby. But I think I remember like the impetus for this podcast, like the idea of it, was just like this is completely ridiculous that we're even doing this. But so
I thought maybe we chat about it a little today was because I wanted to give
or there was some sort of protest. We should have been there to cover it, but nothing ended up happening. I guess students, based on what students coming out were saying, is a couple students kind of got in, sat down in the lobby. They were
that's right, there was supposed to be a protest over this.
Dismissed early, and everyone else in the news now because we're hammered.
Hey, that's my wife.
They're saying, "Oh, what's happening in there?"
That's my wife.
National.
Wait, hold on.
With their big camera.
How'd she make it in here?
Get 15 reporters, big national.
That's my wife. She was a shooter for the Connecticut Post at the time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we met at the News Times. She was a photographer, and I was a reporter.
Just crowding around these students trying to like walk home to go get their teeth cleaned or whatever. And just hammering away. What's happening in there? Was there a sit-in? Did anyone get in trouble? And these students are sort of put on the spot. They're saying, it was, a couple students, whatever. At that point, I started feeling like this is over. We're creating the news now because we're hammering away at these students. And
yeah, and that's confirmed by that video we just watched. It was, there was a part where the story was just the media not letting it go. I don't even know what some of this. Oh, that's our old high school. Our old Facebook page. I'm more interested in the photos. Is that wrong?
Yeah. I started to sense like, uh-oh, maybe we're starting to exploit this, and tried to be honest with people.
Oh, look at us on the right side of history. I was so
Yeah.
worried that I wasn't, gonna be like, I was gonna be like, act like this was actually news, but I'm proud of myself for 2014 years ago, going on the record of being like, this is kind of weird.
Okay, so what's
what are we
true now
doing?
was true then too, and
Yeah, that's
on the record
good.
saying it.
All right, so I'm going to stop sharing that. And again, this is we're just wandering through YouTube at this point. I go to I'm not sharing anymore, right?
Nope.
Okay. So playlist, that was the James Tate controversy that birthed our podcast, award-winning podcast.
Award-winning, yes, as of Monday.
What else?
We are the third place podcast in Division C in Connecticut, according to the Society of Professional Journalists Connecticut chapter.
Take that, Joe Rogan. Did you ever win third place in the CTSPJ Awards? No.
Didn't think so. Didn't think so.
And we didn't even have to make anything up or take any weird steroids or ice baths. I mean, hey, look, back to the Great Give for a second. There are like emergency responders you can support during the Great Give. Off the top of my head, I know Oxford Ambulance is in the Great Give. Storm Ambulance in Derby is involved in the Great Give. And this is a video that I came across. All right, so this is just from 2 weeks ago, where it came in as an overturned jet ski, and that the person was in the Naugatuck River and needed help getting out. So I don't know if the person was injured, and it was cold. It was really surprising to hear that somebody was in the Naugatuck River with a jet ski. The sun was setting, and it was just really chilly. And this is right at where behind Tailgaters. I can't remember the most recent name of that restaurant, but I know it as Tailgaters, right where 115 meets Route 34 there in downtown Derby. So it ended up being kind of a tricky rescue, but because of this trained volunteers who know how to handle this, everything ended okay. Apparently there's no... Oh, there it is. I've never watched this. Oh, I believe. Wait. Looks like is that. Never mind. I think that's Tom Leonard Sr. maybe from Derby Storm Ambulance, the chief. There's the jet ski. Obviously a steep slope. Yeah, those are Derby. And yes, they just left the jet ski. They were like, whatever, it's the Naugatuck River. Just kidding. Quite a steep slope. Then they had to somehow drag that thing out of there. So that's Route 34 heading towards New Haven, because I think what the protocol is, sometimes people ask, hey, why didn't they just take him to Griffin? That's right around the corner. But Griffin's not a trauma center, so there's certain calls. This is my layman's understanding. Like if you're suspected of having a head injury, that's probably what was suspected here. You're automatically going to go to a trauma center, and that's Yale New Haven a lot of times. Now they got to get the jet ski out of there. Oh, that's Chief Fran Jones of the Shelton Fire Department right there. Got to end with all the apparatus. The audience here is obviously firefighters. Pretty cool stuff.
It's easy to underestimate how steep a lot of those banks are. It's
Right. Yeah, you drive by that all the time, and I used to play darts at tailgaters on occasion. And yeah, it's a whole thicket down there.
Water rescues are crazy. I remember a year, maybe a year and a half ago. It was like a span of 2 weeks where in Ansonia, firefighters had to pull 2 different people out of Coe Pond, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy sequence of events, and it was sort of a similar setup where you had the line of firefighters with the heading down the very steep banks to the water.
And then I think I'll just I don't know, there's like one more video that I have queued up here, but this could really get us into it. I'll just play a little bit of it because it's from a big YouTuber and I don't want to get, but I think this is like, it's either Oxford or Danbury airport related. There is this really great YouTube channel that I highly recommend. It's right here. It's called Pilot Debrief. So this guy is either a former pilot or I guess he's a current pilot. He's an Air Force veteran, and he'll go through plane accidents and sort of detail step by step everything that led up to the accident, which is fascinating. Like if you've ever covered like a plane crash, or like I remember when I was at Danbury News Times, somebody stole an airplane, like a teenager just randomly stole one of these small Cessnas and took it for a joyride. But what can be really difficult is trying to extrapolate the information from the FAA reports, because they're just written in a way you have to be a pilot to really understand it. So sort of like sometimes the towns they're not very clear on their budgets. Sometimes feels like it's by design.
I was thinking sometimes the state police reports, even for like crashes on Route 8 and stuff, those can be a little hard to read.
Those you get used to.
Oh, okay.
But this
I
guy,
guess I just haven't seen a whole ton of those.
yeah, because we don't go check the state police every single day.
Right.
But those you can, there's if you read them, they make sense. But this Pilot Debrief guy, he's great because he breaks it all down. I'm gonna play it for a second.
And on paper, he
And
looked
get
like
myself
someone that you
some,
could trust with your life.
some water
In
real
fact,
quick.
that's exactly what Richard and Jennifer did when they decided to hop in the plane with him. Tragically, less than 30 minutes later, they were all dead. However, this isn't a story about one bad decision. It's about a pattern of behavior that went unchecked for years, while students and passengers were completely unaware that the system had already failed them. Because the truth is that the most dangerous flight instructor isn't the one who doesn't follow the rules. It's the one who believes those rules no longer apply. I'm Hoover, and welcome to your Pilot Debrief. Our story begins on October 13th, 2018, when 3 people boarded an aircraft to fly from the Danbury Municipal Airport in Connecticut down to the Charleston
Danbury
Executive Airport in South Carolina. Richard was 53 years old, and he was the student sitting in the left seat for the flight. According to the investigation, Richard had a private pilot certificate with a single engine rating. However, his last medical exam was in August of 1986, over 30 years earlier. Now, we don't know much about Richard's background other than it seems that he got his private pilot certificate when he was much younger, but he stopped flying for several decades and was just starting to get back in the air again. In fact, an instructor that flew with him a few months prior to the crash said that his flying skills were rusty.
See, that's why I love this guy. He's a great reporter. Hoover from Pilot Debrief. I'm Hoover. Welcome to Pilot Debrief. He goes in and he picks out these little nuggets that's okay. Here's how this happened. And what's sort of darkly hilarious about some of these videos, you know, it's like there's videos of like, oh yeah, the plane crashed. It turns out the pilot was drunk. You're like, what? Or it's like, you know, it turns out the half the time it comes down to like the pilot not being qualified or just doing like the dumbest thing imaginable. Yeah, he flew right into that rain cloud. And it's like, but if you watch enough of them, they're just fascinating. I don't want to watch anymore because I don't want to get a copyright strike. And because we're so tired, we're not really adding anything in terms of commentary, which will get us dinged for copyright infringement. So I'm going to stop sharing that. But there's Captain Steve's is another one. He's like kind of more grandfatherly, and he's not doing like fatal accidents as much, but he'll do like, there was an argument between like Air India and the control tower at LaGuardia, right? And he'll just comment about, oh, what was happening here, then this guy. And it's just very, and it gives me a whole deep respect for commercial airline pilots and how specialized that job is, and air traffic controllers.
I was gonna say, yeah, the controllers too. It's
how on point those people have to be, and how they have to communicate clearly, effectively, and concisely. You know, because literal lives are depending on it. So anyway, those are I've become obsessed with them. Both those channels, a Pilot Debrief and Captain Steve's, who spells is Steve's with an extra E for some reason. But you know, that's pretty much it. I mean, what is it? It is it's 11:30. I don't really have anything else for day one. I mean, and I think like if we look at donations, it's slowed down. We did get I'll share this real fast. We did get a new donation, and I'm not exactly sure when this arrived, but Suzanne and Stephen Riley donated $25. Thank you so much. Mr. Russ Abraham, thank you very much for your $100 donation. And you see High People, David Salinas, the owner of High People, was on earlier. He donated $500 to the Valley Indy. Rick Dunn earlier today, $1,000. Christine Curtis, thank you for your $35. Thank you, Anonymous, Richard Donovan, Joseph DiMartino of Derby. Thank you. And we'll see Mayor DiMartino tomorrow in the afternoon. Jackie Cockerham, my mother-in-law, thank you very much for your donation. The great Tom Harbison, one of our most loyal and ardent supporters over the years. Thank you very much for your donation.
And for supporting all the way from Ireland.
Right. Yeah. Not even in the country. And still carved out time to harass Rick Dunn, which I respect and also I understand. Ron Sill, Bill and Karen, Martha and Jeff Devine, thank you very much. John Criscolo, Paula Chapla, thank you very much. We got Karen in there, $100 donation, thank you very much. Aaron Good, Rosalie and Richard Averill, thank you very much for your donation. Mr. Albert Mitzowitz, Don Smith, Patricia Bruder, Dawn Pastore, Anonymous, Dominic Thomas Jr., Christy Warringer. Do you want to take it from here?
Sure. And then after that, we have Susan Falbo McConney. Thank you very much. Josh Schubert, Rose Ruchen, Robert Rucciuti, Linda Fusco, Chief of Staff in Derby, an anonymous donation, Kathy Moran with $25, who said, thankful that we still have you to turn to for integrity and consistency in reporting. Thank you very much, Kathy. We also had Teresa Conroy and Ellen. Do you remember how to pronounce her last name?
I'd have to check my text.
I think it was Lojudas.
Lojudas, yes.
Lojudas, yes. Teresa Conroy and Ellen Lojudas. Third time's the charm. I think we got it right this time. My apologies if not. But thank you very much for $50 and the kind message to help keep the lights on so that our fourth rail of democracy doesn't die. Thank you very much. Mrs. Cheryl Grosbeck. Thank you. Ron Skurat, Mayor Frank Tishka in Ansonia, Barbara Jean Garofalo, Miss Kimberly Magda, Melissa Pucci, Paul Wedowitz, an anonymous donation, Maria Xavier, and the Greater Valley Chamber team, who said, thank you for your great coverage of all things Valley CT. Thank you all very much. And continuing on, we have Alderwoman Patricia De Silva Quinn in Ansonia, Kaylee Mahalka, who was on this morning representing the Electronic Valley / Our Valley CT. It's been sort of revamped lately.
And then we had I'll take over so you don't pass out. Beverly Bamba, Anonymous, Carol Pendergast, Stephen Adamowski, Amy Pedanici, Dan Z, Nancy and Tim, anonymous donor, Jack Walsh, another anonymous donor, Gino, Craig Bartimole, Mark Erlinghauser, Antoinette and Bob. I feel like Antoinette and Bob might have given twice. If something happens and you didn't mean to do that, it's very easy to reverse your donation, FYI. Susan Smay, Susan Agame, she'll be here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. or virtually. Cindy, Jordan Jones, Anonymous, Bill, Rosemary Kalori, Richard Knoll, Jody Gill, thank you so much. Scott Jerzambek, Ethan Fry, and an anonymous donor. And that totals thus far, $7,594 towards our $10,000 goal. We are 76% there as day one of the Great Give, at least for us in terms of our live stream, is close to wrapping up. We went live at 8 a.m. We came on camera. We went live at 7 a.m., came on camera at 8 a.m.
So I believe we've been at it for about 15 and a half hours now.
Yeah, woof. And then we're going to come back tomorrow and do another 12, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's going on right now in terms of prizes?
The next one up is that Midnight Snack Prize.
The midnight one. And so that is the organization which gets a donation closest to 12 a.m. gets $500.
Yeah, so that's my guess would be if I'm throwing into the wind here, I would donate probably 11.56 or so just to account for that delay. But I don't know how the back end works. That would just be my guess. But
then after that, there's an insomnia draw. Any organization receiving at least one donation between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. could get an extra $1,000.
So if you're a night owl and maybe the algorithm has determined you're seeing this a couple of hours later, you're seeing this between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., great time to donate as it happens.
Right. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, we should just leave the stream going and just put a message saying donate then. But I don't know. I don't know how people win that one. Oops, I just clicked off. That's a tough one. You know what I'm saying, Jasmine?
Yeah. If I'm trying to game that one, I'm messaging. I'm sending out a text blast to everyone I know on the West Coast, where maybe it's not so late for them.
I don't know anybody I know one guy, but I don't want his money.
That's all I would be able to think of. Then early morning before we're live again, there will be the 6-7 prize between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Donations in that hour.
I should check out what's going on. I saw while we were live, a couple of Facebook comments popped up on our Facebook page.
Oh.
I don't know if they're related to anything, but I'll just check them out real fast. If I go here, only a couple people liking our stuff. Oh, I think they're comments. Oh, we had some people wishing us well on receiving a few SBJ awards, CT SBJ awards. And people are liking. We shared earlier today the car wash fundraiser that's coming up. This work. Oh, it's kind of small because it's not full screen.
That's June 6th, right?
Yeah, it's coming up June 6th, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Hilltop Hose Company on Pulaski Highway in Ansonia. $10. Get your car washed for $10, and you'll help out firefighter Chris Motto and his family. Chris has kidney disease. It was recently identified that they had found a donor, a relative of his. So, and he's preparing for a kidney transplant. And it says, we're raising money to support him and his family during this journey. So that is definitely something worth supporting. I've stopped sharing that, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then I guess we have, in terms of just stuff going on, nobody's really watching at this point, but We do have a lot of events we've been highlighting. I think we uploaded like 20 different flyers going on, right? You know, such as the rabies clinic.
Bring your kids.
Right? Yeah. If you don't want your kids to have rabies, bring them to this, and that's that. We have food trucks on the river coming up Friday, May 29th, Saturday, May 30th, right? And that is self-described. It's food trucks on the river. I haven't gone to that. It sounds like a great event, but I can hear it from my backyard. The way I am, I live like I can see Shelton over the Housatonic, and then the music and stuff and activities and fun times carries up towards my neck of the woods from the Veterans Park there. You can find out more about this event at celebrateshelton.com. Coming up this weekend, by the way, is the 99th annual Scout Gang Show. Coming, it's going to be at the Derby United Methodist Church at 7:30 p.m. 99th annual. And I think tomorrow we're doing a pre-taped interview with Seymour Food to Kids, right?
Yes, and that is at 9:30, I believe.
They have an event, right? This is their event, right? Sometimes the AI-generated flyers, I don't have my glasses on. Oh, yes, it's to support
Yeah, I think it's hosted by Bushy Bun, and then it benefits.
I see it at the bottom there. Yeah. So that's that Saturday, May 16th at 4 p.m. You bring your kid and they can karate chop a board. Suggested donations $15, and that goes towards Seymour Food to Kids. And that's a program that literally does what it says. It gives meals to kids who need meals. Pretty wholesome, pretty pure, right? And that's the whole message.
I'm just double checking the time. Yep, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. We'll be airing a pre-taped interview with Shannon Bullard and Jessica Nunez from Seymour Food to Kids. So that'll be great.
Yeah, we'll be back. We'll start off tomorrow. It's on the shorter side. Some of the pre-tapes that I did, I used our new wireless mics. I never used them before, so I was hesitant to do like a 25-minute interview and then go back and have none of it work and then have to redo it. But you know what, though? These don't have to be.
I was going to say, sometimes it works out better that way. Sometimes.
Yeah. And again, maybe that's something to consider for next year. But I mean, basically, I did this one in person, St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Shop and Pantry. That's going to be at 9 a.m. tomorrow, right? Because they got approvals from the Derby Planning and Zoning to expand their storage ability there on Roosevelt Drive. So it'll be Remy Kosurik talking about what the food pantry is, what the thrift shop is, and then we go on a tour and she'll show us where the expansion is happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, right. And then, like you said, Seymour Food to Kids at 9:30 a.m. And then Susan Agame will be online with us live at 10 a.m. Those first two are pre-tapes. 11 a.m. Bunlandia, that's a pre-tape as well, right?
Yes.
I don't know how it worked out that we did a bunch of pre-tapes. I mean, some of the good things about the pre-tapes, we could kind of slot them and then change,
Right, which we ended up doing a fair amount this year, I think, especially on the second day. We moved some stuff around.
Yeah. And then at 1 p.m. tomorrow, that's when we're going to have Derby Mayor Joseph DiMartino. Hopefully, I got to write like a note. Don't forget my lunch. And then at 2 p.m., Ansonia High School senior Western Ahern. 3 p.m., the Valley Community Foundation. 4 p.m., Seymour Police Chief John Buccarati. And then at 5 p.m., State Rep Cara Rochelle. Wow, so we have a bunch of pre-tapes, and then it's just live. I didn't really think that out too much. Because, Cara Rochelle is going to have to do a lot of the talking because we're definitely going to be spent by then. So, I guess, if you're watching, if you want to go, we consider donating to the Valley Indy close to 12 a.m. That's coming up. That's kind of fun. Whatever nonprofit gets a donation closest to 12 a.m. Can win additional money or receive additional money. It's not really winning. I don't know how to phrase that. But you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. I wonder how They're phrasing for it. Well, I mean,
they've called them
wins.
gifts, in sort of the the nonprofit world. They've called them other things, but I guess one thing we haven't looked at a little bit is the Great Give in general. I'll go to their homepage. So 9,700 donors, $2.7 million raised for 527 organizations. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, great start, and much more ahead tomorrow morning.
All right, should we wrap it up? It's 11:42. We said we'd go to midnight, but I got a 15-minute drive home. Oh, you know what I want to check this year, though? Last year, I stumbled out of here around this time, and it took me like an hour to get home because Route 8, the night construction had started, which was, so I actually ended up, I went home one night through, I think I tried to go. I ended up like all the way in Oxford, way up 67, and had to cut down to go back towards Derby and Roosevelt Drive. Let me check Waze real fast, right?
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I do just want to briefly pull up the Great Give leaderboard because there's been some shakeups.
What? Like a coup of some type?
Well, it's just I'm seeing a lot more Valley toward the top now. We have at number 3, we have BH Care, which is
wow,
raised, yeah,
holy cow!
They're at number 3 with $63,000 raised, and then number 7 we have Team Inc. with $49,825 raised, and number 11 is the Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley with $41,240. So just in that top section, we have 3 Valley nonprofits doing awesome work.
I wonder if people plan their giving around the 25 for the next 25. That one where you'd have at least 25 donors in an hour.
We have number 18. We'll have Susan Agame on tomorrow. Area Congregations Together, the Spooner House, with $31,081. And down at number 23, still right up here at the top of the leaderboard, we have Center Stage Theater with $26,274. Rounding out the top 25, Griffin Hospital with $24,973. So that's it's been a few hours since we've checked in, and it's sort of shaken around since then.
Yeah, because we were having earlier today to scroll down a long ways before we saw anything local. Okay, so I think Route 8 is okay right now, according to CT Roads. You better not be lying to me, CT Roads. This is taxpayer funded. Don't be lying to me. Yeah, that's exciting. So it's great to see so many nonprofits doing well, especially our local nonprofits. So anyway, I've got nothing else. We're almost there. Hopefully we can, what are we dollar-wise out? I should do some, what's the name of our organization again? Oh, you go to donate.valleyindy.org and blah, 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 blah.
We are at $7,594. We are 76% of the way to our goal to $10,000. Woo!
That's pretty cool. I can't get my page to scroll. What's going on?
We've had 70 donors so far. Thank you so much to everyone who has chipped in over the course of today and also over the course of the last few days since donations opened. Tomorrow,
so we're roughly $2,400 away from goal.
Yes.
And we'll see what happens tomorrow. I mean, we're close, but, I don't know. I kind of feel like we've had a lot of people donate today. I don't know who's left.
And that's how I feel too, but that's also how we were feeling, I think, 8 hours ago. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
We felt that 8 hours ago, and then more came in, which was wonderful.
Yeah, this is cool. So anyway, thanks to everybody who appeared on the stream today. Thanks to everybody who watched. Thanks to people who left comments. And, of course, a huge thank you to the donors. We just did the roll call about 10 minutes ago, thanking everybody that donated. It is appreciated. And, hopefully we're keeping local news alive in the Naugatuck Valley. Did I buy you that AP style book, or did the Valley Indy buy you that AP style book that's on your desk there?
I don't remember. It just appeared here one day in 2024.
I think it's got some bulk to it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You should start using it.
I do use it.
I know,
I use it
just
the
that-
most out of anyone in this newsroom.
It was just because I lived it. What do I have? Why do I have such? Mine's 20. What year is that?
2022 to 2024. It's the 56th edition.
Wait, I've got 20. Why? How come I have? Well, I guess you know what? Maybe I like the round, like the spiral things a little more. So maybe because I have my 2 style books right here. So anyway. All right, we're going to end on that nonsense. Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, tomorrow at 9 a.m.
See you then.
Goodbye.